Thanks for joining us this morning for the eighth day of the Colin Gray trial. His son is the alleged shooter in the Apalachee High School shooting. I hope today maybe the prosecution will round up and finish its case in chief, but let's see. Oh, sorry. Got myself in the background here. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. They did arrive early in court, so hopefully they'll take up a lot of that time, and we'll have save up our blooping time. But just to recap what happened yesterday, the state's case really came together yesterday with the testimony of Jenny Gray, Colin's daughter, the alleged shooter Colt's sister. She laid out that her father told her to lie specifically about the fact that he knew about the posters and the pictures of Cruz on his son's wall and to cover for him. This morning, they're supposed to be meeting to discuss any possible. They didn't ask for a mistrial. They asked to strike Jenny's testimony because the prosecution decided to not turn over the new statement of Jenny, that she told them that what she told investigators back then was a lie because her father put her up to covering her. The judge initially decided that it was not required to be turned over. The state is arguing that it is work product. Now, look, their notes themselves very well may be work product, but they have an obligation to reduce the statement to a writing that they can produce. And they should not have been allowed to surprise the defense with something like that. That could have changed their opening. It could have changed their entire defense. It could have changed whether this man took a plea. So let's see what's going on and how it's all coming together this morning. But before we do, let's say hi to Pseudo Snark. Love the name. Appreciate y'all. 31 sit in July. I don't know if it means that. Oh, 3L. So I was actually going to say, I don't know if he's saying he's a 3L and he sits for the bar in July. He's a 3L and he sits in the bar for the bar in July. All right. Well, good luck. One thing, those cable locks aren't secure. You can defeat them in 2 seconds with kitchen tools. Prosecution hasn't met their burden yet, in my opinion. Well, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, Pseudo Snark. The lock, he's saying that the gun locks, those things that we saw still securely in their little plastic, nice and neat, they could, if wanted to be, very easily overcome without the actual lock, is what he's saying. But if Dad would have tried, I don't think that would be on him, that those were, unless his son had done it once before. If his son had done it once before, then he'd know, okay, this doesn't work and I need to lock them up even better. And the statute's kind of vague. I don't think it's been applied this way, sort of like a transferred intent kind of thing, where it's the commission of the crime is done by the son. I don't know that transferred intent is the right word, the right legal principle there, but it's still early in the morning, so let's see what they're saying. And thank you for your generosity, Pseudo, and good luck with the bar exam. I actually looked at my cheaters and was like, I should grab these, and didn't. So.
All right. Mr. Hobbs and Smokes, is it?
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. I like the sounds of that.
Yes.
We were told by our bosses that we were arguing this.
Right.
I've heard the other issue that they were supposed to take up this morning is all of the text messages, and that might be all they're talking about. The defense may have just left their issue with Jenny in the dust. So they've today one of their experts is going to be all the text messages, and the issue is going to be anything that's too prejudicial, but primarily uh, anything that isn't to Colin or from Colin, on hearsay, confrontation, and possibly relevance.
Concerned about, and these, last night, there are a number of things that we have concerns about, and these ones of you.
That's not.
I don't know where that packet is, but
Thank you for your continued support, Holly Johnson, who says, "Thank you for covering this trial."
We have it on. Here.
it's okay to close this break. And I don't know whether the best way to do this, Judge, these are numbered pages, so I'll just go by the numbered page. On page 1 is Wells Fargo bank records. I don't know what they're, other than what was purchased at Mike's gun room. I don't know what the probity value would be for bank records. I don't know what they plan to show by that. It doesn't.
Is it one page or are there several pages? I haven't seen any of
Right,
this.
so that first page is just us explaining what records are in Investigator Gilliland's presentation, like what we're gonna be talking about. So one of the things we're gonna be talking about is the Wells Fargo records. So during the course of the defendant's interview with Investigator Smith, he talked a lot about how he didn't have enough money to buy a gun safe. He just needed $78 more. He indicates in multiple text messages about needing money for doctors for Colt. So his bank records are important to show. One, he, in the month of August, made $9,000. So needing $78 more for a gun safe is inaccurate if you make $9,000 that month. Additionally, he buys accessories for Colt's gun. He buys ammunition for Colt. He buys numerous items from Elite Pawn. The records for the actual gun purchase from Mike's gun room are on there. So we're going to go through relevant purchases in the records, not the entirety of the records. And we've outlined which purchases we're going through in there, and I think they line up with what I just said, essentially.
And are the Wells Fargo records, what's the time frame of the records you're going through?
I believe they start November of 2023 when he purchased the firearm for Colt, and they go through September 4th.
Thank you.
Certainly, I understand if there's a specific thing
know
on
where that
the
came
record,
from.
like a purchase of a gun,
Oh,
a
from
purchase
Bob.
of a laser, then that's one thing, but just put in the whole bank record.
As I understand what the state's saying is they believe it's relevant to show that he, in his interview that we haven't heard yet, said he didn't have money to buy a gun safe or
Thank you, Julie.
for counseling. Is that,
Correct. What the counseling was in a text message, he had like co-pays for doctors, visits for Colt. The $78 was in his interview.
so are we gonna go State, are you gonna go by line for 10 months of
No,
transactions? or-
no, it'll line up with essentially what I, just indicated. It'll be the gun purchase on November 17th, 2023, and then going into the next, I think there was some gun-related purchases in December. Going into the next year, there are more gun-related purchases. And then Investigator Gilliland will talk about the lack of other purchases. I think she'll testify to the fact that there were no transactions for co-pays for Colt, like he indicated in one of his text messages. And then the last month of August, we will talk about, not line by line, but we'll talk about the amount of money that he brought in that month, given that he claims that that is the month that he needed $78 more. So the fact that he made $9,000 in 1 month would indicate that he did have $78.
All right.
No.
Given those issues,
I mean, it's like she doesn't understand that people need to fray their monthly costs over the whole year. So if 1 month you make less and you're behind on stuff or you're whatever, and then the next month you make more, you still need to pay for the shit you didn't pay for the month before. But still, I mean, if they can show an excess of money and that he's making excuses that just don't, that just don't fit. But I don't think it's going to be hard pressed to say that this family needed every dollar. But also, you get your kid there, you take the kid to the ER, which costs you nothing in that exact moment. And then fray that cost over a year. You go in uninsured, they will work with you. But still.
I do find that they're relevant for those limited purposes. So we could call this a motion to eliminate, I would deny the motion.
And I forgot we've got a We've got a 2-hour interview that we're hearing this morning. Another interview, 2 hours. So
What's next?
On page 3, Judge, and on many of these exhibits,
Okay, let me give you this back, just so you can keep in order. I don't know if you've got your separate set that you're working from, or if this is yes, sir. Oh, you want me to keep that then? You think I need this for the future? Okay. I see.
on page 3, and all through these, I noticed yesterday there are, the exhibit is spoken to by the state. It's not just the exhibit, but they put on there, like on page 3, purchase of laser sight from Amazon. They can testify about what it is, but to put it on the exhibit is a little unusual. And I would presume that the photo is Colt Gray, but I'm not positive. I can't really tell.
All right, so, yeah, this is hard, where I don't have.
prosecution.
Review.
Should have had the judge a set.
So your objection is to what's in the box, purchase of a laser sight from Amazon.
Correct.
I
I don't have a problem with the fact that it's purchased, and I don't know whether that is Colt's photograph or not. I don't know whether that was taken off his phone. It's not Colt. I don't know.
And I'm gonna I can pull up the PowerPoint.
Well, prosecution or the defense really gave up on the whole Jenny issue. Surprising.
So that is why Investigator Gilliland is going to testify to add context to these things. But specifically, and I will be candid with the court, it is very hard to find case law that says it is okay to put words on a presentation. I don't have a case that says that. But routinely in presenting summaries, as the one that Investigator Gilliland has done, we put titles so that the jury can easily understand what is in the page. It is demonstrative as long as the state can show the accuracy of the summary and the wording, then it is admissible. I don't think there is any law that says we can't put words. I did find a case about anatomical drawings and someone writing words on the anatomical drawings did not make it admissible. It actually was still able to go back with the jury. So I disagree that we can't put words. I do believe we can put words. The words are simply a summary of what is in the slide. It is a title to that slide. It's not prejudicial. It is accurate. Investigator Dolan will testify that is a picture that Colt took of himself with the laser and with the rifle that he sent to the defendant, which again is relevant because our whole, one of the things that the state has to prove is that the defendant gave Colt access to the firearm. A picture of him with the firearm that he then sent to the defendant is clearly evidence that he had access to that firearm.
All right. Let me ask this, Mr. Gray. So where the witness gets on the stand and says, this exhibit shows the purchase of the laser sight from Amazon, where she says those words, is there additional prejudice in the word, the exhibit kind of being labeled with that purchase?
Well, the one that I had, the ones that I had the most problems with were I labeled it defendant, because that's actually labeling somebody that had been charged. So that's the wording that I.
But on this one, is there
That one,
prejudice?
I just don't like wording on it because it directs the jury to something. The photograph, I don't know whether it's was taken before the Amazon purchase or after. I guess we can cross examine about that. Just wanted to be sure that that's.
Yeah, and you know, so where the states, let's just for example say they're tendering an exhibit with 100 pages of different things. Would it be improper for there to be tabs like bank records, photographs? To me, it's, at least this one is somewhat in line of like a tab. So as to that one, then you can cross on the, obviously, as you know, on the picture and its relation to the purchase.
Boring.
But so as to this particular, purchase of laser sight from Amazon, assuming she testifies to that effect, I'll deny the motion on that one. And of course, all the issues you're raising are preserved here. All right, what's next?
I'm going to take those out and I'll try to keep them.
This is that front one you gave me, so I'll keep holding on to that one.
And Jeff, we're bringing out the second copy of the PowerPoint.
Sorry, I couldn't get back. to the
Page 4
microphone
is
screen.
email from.
All right, wait a minute. Let's help virtual out. All right, he says, can someone something for me? YouTube crashed and on my end. All right, so he wants to know what's going on, I think. The prosecution the state did not come in and talk about Jenny or a Brady violation, discovery issue. They're only talking about the exhibits that the prosecution is seeking to get in with this next round of witnesses. So far, we're just discussing that they've got summary of bank records that they're using to show, because apparently we're going to listen to this 2-hour statement today, or interview of Colin. And part of the reason he said he didn't get his son counseling before was to do with money. So they've got bank records, not only to show he bought guns and gun-related items, that he also had money. And we're talking about them reducing that to a summarized writing that they are seeking to admit and not only use as demonstrative, and the defense taking issue with their captions, the wording. So hopefully that's what you were asking.
The sister to the defendant, I do have a problem with the use of defendant about school enrollment. That's really more than what would be on a tab.
4 is, I'm sorry, I didn't pull that up.
Oh, I can, do you want me to display it for you?
Yes, ma'am, please. I'll have a bullet on the screen, you know, so you don't keep walking. All right, so here, this is the question, your objection is the use of word defendant's sister emails defendant, as opposed to whatever her name is, emails Colin Gray.
Correct.
Anything, Ms. Brooks?
So, again, finding a case that talks about whether or not the state can use the word defendant was also attacked. I did find a case that says that we can call the defendant a predator. So I feel like calling the defendant a defendant is less prejudicial than that. The fact that the state is allowed to call the defendant a predator in a trial would suggest that calling the defendant is okay. We have identified him as the defendant because that is his position in this case. Everyone has the last name Gray, calling him Mr. Gray, or Colt Gray, or Colin Gray. I don't believe there's any difference in prejudice between calling him the defendant versus that. But I do think it is more clear who we're talking about when you call him defendant. I think it's prejudicial. I think, again, it is a title page to an email so the jury understands who is talking to who. We have called him defendant throughout this whole trial. I believe the court calls him defendant. I'm sure the defense counsel, their defense counsel, their defendant's counsel. It's just a word that we commonly use in trying cases.
Yeah, thanks
Well,
for spelling that
I
out.
understand the line of cases dealing with, you call anybody anything in closing argument if you want to, pretty much, according to the cases, but putting it on a document that you're going to put before the jury, I think would be an issue.
I think Mr. Colin Gray resolves it.
I can't specifically find that it's prejudicial to refer to him as defendant. I mean, at various points, I think everybody involved is calling Colin Gray, but also calling the defendant. I can't think.
I always ask in my motions in limine that the state not refer to the defendant as defendant, but by his name. I think it's always been denied. And it does turn into a habit that us, even as defense counsel, use as well, and it is, would be better presentation for the defendant if people called him by his name and didn't just keep walking around calling him the defendant. But
Think of any particular harm. I've had cases where somebody filed a motion in limine that prevents the state from using the word rape, which is certainly has prejudicial attachment to it, and case law said you can use the word rape. You can use the word, I'm pretty sure this case law says you can use the word victim. So would I like it a little better if it said whatever her name is to Colin Gray? Probably, but I don't think it's prejudicial. It is his position in the case. So as to that exhibit, I'll deny it.
We don't have a problem with page 5, Judge. Page 6, we don't have a problem with it other than the fact that it does use defendant again, where it says Colt, Jenny, and defendant visit Wilson Shoals gun range at 10:25 a.m., which is, of course, direction and comment on the document. And I assume these are not going back to the jury if they have comments on them anyway.
We agree that the comments would go back with the jury, the actual exhibit.
They're conceding that one on not going back.
But then it's a non-issue.
Conceding the others.
I don't,
The clarifying question, yesterday we went through these and we were told about specific objections. If we go through this page by page, this is going to take hours, I would say. It is a significant amount. I'm fine to, I think he has an objection to certain pictures. I can find those on here. But I think, again, if we're just gonna go page by page, then I thought that was the purpose of yesterday, so we wouldn't do that, but I wanted to see how we're doing this.
So what I have in front of me, and so far, it seems like it's grouping them by categories. Number one, Wells Fargo bank accounts. Number three is non-purchase records. There's 13 on this page. And I think we're at 6, Mr. Harry, as far as issues.
that's correct, Judge. What we can do to maybe shorten it is anywhere on any of these pages where it has defendant, we would object to it. So that'll cut down.
Where Dave called him the defendant, labeled it defendant.
Right.
Do you,
That's better, right, I have a copy for you.
do you want a limiting instruction to some, in some regard about the use of the word defendant?
I think that would be good, Judge, if the court doesn't mind.
All right, well, we're not, so I know we got
That really doesn't
quite a
help.
while with this interview.
Humanizing part.
If you want to cobble together what you think would be an appropriate limiting instruction, let me know, and prior to
The
the
defendant-
introduction of this, that may be something that I'll do.
The defendant is a human
Sorry, use
being.
the word defendant.
See how we do
That's
that?
fine,
Defendant
Judge.
is a human
And
being. So
if the state has those
term
photographs that were a problem, we came up with yesterday, you want to just bring them up and we'll deal with those.
Are you referring to the picture of Colt with the gun?
Correct.
despite use of the word defendant, the defendant is still a human being, and you guys should consider him, the defendant, as such. I mean, it's a silly limiting instruction because it's a subconscious thing. You know, like I can't remember if it was who said it. Alexandra was saying
Grouping of pictures with
it's to humanize them. I think it was
the
Alexandra,
gun range.
and it is.
Objections, Mr. Perry?
One second.
Man, it takes counsel a long time to move across the room.
About yesterday, we had an objection to, there are some here, and I'm sure the state will know what page they're on. Where Colt is putting the gun to his head and in his mouth and that sort of thing. And we do have, like on page 23, there are photographs of children, which is not something that we talked about displaying.
Okay, hell to the no. If there are photographs that there is no evidence that father saw or could have or should have seen, not could have, but should have, they should not be getting in of the defendant holding a gun to his mouth or to his head or holding a gun, period. The key here is, what did dad know? What were the red flags to dad? All of the red flags in the world that were unknown to dad are irrelevant, are prejudicial, have no place in this trial. So I don't know if he sent the picture to dad. Yeah. Somebody told dad about the picture. Sure. It was up on the wall in the house again. Okay. At least there's a chance he should have, would have, could have seen it. I don't know what these are. Is he on his social media? You know,
There's an email there, but there's also a photograph which they've blown up.
And I was just gonna go through the PowerPoint, Jimmy, and I know y'all also had some objections to the school shooter trying pictures, so I'll just going through it and displaying it if you wanna.
That would be great if you don't mind doing it to make it much quicker.
I'm just gonna go, it may, I'm just gonna kind of go straight through the PowerPoint. So this is the first picture of the school shooter shrine from April 15th of 2024.
How many
School shooter
pages
shrines.
are we about to go through?
So my understanding is we're gonna go through, pictures of guns, and the school shooter pictures. I think it's like 10 to 15, if we do it that way.
All right, Mr. Gray, let's just address each one they put up. Objections to this particular one, I'll call it a slide, this particular slide.
Cameraman?
That's correct, Judge.
Thanks.
I
I'll
think
zoom
that,
in on the picture, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna zoom in on the picture.
Okay.
So that you could, the court could see.
Cameraman? Let me see what's happening on court TV. I
Um,
thought they were the same.
I think, Judge, that on this particular photograph, of course, we are objecting to all of the photos that show Colt Gray. And I think we would object to this picture.
It's the same.
That shows the picture itself that shows Colt Gray with the photographs on the wall behind him.
That's correct.
What's the
First
objection?
picture of the school shooter shrine. That may not be. That's directing the jury to think that's the first picture. It may not be. It may be. We don't know. But the photograph, from what I could see yesterday, is not in the same position as the one that the officers took when they came to the home. So it's changed positions. So I don't think putting that wording on their first picture of the school shooter would be proper.
As far as the relevance of the picture, again, in the interview that we haven't heard yet, the defendant denies knowing who is on the wall. In his initial interview, he indicated that he did know it was the last school shooter, and when he talked to investigators, he said he doesn't know. He also said there was only one picture and that Colt took it down, so the state, in order to prove its case, needs to prove that this has been on the wall for a significant period of time, and that would also corroborate Jimmy's testimony that had been there. This is the first picture that Investigator Gilliland found in Colt's phone, and of course, she'll be able to testify to that. She'll be able to testify that there are two pictures that are identified as Nicholas Cruz on the wall.
I thought they were all Nicholas
And
Cruz.
so we believe it is relevant and admissible.
I don't have an issue, and I do think it's relevant. The image, the date, the time.
You guys want to skip this?
I do think that
I don't think they're doing anything right now. Though. I
calling
think
it the
it's,
picture of school shooter shrine,
let me see.
that's proper for
Yeah, they're-
argument, calling it a school shooter.
They're not back. It doesn't look like.
To me, that's more an argument rather than
Oh, now we don't want to call it a shrine?
labeling as such. Are you able to scrub that?
We can delete that. I guess it's the ruling that
They're
Our,
not up it yet anyway, guys. I just checked.
in creating this PowerPoint and trying to figure out what to call it, we did look up shrine, and it is a place associated with or containing memorabilia of a particular revered person or thing. I think that is how Investigator Gilliland would describe it when she testified. We are fine to delete it from the slide, but we do think that it would be able for her to be able to identify it as a shrine, given that it's the definition and that is what that is.
Welcome, Emily. Thank you.
Mr. Berry, what's your response to that?
Nah, fuck that.
As
No
long as
shrine.
that's taken off there, Judge, we don't have a problem, but if we just don't like that wording.
So my understanding is they're gonna scrub that from the exhibit.
We wouldn't have an objection to it at that point. And then basically the same thing on 34.
No,
It's a
counsel, pay
second
attention.
photo.
Wake up, counsel, wake up. What he's asking you is, do you have any objection to the witness calling it a shrine, which it has been called this entire trial. So it's kind of late for that to be just coming up now. I kind of mentioned it early on. It should just be called a wall of pictures and photos. But he's just focused on the pictures, and the next one he has an issue with.
School shooter shrine. There are
Oh,
the
wait.
first photograph, I go, same thing on 34. It's a second photo, school shooter shrine. There are the first photograph, I can understand why they would want to put that in there. It has the date. It shows some photographs, which are not in the same order that the police found them. But there are 3 other photographs that don't really show anything other than Colt Gray, and especially the last one where Colt Gray has a gun in his mouth. That has the prejudicial effect certainly outweighs the probative value that photograph would have.
Now this is
And it was not sent to his father.
I'll show them that. So these are photos that Colt took sometime around August 9th.
I don't care. Did he send it to his dad?
And again, we can change the wording and we'll take out school shooter shrine and just say
No.
images from Colt's phone. But again, they are relevant. It is in the exact same configuration as it was on September 4th. It goes to disprove the defendant's statement that he hadn't seen all the pictures before. When Investigator Smith is interviewing him, he actually shows him a picture of the shrine and he denies having ever seen the entirety of the pictures. He said he only saw one picture and he denies knowing who it is.
Yeah, I think they're admissible.
But we can change it to just say images from Colt's
Yeah,
phone.
if you'll scrub that.
The 2 photographs on the far end you can't really see those, what they call shrine.
All right. So I think what happened there is that I was hearing possibly, if you guys did not hear him just mention the whole gun to the mouth thing, was I hearing that on my other, because they're back in the courtroom now. I thought, I don't know, that he just was talking about that picture. He didn't say like
Collage,
that.
I think would be a better word for it, but the only
Yeah.
one photograph would show that collage,
Collage.
and that's the first one on the left. The others,
Yeah, I don't think there's any harm in showing the other 2. They seem to be sequential photos. There's nothing else prejudicial in the picture.
And this is the other photo that Mr. Barry was talking about. Again, this is a picture from Colt's room. It is in the time frame after he had dyed his hair, which would have been in August of 2024. And he just has the rifle in his room, which would be evidence that he had unfettered access to that rifle.
And what's your position, Mr. Barry?
as I said, Judge, the prejudicial effects was he's got the gun in his mouth. Prejudicial effect of that photo certainly outweighs any probative value. What probative value does it have? They've already got the other 2 photographs showing that, the kid. And I think they've got others showing Colt with the gun around that same time period. So it really does not have any value other than disturbing.
In as much as Colt's access to the gun is an issue in the trial.
Is it though? I mean,
It's something that's squarely before the jury that they have to make some determinations about. While it's prejudicial, unfair and prejudicial, it's a probative matter, or issue in the case. So I deny the motion.
I think
So I disagree. They've got plenty of other pictures that prove that he has access to guns. They could ask the witness, "Didn't you also find another picture," or something, where Colt is photographing himself taking pictures with guns, proving that he had access to guns. But the judge points out it's an issue in the case, but it's a fucking resolved issue in this case. Every witness that is knows the family and family members, whatever, have said the gun was in his room. He said, "I didn't lock up the guns." The other guns was on top of his closet. We know the child had unfettered access. So to put into evidence a picture of him holding a gun to his mouth and his head, now you're the jury and you're saying, well, shit, the dad should have known that he might hurt himself. Wouldn't that horrify you? He's holding the gun to his head. He's holding the gun to his mouth. So if he knew that he could have hurt himself, he sure as shit knew he could have hurt these kids. So I think it's highly prejudicial. And since it's not the state has an immense amount of evidence that has established to this jury the undeniable fact that this kid had unfettered access to guns, including the gun that he used in the shooting. So, but
Page 84.
harmless error probably.
That's the one
Maybe
we
not.
talked about.
That one could rise higher, maybe. I don't know.
This is the ones showing him with the,
Okay.
All right, we're gonna move past the rest because we
And
see
of
where
course,
the judge is going with this.
you're free to argue that, or cross,
uh,
We are back. We're live-ish.
We would like to be able to sit down with Colin during lunch. I know the sheriff's office wants to take people downstairs and all that sort of thing. Anyway, we could just bring the lunch up and sit in that room with him. I'll take my lunch in there too, and we can have some time.
You're saying no?
No, we're gonna be bringing him down so we can have our break as well. And if they wanna visit him, they can go down and visit him down there.
They can take their lunch down there?
They can go down there to see him down there at the jail. We'll be sending him back down there at lunchtime.
We'll be going back to the jail.
And they can visit there during the lunch hour? Okay.
Wow.
All right, bring him in.
Sheriff's like, I just want to see, guys, if they mentioned Cole.
This was originally a dual exhibit for both
Okay,
pictures.
no.
They're twice on this.
I don't think it has to
Colt,
have
I meant.
mask, this is binary. I guess there's relevance to some degree, it's pretty low appropriate value as far as the mask goes, but I really just don't see the prejudice in it. But let's do this, I think the jury actually got here early.
See him down there at
All right. So I wanted to make sure, see if they said anything about Colt today.
Left the Jenny's interview at the treehouse and
Yes, sir.
invited Mr. Colin Gray to your office for an interview.
That's correct.
Okay. How did this interview begin? What kind of questions were you talking about at the beginning?
At the beginning, they do like a rapport building phase. They just kind of walk through. Are you talking about the forensic interview?
No, we've moved on. We're at
Okay.
your office and you're interviewing Colin
Okay.
Gray. How did you start your interview with Colin Gray?
Yes, sir. We kind of do a rapport building phase, like I mentioned before, just kind of discussing some background information. In this case, Mr. Gray talked about his family.
The pictures, if we're talking about the pictures about like holding the gun to his head and his mouth, the defense specifically said there is no evidence that he sent these pictures to Colin. So the point of the pictures was not his the prosecution saying, oh, we're not using this to show he was expressing irresponsible behavior with guns, which really is what they're doing, but just his access to guns. It shows that he had access. But the defense specifically said there is no evidence that he sent the pictures to Colin. Now, they went through more pictures that we didn't go through that we'll hear when they put them on. But they're, uh, yeah, so.
Okay. Did you talk about kind of the history of the family and the moving around and that sort of stuff?
He did. He mentioned that they had moved around a lot from beginning in Statham to Fitzgerald. They moved to Jackson County and then ultimately came back to Barrow County.
Okay. Did he talk about his and Colt's relationship with guns?
He did.
Okay. What did you say about that?
He mentioned that that was a way for him and Colt to bond, that he did not like Colt playing video games and being alone so much.
All right. Now you guys are all chatting. It makes me want to go back and listen to the rest of the pretrial. I blooped through because of y'all. What do you think? What do you think? Do we go back, save our blooping room, listen to the rest of the pretrial argument? Um, um, I don't know. Or you guys want to just pick up here and start listening to the interview that they're about to start playing? All right. Kylie, mother of ducks, says, keep going. I mean, we're going to hear it anyway. MJ says, go back. Kitty says, stay here. Yeah. All right. We know how the judge will rule. He's nothing consistent. All right. We're just going to keep going. I probably should have played it out, but Bob would have never let this happen.
So that was something that he did with his father, so he wanted to do with Colt.
Okay. And you talk about kind of the history of the specific guns with him
He
and
did.
Colt. Tell me about that.
So he mentioned that he first purchased Colt a Bushmaster rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they had gone hunting, if I'm recalling this correctly, in his 7th grade year to
All right,
around
Trace.
2022 was his first hunt. And then he talked about that rifle specifically jamming on Colt, and then it kind of scared him. So ultimately, Colin returns that firearm to Mike's gun room, and then purchases another firearm, which was the firearm that was used in the shooting.
Did he say what time period he purchased that second firearm?
The second firearm was purchased for a Christmas present, Christmas of 2023.
Okay.
I'm going to get coffee and water. I'll be listening on my phone.
Did he say after Christmas where the gun was kept?
He did. He said that the gun was kept in his closet. And when I say his closet, I mean Colin Gray's closet. And that was in a bedroom that he shared with his juvenile son, Coley.
Mm-hmm.
And he mentioned that the guns were kept in the closet on the top shelf. The ammunition was also kept in there as well.
Okay. And did he keep that narrative throughout?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Did he change where the gun, Colt's gun specifically, was kept?
He did.
And what did he say about that?
He mentioned on 2 separate occasions that Colt had actually gone into his bedroom, and that Colt had retrieved the firearm from Colin's bedroom and taken it into his room to clean or mess with, take it apart or put some new attachment on it. He said this occurred on at least 2 separate occasions.
Okay.
And then ultimately, towards the end of the interview, Colin admitted that Colt was allowed sometimes to keep the rifle in his room leaned up in the corner.
Did he talk throughout this interview about Colt's tendency towards physical violence?
He did.
Tell us what he said about that.
He mentioned that specifically over the past couple of months, that Colt's whole demeanor had changed, his whole attitude had changed. That he had become more aggressive, that they had gotten into multiple physical altercations, that Colt on one occasion had bull rushed him, that Colt had struck him with his fists in Colin's face. He said that he talked about them wrestling to the ground, talked about a screwdriver being thrown against him. He also
The screwdriver incident, who's throwing to who?
I apologize. That would be Colt Gray throwing the screwdriver at Colin Gray.
Okay.
And then he also mentioned that Colt had done some property damage to the house, that he had punched holes in either the walls or doors in the house.
Did he talk about his daughter Jenny and his son Colt's interactions?
He did.
And what did he say about that?
He mentioned that there was at least one I'm recalling right now is they had gotten into an argument and Jenny had run from him.
And who's him?
Had run from Colt. I apologize.
Okay.
She was kind of scared. I guess there was an altercation going on between Colt and Colin, or Colt and Jenny. And Jenny ultimately ran away and kind of barricaded herself in her bedroom.
Okay. And did he talk about Colt's emotional and mental health problems?
He did.
What did he say about that?
He mentioned that Colt suffered from anxiety, and depression, and then he mentioned this aggression that he had.
Okay. Did he talk about Colt, what kind of treatment he thought Colt needed for this?
He mentioned that he had applied for mental health treatment for Colt through the school.
Did he talk about Colt needing anything more aggressive than just counseling?
He did talk about that, but that was a conversation that he had specifically had with his wife, Marcy.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
Colin told me that Marcy had mentioned that she thought that Colt needed inpatient in-house therapy.
Okay. And did he agree with Marcy on that?
He did not.
Okay. And those pictures you took of Colt's arm, did you show those to him?
I did. About 2 hours into the interview, Colin did not mention anything about Colt self-harming. He did mention that Colt had depression, but didn't mention anything about Colt self-harming. So I showed Colin a picture of Colt's arm, and he did say that he knew about that and that Colt had self-harmed while depressed in Fitzgerald, Georgia. And then after Colt cut himself, he had taken the knife from Colt.
Did he talk about an incident where Marcy and Colt got into a physical altercation over the gun?
He did.
Tell us about that.
I believe it was approximately 2 to 3 weeks prior to, if I'm recalling that correctly. There was a incident where Marcy had confronted Colt in part about the firearms and mentioned getting the firearms out of the home. And during that incident, Colt had pushed Marcy to the ground.
Okay. And did he know about this?
He did.
Okay. Did he say anything about after that incident, whether Marcy asked him to do anything with the guns?
He did. He said that Marcy asked him to put the guns up.
Okay. And did he ever do that?
He says that he put them in his closet.
Okay. And did he ever talk about any sort of locks or anything on his closet?
No, sir. He said there were no locks.
And did you discuss the pictures of the school shooter on Colt's wall?
We did.
Were you aware of those at the time that you were interviewing him?
Yes, sir.
Discovered. Okay. And what did he say about that?
He said that he did not know who that was.
Okay. Did he say anything about asking Colt who it was?
I recall Colin telling me that he believed that that was a guy from Green Day.
Okay.
But he did not say that Colt told him anything about a school shooter.
Did he deny that Colt told him that I was a school shooter?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, had you talked to Kelsey Ward about her interview with the defendant the previous day?
Yes, sir, I had.
Okay. And is what he telling you different from what he told her
Yes, sir.
about that? What specifically was different?
Specifically on where Colin initially said that the firearm was located. Colin, according to my conversation with Special Agent Ward, initially told her that it was allowed to be kept in his bedroom. Here, there was a very, very different kind of 3 separate places that it was kept. That was different, as well as him having knowledge about who was in the kind of pictures that were up on Colt's wall. Special Agent Ward told me that Colin told her that 3 days before the shooting that he was told who that was.
And he denied that to you?
He did.
Did he admit that him and Colt, or that Colt talked about school shooters to him?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
He said that Colt had a very analytical mind, that he noticed very small details. He talked about him looking into researching school shooters or different trials that were going on.
Okay. At this point in your investigation, had you
So I just want to say, and I don't know, maybe you guys know, and maybe we'll hear more of it in the interview when he said that this self-harming happened, but that's huge. Knowledge that your child is self-harming, the state is stacking up the red flags as dad saw them. So this has now gone beyond, oh, and the thing about the mom. We've been saying that. Did anyone tell dad that they had a fight over the guns? Did anyone tell dad what happened? And obviously we'll hear it as he describes it. I know there was some questions yesterday, like, did mom try to pull it and she fell back? Did she push him? So, and again, what really happened doesn't matter. What dad was told happened, what dad thought happened, that's what matters. But those two things there are just piling red flag on top of red flag that this defendant had personal knowledge of.
you seen anything on Colt's phone?
No, sir.
Okay.
Wait, let me
You
just go
seen,
back.
okay. At this point in your investigation, had you seen anything on Colt's phone?
No, sir.
Okay. What happened at the end of the interview?
At the end of the interview,
Absolutely.
I did confront Colin about the inconsistencies in his statement, and ultimately I placed Colin under arrest.
Okay. Have you had a chance to watch the video of your interview with Colin Gray?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it act?
All right, so now he's just laying foundation. But I just want us to keep in mind as we watch that, warrant is already issued. The warrant is already issued. So I suspect we'll see much of a demeanor in their rapport building as we saw in the officer yesterday, and there's nothing, unlawful about lying and building a fake rapport. It's just how skilled they are at it.
Truly reflects on tender sticks as it came 185 points. It starts with them going in the room, a quick introduction, and then Mr. Smith, Investigator Smith, leaves the room. So we're going to cut through that. That is going to be, he leaves the room at 0040, comes back, and that's in State's Exhibit 1.3, 9:30, and so 6 minutes. So, but that's just for the record.
2.5 hours.
Yes, Your Honor. The first one's going to be, when you take the stuff out, it's 41 minutes. Part 2 is 67 minutes, and Part 3 is 47 minutes.
Oh man. We got a day of listening to the defendant, people.
And then I'm gonna let you sit next door for a second.
All right, this is on this is boosted. I don't hear that background sound issue, but I'll keep an eye in chat to see if you guys think the boost needs to go off if the sound gets difficult.
I'm gonna go grab my notes and I'll be right back with you, okay? You need anything? No, sir, I'm good to go. Okay. I will be right back. Yeah, I'm not gonna lock the door until it says. It's all good.
Tamer, you may think that generally, but think about the issues where if you are a parent and you allow your kids to have other kids or them in the house drinking, and then they leave your house and get into and kill somebody, you're on the hook, civilly and criminally.
Okay. I apologize for that. I have not gone to the bathroom, all today.
Yeah.
All good. So I promise I'll wash my hands. All good. I'm going to introduce myself again. Yeah. My name is Investigator James Smith. I'm with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah.
And you're Mr. Colin Gray, correct? Okay.
Sorry, we're meeting like this.
No, yeah. Unfortunately, that happens. And I'm going to apologize beforehand because I'm going to get 1,000 text messages and emails, and I'm trying to keep them, turn all them off right now.
That's when this interview is.
So I've heard a little bit, I understand that you talked with law enforcement. I heard a little bit about, kind of your statements to them. I'm just gonna go ahead and explain my involvement. Yesterday, we were here at the office, we got the call. Sure. Go out to the high school, and while at the high school, after everything was secure, and you know, the medics assisted with life-saving measures and everything like that. I conducted an interview with your son. Okay, he did,
Guys, I just missed it because I was looking at the chat. Did he say something like, those are just your rights? That was there any acknowledgement that maybe he gave him his read him his rights already? And I know this was already addressed at pretrial, but now we're in a police department with no windows, with a closed door, and he has a search warrant in his pocket. So, you know, but did the defendant come down there willingly? Was he just asked to come on down? Come on down.
we respected his rights. He was read Miranda, you know,
He's expecting not to watch,
yeah, he was very respectful. Yes, sir. No, sir. And he basically
Confessed.
explained to us what he did. I mean, he explained to us exactly what we observed on the cameras.
Okay, well, let me have it. What the hell did he say? Like, what happened?
Okay, so, and I'll get into that, answer many of your questions as soon as possible. But in order for me to kind of help better articulate that to you, it's kind of like when you work a case like this, it's kind of like putting together a puzzle.
Yeah.
And right now, I don't have a very good view of what's going on.
Yes.
So I understand he's been solely living with you for the past couple of years, give or take. And while we're talking, is it okay if I take some notes?
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing.
Okay, good.
Was it all right if I take some notes?
Because my memory, well, it's okay some days. Colin, you spell your name C-O-L-I-N?
Yes.
Okay. You have a middle name?
No, no,
No middle name. Colt doesn't have a middle name either.
yeah. Colin Jr., my little one, is 8.
You don't have a middle name either. Okay.
It goes back to my dad's side of the family.
Just no middle name.
All the boys, all the way back to the Mayflower.
Okay.
CG.
Wow.
And I was married when I was young, like.
I was wondering why everybody had that CG like.
Yeah, so I was married when you're about to be 20 or whatever, you know everything, and
Uh-huh.
moved out, got married, had 2 older daughters, Brittany and Brooke.
I did not skip through any of the recording. I played the recording from when it started.
And
You said Brittany and Brooke.
Brittany and Brooke, yeah, and,
Where do they live?
they live over in Woodstock with their mom.
Okay. How old are they?
They are 26 and 20.
Tamer is allowed to her opinion.
So, yeah,
Who's 26?
the older one is Brittany. Brooke is the younger one.
Well, why don't they have, CG in their names? Just boys that?
That was just girls, yeah, so I told my dad, I said, it ended with me, Pops, I'm like, I'm really sorry, I have a lot of history, and he laughed, and I'm like, I said, something funny? He was like, you'll be married again, boy, I'm like, "You-
Wow, thanks, Claire.
Mine." I said,
Welcome.
"I'm
Hi.
I'm like,
Good morning.
"You want me to go through this?" He
Then you got married again?
Got
I know you usually go, never said that.
And that's exactly what he said, and I'm like, I'm telling you, I can tell you where I was standing, what I was wearing.
Right.
Yeah, and he was right. So got married.
Oh, people usually are.
Yeah, when I get to the other side, I'm sure he's got a lot to say to me.
Oh, yeah.
We found out she was having a baby, I'm like,
Who's name, baby?
I'll soon to be ex-wife.
Oh,
Colt. Colt.
Oh, okay.
And I said, oh my God, I said, the first word you heard was mine.
some pressure guys.
Mhm.
Second one was like, God, that was a boy.
Uh,
She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, no pressure. I said, I just said to the boy. She's like, no, tell me, son. It was back. She was like,
uh,
I didn't find out till later. She was like, I felt so much pressure
Yeah.
to make a boy.
Yeah.
But, they're all one secondaries and that.
I ain't on her, that's on you, making boys and
I
girls.
know, and I just remember when I went in there, I'm like, where'd my wife go?
Yeah.
She asked me to get water, so I got me to her back. She had went in there and told me, God, turn it on, I need to know how to prepare myself, and it was what more.
Was it?
And after it's all said and done,
Yeah.
right, I walk in, I'm like, well, thanks for waiting, and he's got these little egg over his belly, he's like,
Yeah.
are you ready? And I'm like, yeah.
There.
He's like, okay. You know what that is? And I'm like, out the door down the hallway in the parking lot, call my dad, because he was just, dementia and colon cancer, wasn't like taking him over yet, but you could see right on the wall. So I was like, hang on, I'm trying to give him a carrot. Like, you can, we'll push through this together because you're my grandson. Wow! And he was just so happy. You know, Colt.
So you were only his only grandson?
Yeah.
So Gray Day was on with you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
Okay, well, let's get back to, which one's older, Brittany or Brooke?
Brittany.
Brittany's older. Brittany, is she a Gray?
She is a Gray.
She is a Gray. She already.
She may be divorced now, back to Gray. I'm not sure where all that stands yet.
Okay. So what's your date of birth?
8/10/70.
8/10/70. And you have a telephone number?
I do. Y'all got my work number. This is recently.
We mean, I got your work number.
Y'all got my work phone.
Oh, they're doing it. See, again, that's why I'm in here.
Okay.
I'm trying to put these together.
I'm no GBI, book agent there, just what we're doing right here, went through the whole thing. She's
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna say, this is my work phone and my work laptop.
Well, I'm sure they're gonna get that back to you.
That's what she said, and I'm like, okay, but I still need to let my boss know.
Yeah.
Like.
Were you able to let your boss know?
I have a Gmail account. And
Okay.
I just sent him an email and said, hey, I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
And like, his name is Kevin Price, he's out of Athens, like, he knows that.
What's that name sound?
Because he's in the area, he's good to go to church, going there, you know.
What does he own?
He owns, Kevin Price General Contracting, and then,
Okay.
as I'm getting to know the man, he's tied to a ton of stuff in Athens.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar, Kevin Price General Contracting.
Yes, sir.
How long you been working there?
I started, May, beginning of May.
Beginning of May? Oh, that's pretty recent.
Yeah.
What did you do before that?
I've done the same thing my whole career, as commercial building superintendent. I'm in charge of building from dirt up high rises, hospitals, whatever.
Yeah, you just bring everybody together, make it happen.
They hand me the drawings and say, go make that happen. So
Yeah,
that's what I do.
Your address, is that 896, Harrison Mill Road? Okay, I just wanna make sure. I'll go ahead and write that down. Before I write it down, I wanna make sure that, you know how I don't know if you ever played the telephone game in school, where you start out telling one thing, and by the time it comes all the way back around, it's not even that.
Exactly.
That's one of the reasons that I'm in here talking to you now.
Yeah.
How long you lived at Harrison Mill Road?
It was a year this past June, we signed a 2-year lease.
Okay, leasing the house.
Mm-hmm.
What you think about Barrow?
This is where they were all born.
Really?
You know, they're off of Beach Creek Road.
Oh, yeah.
All except for little Colt.
Yeah, I know.
We moved from Beach Creek, we bought a farm in Statham, and that's really where we lived for the majority of our life.
Okay. How long did you live out at Beach Creek?
Oh, man, probably 10 years or so.
Okay.
8, 9, something like that. It was a long time.
Okay.
All the kids they started off with state elementary and Helping Hands used to be right there, so it's for us.
Yeah. What's Helping Hands?
It was the daycare that was
Oh, okay.
like a pathway from
Yeah.
school to the daycare.
Oh, yeah.
It was really great for us.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
So did you live at Beach Creek before you moved to that land?
So yeah, we sold everything right about the start of COVID. I had a spine fusion, had 2 back surgeries, and it left me ruptured a disc, slowed door guy was out working late. I'm like, it's just me. I said, well, I'll put the door on the hinges, you screw up full height doors. Like, okay, this is '07, and much younger, much better shape. I grabbed that door, and I'm like, as soon as I picked up that door, it's like, sort of sounded like a knuckle popped into my back. I'm like, wasn't immediate. I set the door down, I'm like, all right. Yeah, I sat down for a second, I'm like, man. As soon as I was straight up, I'm like, wow, on the floor. Take the emergency room, couldn't talk, couldn't nothing. Like, I've never felt anything like that. I've never been stitched up, never been in the hospital, like nothing.
So what they do for you?
Gave me a big old shot of morphine. I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'll just take that.
Feel good.
He cut the stretch morphine. I'm like, oh, perfect. So I can get that gut. He was like, I'll show you a picture. But yeah, it's like, what is that? He goes, he said, I call it crap. He said, you have ruptured your disc and blown out everything on the inside and gone down your nerve channels and back to the legs. And it's hard.
So what is it? He said, use everything you got?
He said, I can fix it. I've done Barcelona, they screwed the laminectomy in '07. I was 9 months to go. Same damn thing happened again. I was on the table 10 months later. Stitched up everything, cut a piece of my vertebrae off, packed it behind the disc, keep it in place, and I was supposed to be the fix. And it did for 5 or 6 years, right? And just pain, more and more pain. So I go see specialists, give them a rundown. Here's all my medical stuff. Like, we need to do a quick MRI. Like, no problem. Get the MRI. Like, oh, I'm like, well, that doesn't sound good. He said, your disc is leaking fluid into your spinal cord and spinal canal. I'm like,
I was like, wait a minute, let me make sure I'm unmuted. There is an arrest warrant at this point. It's got it in his back pocket. I mean, not literally, but yes. And, he's asking a lot of these questions like, let me have your address, because they want to make it seem like this is just run of the mill information, like I'm asking stuff that you've got nothing to worry about here, so, and now this is all part of the rapport building. And this is why I always tell people, please come to talk to you for 2 reasons. Either they're about to arrest you, they have enough to arrest you, and they just want to get whatever more they can get from you. But either way, you're about to be arrested. Or they do not have enough on you, and they are desperately hoping you're going to give them something so then they can turn around and arrest you. That's it. Unless you've just witnessed, um, you know, uh, an actual crime, they're not. You're. This is, that's the only two reasons they come and talk to you. But both times it's because they're just confirming whatever they already think. All right, let's keep going. This is gonna take a while.
I can't, have another surgery. I can't do this recovery with a pain in the ass. It's like, this is totally different. They go through the front instead of I said, you go through the front of my belly, you go to my spine. I'm like, it kind of seems like you're
Thanks again, Aaron. Double up.
Hey, man, they do some weird surgery.
Yeah, so I like anything, I verified who he was. Like, oh, shit, this guy's like he rewrote the book. He really did for this surgery, the fusion. Right. So he's gonna give me it. So he went through the front, and the bracket is on this side of my spine, not on my back. So
it's on this one,
yeah, so sore, like every kid, I can't rub it because it's hurting. I can't get to it.
I'm gonna take you recover from that.
Thanks again, Cody.
You're probably rusted back because I can't.
Good morning.
Problems now.
The second MRI bracket's supposed to be in there just like this,
Yeah.
in there about 11 o'clock. And this screw is like just rubs against the nerves. Like the only thing.
How do you work?
Just work. For a very, very long
At least they
time.
give you pain medication when that pops off and hits your nerve?
Correct. And I'm like, I don't really take any of that. I'm afraid. So you're gonna be able to speed here really fast. And I'm like, I'm good. I said, I have so many people I'm responsible for in the job. I don't like that shit. I said, I don't drink or nothing like that. I'm good. Try to tough it out. Advil. This is not, working. And it's like, so we'll start you on some low grade, hydrocodone basically. I'm like, okay, never had it, what you do. So that was 08, and start taking that to be able to get to work and, handle everything. So as time went along.
Where were you working at then?
I was working for Legally Construction out of that area. I was there for almost 10 years. And built a big railroad job downtown. It's just a big $100 million project.
Golly.
I just was bullshit with the CEO of the railroad, and I didn't know who that man was.
Right.
How much power he actually had. And we comes out there, he's like, hey, y'all gotta get it down from 120 million. He's like, I like you, man. You're gonna do it for us, and he's gotta run it all. I'm like,
I'll come back to it. I'll flag your
so I had to
starting
estimate
comment.
the effort and the time for it. It's 6-7 days a week for months. But it was me building my career, and this was my stable job.
Yeah.
I've been working my whole life to get there, so.
Is that normal work week for you, or was it just that?
Yeah, that project, it was cameras and all that, so that led to, really just looking, COVID started, I had that second back surgery, and just, like I kept pushing it, going back early, more pain pills, like, didn't know it at the time, it's like, man, it's like taking these pain medications, it's not working. So I go to the doctor, I'm like, look, I'm taking this stuff, and there's nothing happening. So, fast forward for, I don't know, a couple of years, I guess, and as it has turned out, I don't know when she started, I just know that she started. And basically going in, taking my pain meds,
Oh, okay.
and putting like, if you look at an E-blade Tylenol,
Yeah.
you have to look.
Yeah.
I don't look, I'm just taking them, I didn't know that was going on. And it's like, kind of had an idea, started paying attention to what I was thinking, like the numbers were all different, so it was like, all right, so I just kind of set a trap in the kitchen to see who or what was happening, it was her.
Right.
So that's where that initial kind of breach of our marriage started right there. And it's like,
Okay, we'll get there.
yeah,
We'll get there.
That's kind of how we ended up moving and all that stuff. So,
Okay. So you moved from B Street, and then you said you went to,
Yeah.
Statham, Water Farm, Statham?
yeah, exactly.
Okay. Where were you at in Statham?
Bear Creek Road.
Rather than Bear Creek Road?
Yes, sir.
How long you guys live there?
So I said about 80, 90 years or so, long enough that my parents are part of their ashes.
Spit, I assume that goes equally for tea. Guys can't have any tea over there?
Buried on that farm.
Are they really? Was that supposed to be the forever home?
Yeah, I was supposed to be the forever home.
What happened with that?
She kind of started going really downhill.
About shooting at Marcy?
Yeah, just like, had a really good job, engineer. I'm like feeling pressure to carry all the bills, and it's a lot to run all of that. Paying bills, boats, all that stuff, to be honest, just never made that.
My professional medical opinion, if you can't have coffee, you can't have tea, since the only thing in the coffee is the caffeine. That's my unprofessional, professional, layman medical opinion, but professional, because I fully believe it, but I don't know.
Money a year of my life, and really, like, And this is the control that
And now Dad's all about
never
therapy.
for me, our family, we've never had more.
I mean, right? He's like, oh, this whole therapy thing, this actually works pretty good, you know? Um, yeah, yeah. Boy, I can't wait for them to like get out of this rapport building. Let's go. Keep rapport building.
You know, it's clear on buying, make the kids happy with buying campers and stuff like that, you know? So we made the decision that I was gonna kind of step back.
Welcome.
And we can sell our farm and make a kilo profit, which we did. And just step back. She had a death in the family, the grandmother's house down in Fitzgerald was just sitting. And she said, let's just, you go heal. She had a job lined up with Georgia Pacific down there. I'm like, okay, house is paid for, truck's paid for, everything's good. I can get into a little more involvement with the kids, which is what I was missing. So we went down there and we called mine, you know, we started playing football. We won the little state title down there, doing everything that I.
Yes, the jury is watching this.
So you moved to Fitzgerald after the farm?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the issue that we just discussed about followed us down there. And
You talking about the substance abuse stuff?
yes, sir. So our parents were a block away, so we followed
How
us
long you down in Fitzgerald for?
about 8, maybe 9 months. It wasn't long. And
Where'd you go after that?
I called back up here after like their mom and all, like, you see what's happening, you need to get her help right now. And whatever that looks like, that's fine, I'm gonna take the kids, we're gonna go back home, I don't wanna be down here.
Welcome, Christine.
I said, I have to make a call and get a job and come back up here, and she needs help. She needs to be put in place and helped. Like, I can't do this anymore, the kids,
Is that when you moved up to Jefferson?
yeah, so we came back, I made a phone call.
So let me ask you guys this, okay? Because we know all of this. None of this is going to get interesting for us until he starts talking or denying what he knew, what texts he got, that kind of thing. But if you're the jury, and you're hearing that first interview that we listened to yesterday, where I don't give a shit that the prosecution kind of fleshed out like you were just rapport building. I don't know that all of the jurors necessarily grasp that that officer was making up the fact that she thought he was an amazing father. But let's try to get out of our own heads and out of what we think and don't think about necessarily what he is accused of even now. Just what he's saying, how he's saying it. Do you think that the jurors are thinking this guy does sound like a decent guy? This guy does sound like he was trying to be a good dad. Again, just like the sort of subconscious opinion of him given what he's saying and how he says it, because I'll say with the grandmother, with Mamu not saying anything bad about dad, I don't think um I'm sorry, not mentioning abuse by dad, because definitely the failure to get your kid the medical attention they need, all of those things you know make you a bad dad. But I just think that they might relate to him in every other way. Um, so I don't know. I don't know. Just put that out there. I'll put up your comments as they come in.
I was like, yeah, come on, we'll hire you tomorrow. So came back up here, lived up here for probably a month, just trying to save money to get everybody to move back up here. So best school area.
I mean, that is true. Yeah. That everything the cop said was bullshit. Um, Even when I started to think maybe she really meant that comment there, just, later realized, okay, stop being stupid, Allie. That was bullshit. She went immediately from there to get a warrant. The whole thing was, um, Sorry, I was reading one of these comments, but um, I can't actually answer the question right now anyway. But I'm just saying, I still think it's possible. Now, the lying should have skewed their opinion of him in that interview. Like that's the thing we have to think about with yesterday's interview. Even if they were starting to be like, he does sound like he was trying to do the right things. The fact that he did not show them most of the text, but not the ones about, hey, dad, we both know what this is. I don't want to talk about it via text. You know, have you talked to your brother? Have you talked to your brother? Have you talked to your brother? Like the text that he did not show our consciousness of guilt. And I think that even if they were starting to be like, you know what, it did sound like he was, trying that as of now, once that happened, they saw through it. And as of now, what makes you think they're going to look through this all with a different lens? And it makes sense why you play this video. You play the first one before the daughter, the second one after the daughter, because now they know he told his daughter to lie. But I'm more speaking of it from a kind of subconscious, like it's sort of like Karen says, I think he comes off as a decent guy in these interviews. It's, you know, that's possible that people are taking even subconsciously kind of relating to him, and a lot of what he says that's not about this hitting home for them, so that's kind of what I I'm wondering. We've got some people saying I think so, and then you got Polly like not a fucking chance. Everybody's seeing through this. It's you know, but all right, let's keep going.
Would be Jefferson as far as rent. And I don't know what happened before and after COVID, but like rent is like,
Yeah.
stupid. So we found what we could afford in Jefferson, moved in there, and really, me and the kids were good, just doing our every day.
And Marcy called you back up here?
She did, she came back up probably.
How long ago was it? Yeah.
Say we were
Absolutely
probably
no
there about
excuse.
7 or 8 months.
I don't want anyone to think that that's what I'm suggesting, that people see that as like an excuse for what he did. I'm just saying, like, keep calling it subconscious, but just as a uh, general feel for the guy, like what they feel for him generally, ignoring everything. I think there might be a lot of people on the jury who can relate to him outside of all of the all of the shit he did wrong, outside of what he's accused of doing. I mean, some people come in there and their personality, their attitude, you kind of are irked by them as soon as they start to move and talk. Um, so that's kind of what I'm saying. But he's about to get in here about um some more about what happened when Marcy came.
Same thing. She came up and it was just a shit show, and no effort, no nothing, drinking all the time.
Oh no, this
I was
is
at work,
earlier.
home still in bed, so that wasn't going to work. So,
You stayed in that one house for those few months and then you moved to,
so I had her mom come over to take her,
mhm.
and I told Will all we wanted to do was mom. So the grandmother came up, so Marcy and Will called me, and Jenny said she wanted to just go down there for a little while, come back and kind of flip flop. She wasn't sure yet, but called me, I was gonna stay. I'm like, okay. So we stayed. Colt was doing his everyday thing. It was like 7th grade, good schools. Somewhere along the line, 7th grade, some bullying started. I went to the school and was like, hey, what's going on? My son is, coming home and say there's, people are like picking on him, and
What were they doing to him?
well, he's obviously he was just kind of a quiet kid. He doesn't know, he's not really gonna walk up and be the center of the show, he said. He told me, he's like, I was eating lunch at the dinner table by myself, and there's a group of guys and a couple of girls, and were making fun of him for sitting down there by himself and just mocking him or whatever, which That was the original going to school before this.
Yeah.
Just going crazy, you know, here's what we're gonna do. Met with, went to school, told this is what's going on. I said, I don't have exact names, I can give you what he's telling me. These people are, so I don't think he was.
What school was this, you remember?
Yeah, this is, Jefferson Middle School.
Jefferson Middle?
Yes.
How long you go there?
He was there for the time that we moved into that house.
Okay.
So,
So you went to Statham and State schools for a little bit?
yeah, he went to Statham and then when we
Was
were
he
done,
bullying in Statham?
no, nothing like that.
I just started in Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we went back, and I'm like, all right, so as soon as escalated, now the kid, one of the kids, he's eating lunch will come by, while he's sitting there eating lunch, or flip him in the ear. So I said, so for me, now they're making contact with him, like, can we just have a place in the school where Colt can come set up shop? And he's a really smart kid, like, he's really good at school. She's like, well, we don't operate that way, and we'll get counselors involved, which they did. And it just never really, you know? So, I don't know, we talked about different things. I'm like, you gotta, on this computer and just gaming crap, and for me, I'm just.
When did that start?
As soon as he could just get to school, it seemed like it was gaming and PlayStations, and then from
Like,
PlayStation.
Did it happen before 7th grade or after 7th grade?
Their gaming and stuff.
Yeah.
As soon as like middle school started, that's when it was PlayStations and Xboxes. And for me, I'm like, no.
So he played football and all that in elementary
Yeah,
school?
yeah. And for me, I'm like, I don't want you sitting in front of the screen. I'm this all day. That's not how I was raised. I want to show you how I dealt with things growing up. It wasn't always easy. I said, you know, I deer hunted for my first memory. You know, and I thought that's how I could just bond with him one-on-one and just kind of work some stuff out with him. He'll maybe relax and tell him what's going on, and we can just build off of that.
When did you guys start deer hunting?
How
old was he?
Not last year, it was the year before that, the ending of that year. So once it's 24, 22, so 22, I guess.
2022 is when you started deer hunting.
Mm-hmm.
How old was he when 12? 12?
Yeah, 12 going
I
on.
started about 7th grade.
Yeah, yeah. So got my plumber I was working with, like, holy man, this is great. He said, come out to the house, got a big farm. He said, I'll set you guys up a blind. And y'all can show up here in the morning and I'll walk down. I'm like, last day of the season too, I'm like, dude, we're not gonna shoot nothing because we ain't gonna see nothing. I said, it's just about the process for him. So, I wanna try to light a cookie right here. He's like, I got it. I'm like, okay. So great guy, great thing. Bill us a nice blind. Sure, my son comes up and I'm looking through binoculars and he's looking and he starts shaking. I'm like, what's wrong? He's like, I'm like, okay, so we got that whole thing was a little buck. And he knows I was little, the first year I shot was a broken horn, 5 foot tall. He shoots that deer, falls straight up. Couldn't believe it. The gun jam, that was the only bad thing. So
He shot it?
He shot it. Like we had gone to the range, up in both ranges actually, Charlie Elliott, the one up in by, Big Razor, I think it's what it is.
Go ahead, Charlie. He shot his first deer in 2022.
Yeah, yeah. And
What kind of gun was he using then?
so that was a Bushmaster 450. And
How hard of an ammo will shoot?
I don't know.
That's okay, you know.
Yeah, because I bought it from Mike's.
What kind of gun? I'm not a gun expert. What kind of gun is it?
So, the Bushmaster is kind of like I said, when I told Mike, I said he's little. I want to scare him when he pulls the trigger. I said, something that's not too big, but I don't want to wound the deer. When he pulls the trigger, I want the deer to go down. I said, I don't even want to think about that. So, he's like, hey, this Bushmaster's good. It'll do the trick.
Is that like a hunting rifle or is that like a AR-15?
Yeah, and that's what me, I said, man, like the AR platform, shotgun, they've got that look. I said, that's kind of what he's excited about. And so Mike was like, here, let's try this Bushmaster. I'm like, okay. We only held 5, or 3 actually in the clip. I'm like, okay, that'll be a good start. So, just him and I, we sit down on the floor, we go
Not a
to
hunting rifle, right?
Uh,
Is it like an old wood kind?
no, it's a plastic AR
Oh,
laptop.
okay. You said it had 3 rounds in that.
Yeah, it's really a small mag, and I'm like, you only need one.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
So.
Did he want a bigger bag?
He just thought that, yeah, he wanted more bullets, and he just thought that it was like, he said, you know, can I break this? He has a little pellet gun.
Right.
He's like, can I put my pellet gun in a holster and walk down the woods? And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So we sat down on the floor and went over everything that we were gonna do and not do with these weapons in the house.
Okay.
There's a no bullshit rule in this house. That's how that's gonna be, or they're gone. And that was.
Oh, there's no bullshit rule in this house. There's a no bullshit rule in this house. There any bullshit, the guns are gone. Really. That's the rule. That's the rule. All right, let's see what he's saying here. Just got a no bullshit rule, people. I'll go back 10 seconds.
Never house. That's how that's gonna. There's a no bullshit rule in this house. That's how that's gonna be, or they're gone.
Gone.
And that was never have a loaded weapon in that house.
We're kind of jumping around a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Not get too far.
So that was Jefferson.
Oh, the cop's like, oh, I don't want to hear you say that. No. So what he's saying here is the no bullshit rule. There was never to be a loaded gun in the house. Well, I mean, how about there never to be access to a gun that then can be loaded?
Basically.
Okay, so Jefferson is the first time he really kind of got in. When did, what, you said you went to Charlie Elliott?
Yeah,
How many times did you take him to Charlie Elliott?
I'd say probably twice.
Twice?
Yeah,
What did y'all shoot while you were there?
we shot, I had a deer rifle, a very late deer rifle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that anymore. He shot his Bushmaster, and
I'll tell you this much. Dad has no clue that they've got a warrant and that he is being arrested at the conclusion of this interview. They're going to great lengths to give him no reason to suspect. He is going to be arrested at the end of this interview. Now, do I wish they would have read him his rights? Yes. But had they read him his rights, he schmoozing him into confessing by manipulation, relating to him, those kind of things I've got no issue with, like as long as his rights are read and it's just like a schmoozing thing. It's once you start using those other tactics and, all of you trial watchers know what other tactics are. They can range from everything. So I'm just saying, the more harassing, the back and forth, obviously I still think faking evidence is an issue, especially when you do it like to the extent if you watched Richard Allen that they do it, where they just keep insisting it, and it might lead you to think, holy shit, like I'm fucked here even though I did nothing. But I do think that it's clear at this point, come day 2, and Dad is going to try and say whatever he can to, make him less, responsible, to make it seem like he did more than he did to control the access to the guns. Obviously, I mean, he knows that this is an issue. But let's keep going. Keep vomiting.
I had a shotgun. He never shot the shotgun.
Okay. The shotgun. He
shot all three of those?
He wouldn't shoot my,
No, no, the bullets are hidden. They're hidden on top of the closet under the clothes. There might have been an invisible cloak. I'm not sure about that one though.
dear, I was scared.
Okay.
That was sarcasm, people.
Well, why was you scared of it?
Because it's just big and loud. And he said, you know, it kicked me back. He just didn't want anything to do with that.
You went to another shooting range?
Yeah,
Which one was that?
I want to say it's Big Laser.
Big Laser.
Yeah, in Banks County. I think up there along the what's called the Tanger Outlet.
Okay. How many times you guys go there?
I think only twice on there as well.
Okay.
Because once we moved, it's,
Did y'all shoot something different up there?
no,
Same guns?
yeah, we got rid of the AR, the Bushmaster, that's what I was trying to tell you, because it jammed.
Yeah.
Called Mike, I'm like, I can't get the bullet out of here. So literally had to, took it apart, so it wouldn't, you know, but still had a round hung up there.
Okay.
Took it back to Mike, I'm like, hey, I can't, he's excited, he's hooked, this works.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I just need to size it down or something that's not gonna do this with him. Because now they're all scared of it, I don't want him
So
to
you took that first gun, you got it set free, took it back to, who did you buy that from?
Mike's gun ring.
Oh, Mike? Okay, yeah. Is that who you buy all your
Oh,
guns?
yeah.
Yeah.
I saw the sheriff in there one day, dang, you are the biggest sheriff I've ever seen.
I don't know if I think, he's tall now.
He's tall, you know what I mean? I'm like, God,
Yeah. So you went up to Mike's gun ring, what you got straight
So
on?
what we talked about was, like, the guy was leasing land from, we were talking about, like, he really likes his hunting, the whole aspect of it.
Mhm.
I said, we were talking about, I was telling him coyote hunting during the summertime is how we kind of keep track of the land, put cameras, like, I'm going through the whole deal for him, right?
Like, this is out of the house, the farmland in Salem?
Yeah, no, this is as he grew up, and we were at the shooting range, and I tell him all the hunting range to do as a kid. And I said, where you shot that deer, it's just run over, with coyotes and killing.
Where do you guys hunt at?
So it's out, my plumber's got family land, it's like 20 acres, it's just right out behind his house. And I said, we can get a different style weapon, and we can work our way up to where you feel confident shooting a gun. They'll say,
So what do you upgrade to after this?
nothing, we just left it at that, and I told Mike, I just need to think about it and talk about it with him. How does he deal with that jamming, messing with him or anything like that? So for Christmas, we were talking, and he said, Daddy, he said, I would really like to get another AR. He said, but I'm scared of the jam. I said, okay. He goes, he said, what? He said, that the AR that I had, I said, that's a 223 round. Just, you know, that's our coyote and our pig hunt gun.
Is that what you have?
That's what I have.
Okay. What kind of AR do you have?
I have, it's not a name brand, it's, I'll say, it's a Franklin or a Johnson, it's just, like
And it's 223?
yeah, 223. So,
So you wanted one of those?
yeah,
What you said for Christmas, was it Christmas of seventh grade year?
this past Christmas,
Okay, so 2023.
yeah, we were living in our house where we are now.
Did you guys shoot or anything between seventh grade and?
Just at the ranges, those maybe one time, and one time I started with school, I just was focused on getting into school, not really going and doing any shooting and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Then all that kind of stuff went down with his mom, and she got into a whole shitload of trouble, so I just kind of shelved all that, so we could get it calm.
Okay. So after everything calmed down,
Yeah.
you got an AR for Christmas?
Yeah, I said, you know,
Bought that from Mike's too?
yeah, I said, the whole goal here was using it as a carrot, like, he had so much fun, we bonded, like, I
That was
wanted,
his gun, right? That was for him?
it was for him,
Yeah.
but, like, it didn't say in his room or anything, it was all in my closet right there, but when we go shooting, that's when I let him shoot.
Okay.
So,
is that where you kept the guns in the house, in your closet?
yeah,
Was that where they were the other day?
that's where I thought they were, yeah. Couple days before, I had bought him just, I'm a single dad, like, I pay for all this, so I can't, like, go do all this on a whim for him, you know, so I'm like, hey, I'll try to upgrade your scope. I know it's shitty, but I said it's enough for us to go shoot in the range. You shot a deal with it, you're good, you know, and more moving. He was worried about, I was explaining foresight and just all of this in the effort for him to be safe with a weapon.
Okay. What did you bought him something to upgrade the rifle?
No, it's just a laser cartridge that you put in there, shoots a laser,
Okay.
and you just look at your scope.
Okay.
And so that came in and he had it.
So the laser, what is it?
Yeah, it's like a 223 round with a laser in it.
Oh.
And when you put it in the barrel, it turns on the force like your scope. And I said, the whole effort with the hunting and the rifles and whatnot was, hey, bad boy, you keep doing good in school, doing these good things, making good grades, which he was, then this is something that we will do, it's not like a carrot.
Yeah.
That's a-
Kind of like the bride, you know, like,
Correct,
hey,
correct.
you do all this, you go to school,
Correct.
we can shoot, you know?
Yeah, and it's always been like us, our family, mama just totally shit canned us, and it's just us now. And we have to just be together. I can't go on with and buy things like that right now.
So where, I've been out to your house, where's your house, or where's your room in relation to?
Yeah, so, when you go down the hallway, Colt's room is on the right.
Mm-hmm.
And when we first moved into that house, it should be in Colt.
Is it one story, two story?
One story.
Okay.
Ranch house. And Jenny, his sister, she was like, Dad, I'll come back up and stay with y'all. I miss you, don't like it really down here. It's like, no problem, Mom's in trouble. I'm like, I'll be there in the morning. About a week goes by, we're trying to get things ready. I get a call from DFAC in the middle of the night and all that. I'm sure that you read about her mom, his mom. No. So phone rings 2 o'clock.
When is this?
Huh?
When is this?
This is here recently, probably, I can't give you the exact date, 6, 7, she's been coming out for 8 months, before it's all 76, so 8.5 months ago. Down there, living with parents, and, painkillers, graduated to that. I had no clue. DFAC later on, I'm like, well, my kids, I thought, 2 DUI, and she's like, well, she was driving, I can't tell you until I see you, stuff's got to be signed, I got legal, I'm like, she's like, can you be here tonight? I'm like, it's like almost 2 in the morning, it'll be 4 hours.
And you and Marcy, you are married, right?
We're married, we're not divorced,
So,
we're not legally.
yeah, you're separated but legally.
Correct. I did know my kids, I probably.
So Marcy got a DUI on.
No, that's what I thought. So I'm like, okay, I said, I'll come, it's gonna be middle, like 4 or 5 in the morning. She's like, okay, let's just meet there at 7:30.
That freaked me out. Someone in the courtroom must have did a little cough or cleared their throat. And I was like, what was that? Like forgetting that there are people in the room watching this that could make a noise that we hear. So Bibi or Bebe asked, so wait, did he have access to the trigger locks and just didn't apply them to firearms? Yes, they were safely secured in a Ziploc bag inside. What would that be? The gun case? I don't know. I don't know if that's a lockbox that was unlocked, whatever the case may be. And to Tamer's question, no, he would not be liable if he had trigger locks on the gun and Colt took them off, unless, as I've mentioned earlier, he had knowledge that Colt knew how to get around those trigger locks. I think that's part of the issue here is that he did have trigger locks immediately accessible, and that could have. I understand. I forget whose comment it was earlier that those things are very easy to. Oh, right. It was our 3L. It was our 3L. Pseudo snark. All right, I got to take this call. So let's keep going.
You need to tell me what this is about, I have no idea.
This is
You
Allison.
just know that, your kids are safe, you just come down here and get them. And, okay, so Colt and I are riding down there, he's like, what do you think? He says, I'm like, I have no idea. So we get there, we go to her mom and dad's house, open their door, and we sit in her living room, she gets her phone out, she's like, okay. Marcy, they gave her a hair blood test, she starts reading the results.
Why did they give her hair blood test?
Her sister apparently, that, I never got the whole story.
She had all the kids down there.
She had my little one,
Oh,
and Jimmy. Yeah, Colt and Jimmy, Colt was with him. And I'm like, at that time, I started thinking, I was like, okay, this is why Jimmy's going to come back, something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but, I had issues with drinking, that's wrong.
So what was the result of all that?
So they read it all, I'm like, yep. She said the prescription for Adderall, that was in there, opioids were in there, and the high wine or high alcohol content, like, and I'm just like, golly, I know all this. And she said, I've been doing this for X amount of years, and I've never seen a level come back this high for meth. You know, I'm like, what did you just say? We're sitting in the mom's living room, and she's like, she is doing that currently based on what I'm like. I stood up, I'm like, can I take my kids? She's like, hang on. She's like, it's wrong, no, confused, it's the
That's what
Adderall.
Marcy was saying.
Yeah, and I'm just like, this is like the worst thing that could possibly happen.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. So we finish all that, like, you got the kids, you have custody of the kids. Visitation is only if court allows it, and where it's gonna be, it's up to him, basically. I'm like, great.
So they did like a safety plan, you took the kids, is that still in place now?
No, it's not.
How long did they?
I say probably, right after probably 2 or 3 days after Lieutenant Guest beat on my door at 2:30 in the morning. He showed up with 3 or 4 different deputies.
You said who beat on your door?
Lieutenant Guest for Barrow County.
When did he come out there?
I got his card.
Was it recent?
Yeah, it was when I first got the kids back up there and say, got the kids.
Like a recent, and like a week
Oh,
ago?
no, this was shortly after I got the kids back up there, so, I'd say we've been there so it's probably 5, 6 months ago, maybe. And if these are off, I got his card and all
Yeah,
that.
I'm not holding you.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure you do.
Okay.
So
it was only, the safety plan was only 3 months?
he was beating on the door, she had called and said that
That's the end of the first video.
Okay. I took the kids for a ball break, they never came back. And I was like, no. It's like, can I go to some other truck? He's like, yeah. I had that letter from DFAX, and he's like, this is a safety plan, so this is what.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't understand things. And I'm like, well, it should, because that's how I want to get kids.
Well, to kind of explain that better, Lieutenant Guest was,
I was like,
we don't get involved with that. And I'm sure that was probably that statement he made that to you.
I was like,
Unless it's signed by a judge, we can't enforce that.
no, he didn't say that.
Well, that's kind of clear that up.
Yeah, so I don't know who grabbed him, somebody walking out my front yard, it's like, you're still there, I'm like, yeah. So he came back, he was like, okay. Whatever that conversation was, he was in the when he came back on board.
Okay, good.
So then, once that settled,
I didn't figure out when the safety plan was
it's like, holy shit, because I called the defense lady, I'm like, I got the law telling me that this doesn't matter.
what she said.
She was like, it's completely false. She's like, no, I'll go down there, I'll talk to everybody in the morning and tell them you're abiding by the plan, it's no problem. You're doing everything that you're supposed to do by law. And she said, I'll go sit down with Jenny after this, make sure everybody is good and safe. And
Good, you good.
Yes, yes,
That's what I told you. You don't get involved in it.
yeah,
Wherever the kids are at, they stay.
that's right.
Figure that out.
And it was even, I said,
Yep.
okay, I'll go in there and wake them up if you want. And he's like, no, that's all good. So,
So let's kind of circle back around.
yeah, sure.
So last, Christmas.
Yes.
You bond the rifle that was used this time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you guys, how many times you go with him to shoot that?
I would say probably twice.
You brought
Yeah.
him twice with him?
We went, both of those times, we went up to Big Laser. And then down.
Okay. So we got right people in the big lady twice.
Yes. And the goal was to,
What, you said you bought him the bore scope? Attachment,
yeah, it's just a little
laser, yeah, I know so
Mhm.
much. Did you buy any other attachments for it?
No, I had a bunch of stuff through the years of different parts and pieces or whatever.
Did you give him any of that, like if you did
Yeah.
something good? or-
No, I just had, when I bought him, the rifle was just kind of stripped down. I said, he doesn't have very big hands. I said, we need to put just a normal, like, deer hunt scope on there and a little,
For the grip?
yeah, a grip on there because for whatever reason, that weapon has got a solid,
Yeah.
it's hot. Like,
Oh,
it's hot.
yeah.
So I said, we'll just put that on there and laser, and that's all, that's, the scope.
Look, there's no denying that this case is a slippery slope. That you can take this, you know, the theory they're applying here and apply it in so many situations where it would, you know, go crazy. What about every parent in the inner city whose kid starts dealing drugs? Well, you weren't paying attention to him. You knew he was getting in trouble. You knew he had drugs. You let him out and about, and he became a gang member and is selling drugs. You know, or for example, felons are not allowed to have access to firearms. Okay, so let's say because Karen put up this, if you're an adult, so let's think about how they could apply something like that. Isn't it the same logic that, okay, you homeowner allowed unfettered access to a known felon who you knew wasn't allowed to have access to a gun, and who you knew couldn't be trusted to not go out and commit a crime if he had a gun. And obviously these are extremes, the way I'm applying it, but that's what we talk about when it's a slippery slope. And I can understand people in the chat saying, I don't like how they're applying this. I don't think it's it's fair. I don't think parents are on notice that they might be charged for the intentional acts of their children, and we're seeing these being applied in severe situations where the parents have specific red flags that their child is unstable. He knows suffers from anxiety. He suffers from depression. He's scratching himself. He is an obsession with school shooters. He's waiting to get into inpatient. He's saying he needs inpatient. He's telling dad that he is having anxiety. And, we're going to, I think, get to texts, unless I'm completely wrong. And these were texts to mom and not dad, where he's talking about hearing voices that he can't control. Um, and if these are things that a parent knows, the question becomes, and the reason we have juries is for the society to decide whether it's something they want to hold somebody accountable for, whether they think, okay, this is a crime. but it's definitely not as black as and white as many people in the chat think it is on either side. It is a slippery slope, and I do appreciate, both sides of the coin on this. And up until yesterday, I wasn't hearing nearly enough to say that this dad knew that his son posed a risk of going and hurting somebody with a firearm. But more has come into play, especially the the fact that he is putting up pictures of school shooters on his wall. And it sounds like we're going to get into here dad saying he was aware that his son had a bit of a fascination to school shooters. These are things that should make any parent say, I've got to lock up my gun.
They'll use a laser bore sighter, you'll hit these pigs that go straight down.
Yeah.
That's all that was
That was
supposed
big.
to be, yeah.
That one was not big.
That's what, really, no, I would say.
223, it was 223.
It's a 223. Where all of that was going was because Jimmy wants to mow hunt in a bad way.
Who does?
My little girl. So I was trying to, hey, this is probably how I should have started this.
Yeah.
Was, we need a bow hunt. Like, they've got pictures of me bow hunting and just through the years, Jimmy was wanting to do it. So the overall goal here was, hey, I need you to start going to school, do what you're supposed to do. I said, we're going to get back into the woods this fall. I said, I want us to get into bow hunting and just go from there, enjoy the outdoors for what it's worth.
Did he ever ask you for any parts, like any upgrades to the rifle?
He would ask me hey, he said, he asked me for
No,
an
Allie.
extended clip.
No.
And I said, he said, I said, the one that we have holds 20 or whatever, and I'm like, that's plenty. I said, I've got one in there. I said, it's not gonna.
He wanted more,
Yeah, this was way back. He said, I had one that held like 50 or so. And you could see in it, see how many rounds were in it. And that was just something, it was the only problem about these, in the original gift was, you don't know how many you got left till it stops, I showed him that clip, he was like, can I use that on mine that way? I know, I'm like, sure. But, anything weapon-wise, when the only time he ever touched that thing to go shoot it was when we were walking out.
Did you ever touch it? You mentioned that's the only time you ever touched it, shoot it. Did you ever touch it, do anything with it, clean it?
No, we sat down on the floor and I took everything apart. And I said, I'm not smart enough to take springs and all that shit out. I said, take this back, I just do this, I oil all the parts, clean the barrel with the brush. I said, then I spray it with the brush, and I said, and then we put it back up.
How often did y'all do that when after the
After we were shooting, I tried to do the next day or a couple days after. That was kind of hard. The whole original thing was just for us to bond, because the things they had gone through with their mom, it's like I'm just trying to save everybody and keep my family together.
Yeah.
And he knows that, he knows that. So he just had a lot of just.
Yeah, so we can go ahead and kind of transition into that. So I kind of heard that, from and again, this is the telephone game through the grapevine, that you've kind of been involved with the school, and in some ways trying to get help for them. How long is that?
Can I just say this?
So you see this other technique he's using. He's pretending like he doesn't really know much of anything about anything, because that allows him to ask all these stupid questions he already knows the answers to. He's like, I kind of heard something, but it was like through the grapevine, like a telephone game that you've had some contact with the school. And then he's happy to sit back and just let, Colin continue to word vomit. And Tiffany raises a real question on this slippery slope idea. This is 100% legitimate. What if he used a kitchen knife from his kitchen? What would be happening? All the same exact things would apply. He didn't get his child into to to care. I mean, this is the problem with the government controlling how someone parents, because that raises an important question, you know? And if we wouldn't be here, it begs the question then, and just as a philosophical, question, as a, whatever, is it, would we not be here? And the sure as shit would not be here. But that parent would have done all of the same things that this parent did. Let's say he had a fascination with knives. Are they going to lock him up for not locking up all the knives in the house? But, it's an interesting question, but at the same time, guns are much more lethal. Guns are much more easy to control because a kid can't get one on his own. But it's still a very, very good, you know, question. And it highlights the slippery slope that this causes. And the government has gone to huge lengths always to, not be in the game of controlling a parent and giving a parent the ability to control what their child can or cannot do to a certain extent, obviously. I mean, even to the point of you can allow your child to drink in your home so long as you are supervising them. But then they sneak off and get into a car and drive. Now, that's a different story.
Yeah, so you know where I'm at.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not bothered to, like, I named my children, like, I need, like, I need just one more day. I think this would just change everything, because I can feel it. I can feel
what?
just his whole attitude changing.
How long could you kind of feel that?
So we had an argument, I don't know, dates or time, when everybody was at the house, and
Just like that.
I'm going to bloop back. He's talking right now about just having a feeling like his kid was off. So I'm going to bloop back. Let's see.
one more day, I think this would just change everything, because I can feel it. Like, I knew, I know where I'm at.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not bothered to, like, I named my children, like, I knew, like, I need just one more day. I think this would just change everything, because I can feel it. I can feel
what?
just his whole attitude changing.
How long could you kind of feel that?
So we had an argument, I don't know, dates or time, when everybody was at the house, and
Just like last week? Or
no, this was a few months ago, when originally came down with his mama, and we had the discussion of the mama is on this, takes all the pictures of the bus, her getting arrested, and just, I'm like, hey, we'll get the right people involved, we'll get to this together, but we can't go hell raising.
Was this shortly after the lieutenant, yes?
Yes. And I said, he's like, she's causing that. We can't even, we're looking out the windows now, they're gonna come arrest us, they think we have something to do with it. I'm like, no. And so talking to her mom, their grandmother, like, hey, I need help. I said, the anxiety for him is increasing, and he's getting more bold towards me. And that's where he would say something off the cuff and go in his room, slam the door. I would just let that go, because I don't want any bullshit starting from my little kids with them.
Right.
And as time went along, he became more and more like confrontational. I said, all right, listen, I said, I want to get right.
What were you guys getting arguments about?
Him calling her all these names and shit like that, and then him not wanted to be associated with her, and that was led to, I came to the school because everybody knows my mom's a bad dad. Which led to her mom saying,
That stuff happened down at the sheriff, right?
it did, but up here is where it all, like, James said, they locked her up here. When they caught her, it was here at Walmart.
No, was it?
Yes. So, yeah, it started all there. I had y'all tracking her cell phone, whatever, however that looked like. They were doing it, and happened.
Did Colt know this?
Yep, they all three did.
How did you tell, is that something you told them, or?
They wanted to know what was happening because, I'm trying to think what triggered the whole damn thing.
Mhm.
After Lieutenant Guest, it was before Lieutenant Guest, she just shows up, a little bit, it was, sorry, it's all, I'm trying to remember this, like, timeline. Guest came by, and then that's where we were told we were doing the right thing, our safety plan was in order, you're good, follow what we said. All right, and then, I don't know, a couple weeks go by, maybe a week, somebody beating on the door on Saturday, and I'm like, what we do, and I look out the window, and it's her, unannounced, shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
So I yelled out the window, like, hey, you're not supposed to be here, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to get your car and leave before I call the law. You can't just show up.
Right.
And she's screaming at me, I want my kids, but just carrying on and on and on. So, and the kids are there, they're scared, I'm like, calm down. And all that was doing was just really upsetting Colt and Jenny to the point where he was mad about it. And I'm mad about it, but like, you know, the whole goal here was to us to move up here, let her go get help, let her parents put her in an inpatient thing and let us continue to live our life. So there were words with him, her dad, his grandfather. The mom and the grandmama bought him a dirt bike.
Right.
For being a good boy, and what was trying to get him to do was she wanted him to come down there and live in Fitzgerald. And they said, the grandma said, I'll buy you a dirt bike, and then when you come down here, you can do online school. And that's right there is where I lost any, like, going to school. You know, he was like, well, you know, man, is what they call her. It's like, man, we said we could do online school, and I'm half of
Was that what you did last year? Because you was out of school for a long time.
Yeah.
Who you do online with?
It started out with Georgia Online.
Okay.
We could not get, I tried to do
So
parents.
he did that from, say, October of last year to.
Yeah, until he found out that, he wanted to go back and do 8th grade again with Jenny and go to 8th grade and through high school together. I'm like, okay, I don't know, that was a great idea. We really could give him a comfort level because his sister and him were really close. So, that's kind of where.
So that's the first time we're hearing that, people. If you didn't hear that, he's talking about why the difficulty they had getting him into 8th grade and then even getting him into online schooling, and they just decided, you know what, we'll have him repeat 8th grade, and then he can be from 8th grade through high school, the same class, you know, graduating class as his sister, as Jenny. And that's kind of what they decided to do once they started having difficulty with getting him in to 8th grade.
It's like, his sister and him were really close. So, that's kind of where.
So what's your,
It's like,
you mentioned that you worked for, Kevin Price,
Yeah.
on contract. And how long have you been working for them?
maybe 8, 9 months now.
Okay. So for the past 8 or 9 months, what's your schedule like?
So my schedule is, I get up, wake everybody up in the morning about 6 o'clock. Everybody's awake. Make sure everybody's got their clothes, everything they need for school. I get little Coley dressed and I take him to school every day.
Where's
All right, maybe I should turn down my volume so those of you who cannot hear can turn up your volume. Uh, I, to me, I can hear it. He's a little bit difficult to understand sometimes, but I can hear it. So I'm going to turn down my mic. Oh, it is down. I don't know. Let me see what you guys are saying. Do you guys want me to turn my mic down a little more for those of you that want to turn? Or I'm going to leave it. It's a problem. It's not. Huh. It's my problem, not you. All right. So the boost is on. The boost is on. Yep. So, but I'll keep an eye on the chat. I can turn down my volume if those of you that need to turn up, but maybe if you turn up my volume, will still be good. I don't know. I know most of you are saying you have yourselves all the way up, so I don't know. A lot of you can't hear this recording. I can hear it. Try the boost off. All right, hold on a sec. Let me let it play for 10 seconds, and then I'll shut it off and play it.
He goes to Austin Road Elementary.
He's a rock.
He is a total war champ too.
So you wake everybody up, and what time you leave to take little Colin to school?
We leave at about 6:45 to 7 o'clock. If we're late, it's like 7.
All right, I'm going to turn off the boost
and
now.
then, like walking out the door, like Colt, you wake up, he's usually in there getting dressed and ready to go. And he is, goes last.
Yeah.
So you wake up, and then when I get him to school, I get to my job, I'm calling or texting, like, everybody good, you off to school, yes, good, and, you can see it on my phone,
So, you leave about 7, and you ever go back home, and you just go straight to work?
No, I go straight to work.
What time do you have to be at work?
I'm the boss, so.
Whenever you get there. What time do you normally get there?
Yeah, I try to get there by 7:30.
No, are you that close to, where's Kevin Price at?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay. So you try to be at work at 7:30?
Yeah.
What time do you get home?
It's saying it could be 12, it could be later. Every single day is I'm walking to the truck by 2:30, always getting home about 3:15. And I'm trying to be in my driveway every day by 3:30 at the latest.
Okay, so sometimes you can leave at 12,
Yeah.
and then like the latest, 2:30 to 3.
Yeah, I mean, if we have something for them, a doctor's appointment or somewhere they've gotta go, then, I just make my arrangements with the guys that work for me and
And you work
I leave.
Monday through Friday, you work on the weekends,
If I've got a project, that I have to do Saturday, I'll.
so you get to be at home with the kids a lot.
Yeah, and they go with me. They've all drove cranes and, guys from my
How often does Colt go with you?
He used to go all the time when he was little and
When you stop doing that?
probably about the time puberty hit, to be honest.
About 7th grade? Okay. So he doesn't go anymore, he hasn't been going.
No, he hasn't.
So that's good that you get to be home that much.
Yeah.
What's a typical, like when you get, what time you normally get home, about 3:30, 4, something like that?
Yep.
And then what's your afternoon like?
So-
What do y'all do?
The afternoon is, like we usually go to the park. Jenny and me and Boo and we'll go up there and that's what we always call it. Or we'll throw footballs, play football,
What park?
right there in, Bethlehem, right behind the Civic Center, Bethlehem, the Civic Center is a little park right there. So we would, this past fall, we were there every day after school.
Does Colt go there with you?
Sometimes he would go with us, and him and Gene would just swing and me and Boo would run around and chase and play on swings and
So
fly.
sometimes you go to the park, what time y'all normally eat dinner?
We try to eat dinner, they're always chomping at the bit by 6:30, 7 o'clock. When the time change comes, I try to make sure we're obviously in the house, dinner, and everybody's laying down by 8:30.
The older ones are?
Everybody's laying down, yeah.
Wow.
And they'll, Jenny will lay there and we'll do her girl stuff and look on the phone, and Colt, what I'm looking at now,
He's gaming, huh?
apparently not. So,
Well, when you go check on him, tell him he's not about 8:30 or 9.
yeah, I can hear it
What
through the
he's
wall.
playing with you, yeah.
I can hear it.
What kind of video games you play?
He plays hell, last couple of weeks, he's been playing Minecraft with Jenny, like,
Minecraft?
nonstop.
Do you play anything else?
He's Call of Duty, like,
Yeah.
trying to get me to play it, and I'm stuck, I can't play it, I just literally can't do it.
Yeah, you said you weren't too good at it.
I suck.
Yeah.
Like, he told me to do it, I keep stabbing myself in the leg, killing everybody else with it.
Yeah.
So, it's just something where, just get out of it, yeah.
What else is you into other than video games?
He can hit the hell out of the golf ball. So, yeah.
Oh, you know, the golf?
So when we got back over here to, when we were in Jackson, we go hit balls almost every weekend.
Oh, since you moved back to that time.
We went to the Chimneys, played, showing how close we were. Actually still owed money for a putting contest he beat me on. And the goal right there was when he smashed it, I'm like, you can write your ticket. I said, you're so smart. You can go to college and do this for a living. Like, you're a good looking kid, but you're smart. Like the world is just right there for you. You're such a good boy.
When, so you said the last few months have been pretty bad. Do you guys argue a lot?
No, we
Don't argue a lot?
not leading up to the whole meth bullshit is when it came off the rails, And
So that's when the argument started between you and him?
yeah.
What's the typical argument look like for you guys?
It's, just stop. Just,
What's he doing?
he's just cussing, slamming the doors. And it's just like, I need you to stop, or I'm gonna take the kids for the lead till you calm down. So the first time,
Did you ever break anything in the house, throw anything?
yeah, he broke the door.
You broke the door?
Yeah.
What door did you?
Bob says we are lurking on your stream. So I don't know if on his stream he's streaming our stream, but that's what it sounds like. So hey everybody, if that's what's happening. Hi babe.
Right?
The hallway door.
Why do you do that?
Well, I guess we didn't lock the door.
What's you so mad at 84?
Jenny had said something about what they had been arguing about, and he chased her down the hall.
What were they arguing about?
I don't remember what exactly they were, but whatever she said, something, I think it was something at school that happened, and he was embarrassed about it, because he ran down the hallway.
Mhm.
His grandmother was there too, and I'm like, hey, stop.
Yeah.
And when he got to the end of the hallway, he like tripped over his foot bag and like landed his head into the door, and it knocked a hole in the paw of the door right
You ever break anything else around the house?
No, nothing like full on. He knows all we have is my income. It takes everything.
All right. So yesterday the daughter / sister testified that he, being Colt, put a hole in the closet door or in the closet. Dad just described how that hole happened. Now, obviously that is different. Which version is true? I don't know. And I don't think that anything rests on this. I think I might believe it could be both if I was a juror, or I might think this guy lies about everything. He's lying. The other damage to property was taking place at mom's house and at grandmom's house, or at the house, grandmom's house, where mom and the kids were staying. And the only damage to property in the house with Colin, as the sister / daughter testified to, was this hole in the closet.
Thing that I have to just keep us food, clothes, bills, like, it's just like.
What is he, when he's yelling, cussing at you, what is he upset with you for?
He's upset with me because we have an agreement where we don't scream and yell. When we get to that point, like, you just need to walk away.
Right.
And
But what's the subject you're talking about?
it could be anything from grades to school, like here recently, it's like, I need you to go back to school, like, I need that.
Apparently he's only been in school 4 days.
Right, I need that interaction, I need you to start to figure out what it's like to be in school. We talked to the school, I told them all the backstory, said, hey, here's what's going on with him. Smart kid, he should have.
When did you first talk to the school?
When we signed him up, like when he said he was gonna go back to school.
Right. Did you read that when you talked to him about his whole demeanor and?
No, I hadn't said anything to him about
When
that.
you talked to him, what talked to him?
This was probably about 3 weeks ago. Like, we had an argument or whatnot, and I was like, where I would get up and slam the door, kind of shit. He just wouldn't let it, like, he just wouldn't let it go. It just seemed like he was like wanting to, instead of back off of the fight, like he was really wanting to fight. And I'm like,
Yeah,
like, you know,
how many times you tried to do that?
the second time is when it's like, this is it. Like, we're done. I said,
What did he do to you?
nothing. He just bull rushed me, pushed me up against the wall, and I just hold it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the second time he was like kind of flat on around me, got hit me in the side of the head, and I told him, don't hit me in the face. Ever again, I'm gonna turn you loose, and you need to stop. So turning loose, called mom, called grandmother, and I called, one sister is a little retired cop, the other one is, worse.
One of your sisters retired out?
Yeah.
For where?
Los Angeles, Henderson. And
What'd she say?
she's been guiding me through all of this.
Has she?
You know, she's like,
What's her name?
Marion Gray. She retired and then she actually moved back here
Did she?
to Georgia. So,
How long was she gone out there?
oh man, maybe 10 years, maybe a little longer. She was, last time I went on the ride along, she was a sergeant.
Hmm.
When she retired, she said, I retired as a lieutenant. So that was good.
So what do you, in the afternoons, when you come home, and you said you kind of come home, what do you do when you first get home?
So when I first get home, I'll go around to everybody, how's your day, talk to everybody, but, you know, how was it, what happened, what's good, bad, the ugly, and then what do you want for dinner? This is what we have. And then.
On days that is, you get home before him, don't you?
Yeah, well, sometimes, it just depends.
Yeah, I mean, if you get out 3:30, and, what is it, his first time about 4:45?
I haven't like nailed down to hit the high school time yet, it's kind of like always a nap. You know, it's like, I've got the other two's time.
So what do you do when you come home and he's there? And you know, this lesson?
Yeah, so, like when he's not going to school and he's there, or, yeah, so, and that's kind of where we're at, right? I'm like, what, I don't understand, like, we had this conversation, like, this is what we were gonna do. And he went the first day, and then, it's like the second day, he said, I don't feel like, my math teacher likes me. I'm like, what the hell is that supposed to mean?
Who's the math teacher?
I don't even know, we haven't been there that long, like, I haven't even know.
Yeah, school started with August.
Yeah, and like, so, him getting back in the fray.
So, it seems as far as this comment about his math teacher doesn't like him, and there was a similar comment in his other interview, like downplaying, at least if the way mom described what the Colt was saying and what she understood dad to understand, that it was, a sign that he was paranoid, that his teachers were going to hurt him. And all Colin has indicated is like, my teacher doesn't like me. There's something up with my teacher. So and we'll start this and chat about it later.
It's like, it's really important, so, and I'm like, he's worried about the image that somebody's gonna find out of all his mama and all that crap, so I said, okay. I said,
What was it, his math teacher, why didn't his math teacher like him?
he never really expanded on that, and it was just an odd thing to say.
What about his other teachers?
He didn't,
He didn't like him?
he didn't say anything else about any other teachers, and just the way his demeanor, it's just like, I don't know, was it him, is it his teachers, like, do they not know the backstory with him, where was?
Did you tell him that?
Yeah, oh yeah, told them why, online, they were really gracious,
When did you have this conversation with the teachers?
not with the teachers, with the
With
the school principal
Yeah,
and
that
then the
pretty-
scheduler, yeah. She said, just bear with me, we've got all your paperwork, it's good. And I'm like, I want him to fail.
Yeah.
She said, but nobody fails. I'm like, how's that? And she said, we just push them on and we give them, schoolwork that brings them from what they're missing up to where they need to be sprinkled in with what they should be doing. I'm like, okay. So that was the extent of that. And then they have the backstory of his mama and what all happened. And I was clear in the very beginning, like, this is what happened. She can't come on property and take the kids. She has to be, everybody told me that's what I need to do,
Right.
law enforcement.
So what was the plan for Colt?
Well, so that's what we were working towards. I said, hey, look, I want to get him into a counselor, like,
Had he ever, made threats to harm himself, want to make harm any of that?
No, not anybody else, but he
Yeah.
made the comment here and there, when he found out about the mess and him and his mom were having an argument. Just like, what that life I have. I'm like, hey, this is her life, not yours. We're doing our thing. Don't let what she's done define you.
Right.
That's kind of what I'm doing. So, I could not convince him to go back to school after he came back that second time. And I don't know what to do at this point. So I called up there and said, I want him to see the in-house counselor. Can we do this and set it up?
What's the counselor name?
Lisa, I need to look at my phone. Lisa Hughes, I think she sent me an email and said, hey, they made contact at the school, and she said we would like to bring in a third party, be aware.
Bring like a third party therapist
Yeah,
or psychologist or something?
Yeah, the awareness is the count.
Okay. When were they gonna do that?
This week, I had to fill out all the paperwork, which I did Thursday and Friday.
So you had an appointment this week?
Giving them all permission, like, bring everybody, bring a specialized person, like,
What were they specifically like treating for?
they were gonna talk to him about coming to school, not worrying about what people are saying, don't be a loner, come on, get back in the swing of things at school.
And
try to
about what
find-
people were saying, it was that the stuff about his mom
Yeah.
being bad, busted, and being arrested.
Exactly. And then he was more worried about everybody knowing that he, mom wasn't that dead, and that his biggest fear was failing and falling behind once he was in high school.
So the appointment this week, I'm assuming it was from like either today or tomorrow?
Yes, so they needed me to give permission. I filled out all the paperwork online, sent it, and said, thank you so much for
Have
this.
you been in communication with Ms. Marcy about any kind of stuff for him, any kind of mental health?
Yeah, so,
Tell me about that.
yeah, her and I had talked about that, and she was like, he needs help.
does she mean by that?
She means like stepped into a place. And I'm like,
When she made that comment?
just recently while this has been going on.
Sometime within the past 3 weeks?
Yeah, before all this just happened. And I'm like, the problem is.
Before you talked to the counselor the first time?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. And then, so
Why didn't you be checked in somewhere?
she thought that that's what he needed because they argue and he doesn't have a filter.
Okay. What, has he made threats for his mom?
Not threats, but crack it, just like shit like that. Just know,
Okay.
it's just things I don't want to even hear and say to her, let alone his brother and sister. So I'm trying to navigate and manage all that. Everything that's very hard.
Yeah.
So once that kind of, I told you I could feel it.
So, yeah.
Like, okay, this isn't, we need to do something. So I reached back out and said,
So he's going to circle back to that because he said, again, I told you I could feel it. We need to do something.
this isn't, we need to do something. So I reached back out and said,
Was that before or after his mom suggested inpatient therapy?
what was
When you said you felt it?
Oh, this is after. This is after her and I had that conversation. I said, you be the one to tell him that. He's not gonna take it from you. I said, I don't.
Did you reach out to anybody at that time?
No, I didn't read that out professionally to anybody. I thought that, like, he'll go to his grandmother and he'll talk to her about anything. So I
Do you have
called
a
her.
relationship with
Yeah,
her?
she was a school teacher for 4 years. And I'm like, hey, like, Jenny, Blue Coat, and me, we're in church every Sunday. We go to Athens church every Sunday. I've been trying to get him to go with us. He went one time. So I shared that with his grandmother because she's just always been there for us, right?
So how long after his mom suggested inpatient therapy, was it before you went to school?
So she's been mentioning something like that since she got out. Okay. And then she came up here, I don't know, a couple, 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Hadn't seen the kids. I'm like, okay, come back up. I want to say, yeah, a couple weeks ago. 'Cause I was
All right, people, if you're not listening, listen now. Should be leading right into what he knew about the altercation between mother and son.
come back up, we'll cook some dinner. I said, well, let you hang out and talk to the kids. I'm sure they got 1,000 things to say. And it went okay. And the day she was leaving, I went to work and, normal stuff. It's like, hey, so I'll take Lulu and, I said, just make sure Colt and she get on the bus. Apparently Colt and his mom had a huge fight. So they call at work. And I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, he flipped, he's lost his mind, he's screaming at me. And I don't even know what triggered all of that, And I'm like, I'll let me get out of this meeting, I'll call you back. I said, I'm gonna sit right here, just give me a second. So get through my meeting, call her up, I'm like, what is going on? I said, he's at school. He was not using at the house. I said, I'm telling you, I texted him this morning, he said he was in school. And well, it turns out he wasn't. He was in the closet. And
How many times did that happen between you and him?
just that once. That,
So he never told you he was at school before or went to school and you found out that he
yes,
wasn't?
that's the only time it's ever happened.
There's been roughly, 30 days of school?
Yeah.
No, I mean, 20 days of school, something.
Right.
And he's been,
I got a note that during break, is that accurate?
Well, we can bloop right past this break.
All right, we'll take a break and, back to 12:30.
Okay, so we want to go.
The plan is
Finish
to-
it then. Okay, sounds good.
Like, who's talking? I was trying to hear that voice.
Yeah, we're limited to 16, so I'm gonna do another 15.
Maybe those are the sheriff deputies talking about how long they're going to work for until they retire.
And he's in, I mean, school, I mean, 20 days of school, something.
Right.
And he's in 4 days.
Exactly.
So we come home and see him there.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying, the first few days, like of school, like, okay, he's getting back into it, and it was just, his mom came up, I was school, everything's good. And it's just that little rift that they had about her and what she did and our family, and, you know, he knows we're just taking everything I have to keep us together, and
So he threatened mom during that? Well,
I don't know, like threatened, I don't think so, it's just a bunch of name calling, and what he said when he called me was, she came down the hallway and, threatened him, and said something about, the way you're acting, I'm gonna talk to you, Daddy, and we're gonna have to take these guns and get them out of the house.
All right. So there you go. The way Colt told it to Colin was his mama threatened him. The way you're acting, we're going to have to talk to your daddy or whatever, Papa, I don't know what she said, about getting these guns out of the house. And this is Dad saying the way Colt told it to him.
I think that comment was made, what she said is he flew off the bed.
I was worried about guns in the house. He made a comment about doing something with one of the guns?
Not around, that I
Put it around other people?
No, I don't think that was the case. I think I heard that.
Told you that?
Yeah, no, nobody said that directly to me, so I would be speculating. I know her dad's a retired Marine.
No.
He's always like, you know, telling her, like, it was gonna be an issue, and,
So she told you to take the guns out of the house?
you know, she said, hey, she went down in there and said, you need to get your shit straight, go to school, and we need to just get these guns put up, is what she said.
What do you say?
And that's when it went from bad to worse. And she said, she was going out of the bedroom and he pushed her and she hit the door of the wall and the side of her head. And I'm like, okay, I'm on my way home. So,
All right. So that was the other state's big issue, that Dad knew that he pushed Mom, that there was a physical altercation in response to Mom saying the guns need to be taken out of the house.
got
You guys
home.
call law enforcement for that?
Nope, I didn't. She was on her way home. Her parents came up and got her. And when I found out, he finally was like, I'm like, Cole. I said, where are you? Because she's telling me he's there. I'm like arguing. No, like, I'm on the bus. Everything's good. Like, in my mind, that's where he's at. I'm like, no. And when I got home, I'm like, what's the deal? He said, I hid it in the closet. And I'm like, why? He said, because Charlie, the grandfather, was coming up here to take her and bring her back home. And he goes, and I didn't want him going to our house since he's not even supposed to be on our property, let alone in our house. Him and I just have a,
You can't come figure it out.
oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, he
Why did
just in my house.
why do you think he was coming to the house?
Who's Colt? Oh, because he came in the house. And like, I would have never known that except for when Colt finally got
By the time you got home, Marcy and Dad are gone.
there, and her mom, they come up and got her.
So that's, how many times do you think Colt's put hands on you?
Those 2 times.
Okay, and then you put his hands on his mom, how many times you put his hands on his mom?
That's kind of the worst for her that's ever happened.
So kind of the worst, that's not, that the first time or not?
Yeah, no, there's not like confrontational, it's more verbal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, did she ever say anything to you and ask you, hey, look, I'm concerned, can you put the guns up somewhere?
Yeah, so, and I'm glad you got to this point because if somebody can get to my damn phone and go to my Amazon account, you'll see and look at the date that I present some of this in the cart. I'm not paid them money, I just pay them what it bills. After all that, I like $150 gun safe with a digital hand code. I couldn't buy it that day, I had to pay 2 paychecks.
How long ago was that?
This was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, wherever it was.
All right. So this is why they want to get the financial records in. He said that after they had this discussion before this, he had put a gun safe in his Amazon cart, but it was $150. He needed to wait 2 paychecks to save up money to be able to purchase the um the gun safe. But all of that doesn't help him. None of that all of that shows he was so concerned that now he's buying a gun safe, that he had real legitimate concerns about gun safety and access to guns with Colt. What caused him to not be able to purchase it, that he had, let's even call it good intentions for at some point in time to purchase it, just shows you knew there was an issue and you didn't even use the trigger locks. And you didn't even make sure the guns were taken out of the house, because you don't need a gun safe if you just remove them until the 2 weeks that you can buy the gun safe. If I'm on the jury and I say, okay, Dad's now buying a gun safe because he thinks that it's necessary, because he thinks that there's a safety issue. Now, if he says, I didn't think there was a safety issue, my wife, she was just pushing and pushing, so I thought, let me shut her up and buy a gun safe. But no, he is indicating he had concerns, so he was going to buy this gun safe. So for the time it takes you to have to be able to afford it, and like I said before, I don't think having the money at that precise moment means that that money is available to be spent on that in that precise moment. But then you take the guns out of the house for the 2 weeks, or at least put on the trigger locks. And I know we've talked about it earlier, that we had the comments that those trigger locks don't mean shit and a kid can get them off if they want to. But Dad wouldn't be sitting here if he did.
That triggered me to go, okay, this is what's on.
You mentioned the gun safe, let's go back
That
to.
triggered me.
How long ago was that?
This was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, wherever it was, that triggered me to go, okay, this is what's on.
You mentioned the gun safe, let's go back to where you keep your guns. You said you keep them up on top of the closet? Yeah. Loaded, unloaded, or something else?
Never loaded them.
Never loaded? Anything on top of them?
All my sweaters.
So your door, like coming into your closet, right?
It's like shell.
That's
Yeah.
true as well,
All
Liz.
the way in the back.
Did you know there was an imminent risk?
So your closet door that you have a closet door you come in? Okay, does that have a lock on it?
No lock.
It doesn't have any lock? That has like that wall, under like that.
But,
Did you ever think of maybe putting a lock on the closet door?
well, really, nobody, like my little one, he didn't even know we had guns in the house. Because we,
They call it, only you have guns in the house?
yeah, he knew, we put them up there and no.
So he knew where they were at.
Mhm.
And he's been in there to put them on, after you clean them,
Whatever
side
I
them,
do,
whatever.
I take them, I set them up there.
But he's been in there with you.
He's watched me put them up there with the understanding of don't,
Just keep them unloaded. Where do you keep your ammo and magazines and all that good stuff?
and empty magazines are on the right or in the shelf. I had
In the closet?
yeah, I had an ammo box, like
What does that box look like?
green, like old, like World War II.
Like canteen? Okay. How many magazines do you have?
We probably had maybe 6, 7, 8 of them, something like that.
And do you keep ammunition in those magazines, keep them unloaded?
You know, we keep them unloaded and, hell, half of the ones that are in there, we thought, like some service.
It's my understanding that Georgia does not have any safe storage laws. It's somebody just asked if Georgia had those. Oh, here, yes. And it's my understanding that Georgia does not have any sort of safe, secure storage law, and all of you are agreeing. And again, that is why it's a slippery slope. And the law specifically allows children to possess firearms in their home if parent allows it.
One place and they even fit the rifle we're buying for, so.
So you keep guns in top of closet,
Yeah,
and that's your AR,
that's right.
his AR.
Yeah.
And then as far as, what else do you have in there?
In the closet.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay, you know, you have any handguns
I
in there?
have not in there. I have a Glock that I carry with me
You got a lock on you down?
now.
I was gonna say that, I mentioned that out there, and I just want to make sure you didn't have
I
it.
don't know, I would never put that on.
So, you have a Glock, what kind of Glock do you have?
It's a Glock 43.
43, okay. Where do you carry it? Yeah. Where do you carry that?
I put it in my book bag,
In your book bag?
yeah, for work,
Okay.
on my laptop, all my work stuff in there. We have, you'd be surprised what's happening on jobs.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get it. Do you have any other guns?
That's it, I've got,
So your ammunition, where's your ammunition kept in the house?
and I don't really have a whole lot of ammunition. What I did have was in that box.
In the canteen box?
Yeah, in that box, and then like all my miscellaneous scratches.
So you keep the ammunition in like the box itself?
Yeah,
In like the paper box?
correct. And all in boxes, like, and if you walk into our house,
Okay.
like, we're still not even unpacked from all our stuff.
And how often do you go out there and check on where those rifles are at? You said you kind of had to put it over stuff. What do you have to put it over? Like
No,
yellow?
I know what's up there and all my big sweatshirts and all my Jordan
You just put
stuff.
it over, right?
It's right there, and I have it sitting, like, so outside out of line.
Okay. But how often? You go in every day and you check, say, okay, both my guns are there?
I can tell by what her mom has done through the years, going through my stuff. The way I have things stacked up there, I would know if
So
something.
you don't physically go eyes on them every day?
Not every day.
And, have you ever let Colt keep the rifle in his room?
No. After Christmas, he was super excited about it. I said, no clips, no nothing. I said, you can lay it up in here, in his bedroom. And he's got his golf clubs and his guitars and everything.
How many guitars do you have?
Two.
Yes, two. Okay.
Well, actually 2.5 ones, kind of, here.
Yeah. So you let him keep it in there, when did you stop letting him keep it in there?
There's no real set time or, like, not to have it in there. Really, once we,
So he had a gun in his room?
no, not all the time. We would have it in there, we'd shoot, he had it in there for Christmas here and there, but the majority of the time, it was in my closet, not really out for anybody. Once Little Man and Jenny moved in.
You ever come home and you say you go in there, get a gun, clean it, doing something with it?
If he did, maybe 1 or 2 times, but it was always back. When I come home or whatever.
Would he text you or call you and say, hey, Dad, can I go get the gun?
When I came home, it only happened like a couple of times, and when I got home from work, he said, hey, I cleaned the gun, and he said, and I put it back up there. I'm like, for what? He said, I just want to see if I can do it. Like, okay. He's like, well, don't do that until I'm here. He said, that's something, every time we get near the guns, I have to see
You
it.
always do everything you tell him to?
Yeah, always.
You always watch.
Always. That's the thing. That's
When
like
you told him to go to school,
Yeah.
he didn't go to school.
And that's where it's like, okay, like I was telling you, I can feel like something's not, we need to get more people involved here. So, it's no way of knowing that this shit right here was gonna happen. So,
So when did you first hear about his interest in school shooters?
so we are big, I don't know how we got into the presidential race, but we go back and forth, him and I. And so I don't know if it was an interest in school shooters, like he never came to me and said, hey.
Yeah.
I told the investigators the other day, Jimmy brought in this flag and had this, I don't know what it was, this guy with red hair, it sounded like a girl. It's a weird, funny flag. She bought him off of Amazon. I was up, I'm like, what is that? I thought it was Weird Al Yankovic. And he's like, who's that one? Never mind. I'm like, that's the craziest flag I've ever seen. This is happening. Okay?
Who was it?
I have no idea.
Did you ask him?
Yeah, they told me, but I can't.
Can't remember.
Yeah, some computer guy that does the videos and all that stuff. I don't know.
Okay.
Really, I didn't. It's such a horrible picture of the guy. I didn't really want to know about him. And then the flag was gone, and when I went in and said, hey, what do you want for dinner? This was probably a week ago. And it's like, hey, I'm gonna fix some dinner. You want pizza? What do you want to do? And I'm like, who's that? And he's really into music. Like, learning how to play guitars and all that. He looks I thought it was the guy from Green Day. Like, oh my God, I said, that's that old man from Green Day that his son, I told you, has a band. He's like, no, that's not who that is. I'm like,
Who was it?
he never did tell me. I said, he goes, you don't know who that is? I said, no, I said, I think it's that guy from Green Day. Like whoever it is, just bad glasses, he had more power.
Yeah.
Eyeglasses on. And I laughed, he laughed, and that was that. So,
When's the last, it was just one picture?
yeah, just one picture.
How often do you go in his room?
I go in there almost every day. Those doors open, he's on the computer, it's dark. Hell, there's no one place that I'm in because I'm trying to, do laundry, cook dinner, take out the trash, cut the grass, clean kids.
So you go in there every night, tell me tonight, you go in there every morning, wake up, you go in there to, like, me or my wife, sometimes when we go, I'll go in there and, just sit down and hang out, because my kids like studying.
Yeah, so he does that, and I go in there, and what?
There's just that one picture of glasses.
Yeah, just that one right there by his computer, that was the only thing on his wall.
That was all.
Yeah, and then,
Can I take a picture real quick?
yeah. This is the guy.
Mm-hmm.
None of that was up there.
No, that was up there.
Yeah.
Just that one.
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of a whole lot more. You know who this guy is?
I have no idea.
You have no idea who that is? Can you see what that says right there?
That's it.
Yeah, the deadly tall 17.
Is that the guy that shot up the gay bar?
No, that is a school shooter. And his name is Nicholas Cruz.
That's the same guy. That's the same
Yeah,
guy.
same guy.
Okay. This is the only thing I can see.
We got pictures from his social media down here.
This is in his room?
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you right now, I never saw any of that. There was one picture, that one, right there.
And you woke him up to go to school. didn't you?
Yeah, no, here's what I was gonna tell you. So when Jenny moved in, I said, hey, you're living with us, I'm gonna give you the master bedroom
Mhm.
with private bath.
Right.
I'll sleep in the bunk bed with food.
Mhm.
Right. So I had Colt set up on a couch
Mhm.
out in the living room. And then when I saved up enough, I bought a queen size mattress and just bed frame, no box frame, and set it up in a laundry room, which kind of a big room, like I was gonna make my bedroom. So the goal was like, Colt, your room is packed with all this stuff that you got going on, computers and, golf clubs, all this stuff. I said, you need to start getting better sleep, so I want you to make this your room back here. And sleep in the bed instead of the couch.
When did you make that transition?
Probably maybe a month ago, 3 weeks ago. So he would be asleep in there. And literally there was no, like, if he's on his computer, like, I'm not going in there and chit chat with him. He'll go in there and lay down or come out on the couch, and that's usual. If we're talking about school or anything going on, that's where he's at. Like,
So he never
he
told you?
never told me who that was. He never.
Wow, never told me who that was. All right, people, I have bad news. I have PT. So I've got to leave and come back, but let's see. Looks like they come back into the courtroom for a little bit. I can't tell if it's him asking questions or if something came up. So I will be back and I can wait 4 more minutes, and then I will be back in 35 minutes. Well, 40 minutes altogether. But all right, let's let it go. So I'm gonna bloop it back. Dad told in the first interview he did know who it was. Now he doesn't know who it is.
He's at, like,
So
he
he never told
never
you?
told me who that was. He never did. He in class said, I can't believe you don't know who that is. I'm like, I said, no, it looks like that singer.
Would it surprise you if Colt said something different?
I'm leaving y'all
Maybe.
unattended.
Wow, what did he say?
So when I talked to Colt, he said that he indicated that, you came by and you asked him who that was on the wall.
That's right.
And he explained to you, he said, Dad, you don't know who that is.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
you
said,
are.
no, I don't. And he told you who it was, Nicholas Cruz. And he was a school shooter, and he said it's not that big of a deal.
And then I said it looked like that singer, and he said Nichols, that's what he said. He said it's no big deal. Like, there was no,
So he did say it's no big deal.
there was no, like, no, I'm telling you, there wasn't like, who is this? It wasn't like I went in there on a search warrant.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, no. It was just kind of like in passing. I didn't ask him or go, I told you what I said to him. I didn't know. He has brought up that school shooting stuff when it happens, and
What did you say about it?
really, he just, like, we have conversations about how somebody could do that, and me telling him, like, you gotta be aware of people, you gotta be aware of your surroundings, like, to be honest with you, the push was that I kept telling him, like, man, you'd be great in law enforcement, because of what you see. One time,
What do you mean, what you see? Give me an example.
like Fox News will show all that, blurred out stuff right there, and, he's like, yeah, I looked that up online, and I'm like, for what? He was like, because it could have been stopped, like, you show me, like, how that guy for the gay nightclub, how he got in there, it was like, they should have stopped him right there,
What was the gay nightclub shoot?
A couple years ago, I mean,
So he's kind of been into the true crime, like just looking up the stuff.
Well, I guess, like, as far as looking into it, I'm not,
Did he ever tell you that he looked up to him?
no,
Yeah, good.
no, that would not fly in my house.
How often do you go get his cell phone and go through it?
I just bought him a pay-as-you-go cell phone, so I haven't never gone through it.
You never. When did you buy him a cell phone?
I guess it was right before he was gonna start back school up here, 7th grade, so,
Okay, so in Jefferson.
yeah.
Okay. The 7th grade,
I think it was Jefferson right when we moved here. It was,
okay.
yeah, it was before.
So you know that, let's say, you know, he's a 9th grader, so it's 2 years. So he's had a phone for about 2 years.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that
Do
long.
you know what kind of social media profiles he has?
No, because when we lived in Jefferson, one day, like, how y'all doing? We'll get dressed, go play golf. Two law enforcement from Jefferson guys like, is your son here? I'm like, yep. Like, he's in better get dressed, like, what's wrong? So I know you got all the information. Like, I didn't even know what that was when he started talking to him, like,
Yeah, what did they say about it?
he said there has been something on Discord, because you know what that is? I'm like, no idea.
Right.
He said it's a chat room with a bunch of people, and your son, they would trace back I'm like, hold on. So we need to go get him. He's like, well, let me just tell you. So we traced back the IP because that threat was made for a school shooting. I'm like, we need to go get him now. Went back, got him, I'm like, you need to come out here, and whatever you do, do not lie. You tell these people exactly what they're asking right now. So I'm watching them asking about, he's like, hey, I was gaming, there was a bunch of people, and he wasn't even sure if he could tell me who or when the comment was made. He just swore to me that he didn't. About
What was the comment?
something about shooting up a school. That was the only thing that was said to me or
So
him.
7th grade,
Yes, in Jefferson.
the FBI comes out
You
there.
know, it's two Jefferson law enforcement detectives and,
So 2 Jefferson men came out there.
Yeah.
But did you know the tip came from the FBI?
yeah, I followed up with him, like, card, checking in with him. And he did tell me, he said, hey, the FBI's involved. I'm like, oh shit, okay. I said, well, as soon as I hear or think I hear, I'm just gonna call you direct. So we can, you know, he said, if you hear back from me, then we need more information. We never heard anything. I called about a week later. He's like, no, you're good. He said, and he told Colt, he said, I do this every day. I can tell you the truth. Like, I know you are. So when they left, I'm like,
So that guy was a human lie detector test?
right. And I said, you've got to be aware of, like, so, like, if the chat boxes, I don't know anything about all that. So,
Yeah.
all I know is I told them is you don't get these chat box rooms where you don't know who the hell is in there, because this is what can happen. And I said,
Did he say you saw that comment, or he said he denied it? Yeah,
he totally said no. He said, I don't even use Discord a whole
And that
lot.
was after you gave him the phone.
No,
That was before you gave him.
yeah, before I get
How much longer after that incident did you give him the phone?
I think the phone was like once we got settled over here in Bethlehem as a carrot. I think.
I'm
I think.
kind of confused. I want to go back and revisit that, because I asked you about the phone. You said that you think that it happened.
Yeah. I'm trying
Around
to,
7th grade when he got the phone.
I'm trying to put the timeline, there's so many things.
7th grade, or is it last year that he got the phone?
So, I'll have to go look and tell you exactly what I'm trying to think of where I went, what wall.
Before we talked about the whole stuff with the FBI, it was, he had a phone before that.
No, he did not have a phone when we lived in Jefferson.
Okay, he didn't have a phone.
I couldn't afford
He
it.
didn't have a phone when he lived over here in Bear Creek.
Bear Creek, no, that was just little.
So he got a phone.
In
So after the FBI comes to your house and tell you about, or I'm sorry, I believe it was what they call, Jefferson, it's what they call TFO agent. It's like they can get Jefferson PD, they have task force, and they work with the FBI. They explain that to you?
He did. Yeah, he gave me his card, he said, anytime.
So after that Discord account, I'm assuming you believed Colt.
Oh, yeah, because he shut everything down, there was no computers, anything like that, there was no, it literally scared him to the point where he's like, I don't wanna be involved in anything like that. So what he, now, and I'm telling you, if I was looking at his computer and he said he shut it down and wiped, I could not go in there and then go, no, you didn't. I'm gonna protect that.
So if you get the phone and.
The phone, I'm trying to think timing wise, was part of.
It's okay, we can look that up later.
Yeah, it's just, I think this one came to Bethlehem.
Because he's only had that one phone, right?
That's it.
Right. So we can look in that phone, we can find that phone. for you.
Yeah, it was more of a, hey, we're gonna get this together, you're a good boy. I'm gonna show you how to lead you, got out of the phone and showed up.
Okay. So, after that, he does get a phone.
Yeah.
With no time, let's say he's had that phone, let's just say for argument's sake right now, and again, I'm not holding you to time, he's had it for roughly a year. Do you think he had it when y'all moved here in October last year?
No, he didn't have it. I don't know, I know it wasn't because I didn't have the money to do that. There's no way.
Okay.
I would borrow money to move
At least a few months.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll say a few months, but, you've never gone through his phone?
No.
Have you ever, we don't know what social media accounts he has. You know?
I was told none.
Okay, who told you that?
Him, like, you don't have any of that, right? It's like, no. I go ahead.
When did you ask him that?
We constantly, because when little man's in the house and he's on his computer, I'm like, I just don't want, you got Facebook? No. Like, I don't know what other platforms are out there to ask other than Facebook. Like, that's legit. Like, you do anything like I.
Did you ever think about, after hearing about this board, about signing up on it, to go see what it was like?
No, sir.
Just check it out?
No, I didn't.
You didn't know that. And then, have you ever gone through his computer? You ever looked on it, sit down and log?
And I know it's like a horrible thing to say, I'm just not tech savvy to sit down and go through anything. You know, I know it sounds terrible, but that's the truth.
Where did he get his gaming computer from?
His grandmother bought it on Christmas morning.
This
And then he took it apart and he needed some kind of video card to get better graphics.
Who got that?
So on Amazon, I got him the game.
We got the gaming card. Okay. We noticed that when we went out there, you kind of taken that apart a little bit.
It's just, everything is like that. You know, and like his grandmother bought one, I'm like dropping $500 for one of those towers and he like takes it totally apart. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like he's like, I'm just upgrading the fan overheats. Like
How's he getting these parts to upgrade?
The only upgrade I know is like the gaming card I buy it off of Amazon.
You said he was upgrading a fan?
He knows I don't know what the hell he's talking about when I tell him about these parts. I'm like, just, what's wrong? Is it overheats? When I play games or whatever, it overheats. I need a bigger fan and some kind of specialized, like,
Other than the graphics cards, you buying any other parts for the computer?
no, nothing to where, like,
Now, you said you dropped $500 for a tower.
Yeah.
Would you buy another computer?
one that, like the tower he had, just was slow in body. He showed like, I can't game. I'm like, okay, well, what do you need? So he showed me online, he's like, this is the best in the boxes and everything still at the house.
So the one that grandma got wasn't really good.
It's better than the one I had. She upgraded him.
Okay, so you bought a tower,
Yeah.
and he said, look, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's good. He used it for a while. I didn't bitch and complain, and then he wanted more power and speed. He
So his
said,
grandma upgraded him. I got you, I'm tracking you.
yeah. And all those parts and shit, that's what it looks like.
How often did you, have you ever had a reason, or has he ever given you a reason to go through his room and look, make sure he wasn't,
Nothing, never like,
because when we were kind of talking to Jenny, and, she mentioned, because her place.
yeah,
And she mentioned he's like in his room all the time.
Yeah.
What's he doing in there?
he's on his computer
How often do you go check on him?
every day. I talk to him every day, dinner, go in there, you're gonna go to church with us, like, we talk all day long.
What, when you try to get him out of his room, he'll put a fight?
No, he don't put up a fight, but he just, come the weekends, I'm like midnight off in bed, so that's kind of our standing rule. But like I said, the last couple of weeks here, he's just been more on the defensive, I would say, more kind of like, anxiety filled, being short with me, being short with his little brother. So, I just tell him like, look, instead of screaming, and getting upset, I can't have little brother and Jenny seeing this. So when he would go to in his room, he would shut the door and I would open the door like, are we good? And I could see Damon, like every time. That's what I would see.
So what does Jenny do when she's there?
Same thing. She helps do the laundry, cook. She's a really good cook. She'll cook. She does her own laundry and then she'll shut out in her room.
What do you do for fun of the house?
Like games.
What do you do for fun of the house?
I'm at the house, not for fun. I'm there to cook, pay bills, do laundry, try to keep everybody
You don't sit down and watch TV?
motivated. We will here and there. We watch the Masters, some of the Olympics, but we're not.
If you're watching TV, what are you watching?
Probably the Weather Channel.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
God, why would you say that to me? Yeah, so, because it's like real. Like I have to plan around.
Everybody says that to you. You come in your house and like, what are you watching this weird stuff?
Like, if you call my sisters, any of them, like, what's your brother watching? They'll say,
Wow, okay. Do you have any other hobbies other than?
we're deer hunting, outdoors, golf, like, just trying to get them in that way.
Every time you go out, does Colt always go out with you?
He, 9 times out of 10, yeah, but now that Jimmy and little man are back, he's a little more reserved because,
And they've been back how long?
I would say, coming up on about 8 months now, maybe for Christmas. So I just need to look, but whenever you see that Lieutenant Guest visited me, that's when that came.
So kind of to go over a little bit with you, first I'd like to kind of discuss, we'll talk to him about.
What did he look like? What was he, what kind of shape was he in? I mean, if you please tell me that you're more sport.
Okay, well,
You want to approach?
Yes.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I want to instruct you in general. Colt Gray's interview with law enforcement is inadmissible hearsay. He cannot be cross-examined. It's inadmissible hearsay. It does not make it admissible when it's discussed in Colin Gray's interview. So a little while earlier, Investigator Smith said, well, Colt told me that he told you that was Nicholas Cruz, the school shooter. That's inadmissible hearsay. So understand, I want you to disregard that. It does not prove that Colt said that. Okay, that's inadmissible hearsay. Do not consider that. All right, we're going to pick back up with we've got a little while left, maybe 1 minute.
You kind of mentioned that. I do have a picture I'd like to show you. So I talked to him yesterday afternoon, all right? And this is what he looked like when I talked to him. Okay, so I took a picture of him. Okay? One thing that I noticed when I was sitting there talking to him was that it looked like he had some cuts on his arm. And that's kind of one of the things I wanted to. Have you seen those before? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Have you seen those before?
Yeah, I think he's from Fitzgerald.
Those are Fitzgerald. Yeah. What caused this?
Him,
He was a cutter.
and we talked about that.
How long ago did he do that?
It's been close to a year. It's been a long time. That's what he said.
I mean, well, he said he cut himself.
Yeah, he has, and it's been a while. And like, when I saw those, it's
So
like,
he says, when I talked to him yesterday, I'm not gonna go, I can't go line by line by line yet. I haven't gone through and looked at everything, but, just going off of this.
That's the end of the second part of the interview, Your Honor.
Basically, he said that he suffered from depression for a while.
he has.
Okay, well, I didn't hear you tell me
Well,
that.
not a while. The depression is something that has just come on with his mom, when his mom came back.
So just in February of this year.
Yeah, and they've had conversations, and, we're trying to drill down into what do you need?
What was he last in Fitzgerald?
I guess when I went down there to get everybody,
Yeah, that's a good bit more than a year ago.
But yeah, the original.
Did you ask him why he got?
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'm just upset. I took all his knives, a pocket knife, I gave him for the beer. And I took them all. I'm like, that's not what we do. I'm like, I don't understand. Like, what? He said, I was just sitting here clicking with the knife thinking, and I'm like, but you did that on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
Why do you think somebody would cut themselves?
I tried to just talk to him about that multiple times. He just said it was just something that happened. He would say he was upset and it happened. I can't, it's been a while. I can't remember exactly what he said and what I said back and forth about it. I just told him it's not a normal thing.
So kind of going back a little bit to revisit that earlier timeline where we talked about where he lived. You've been here in Barrow since October last year, correct?
And, I moved in June into Bethlehem.
Okay. Where did you live between Bethlehem and, because I thought when I talked to Colt, you mentioned that he was here in Barrow. And you guys moved back here in October of last year.
When we came back, We were in Jefferson, and all that happened with the school. We waited for the summer to be there, and I broke that lease. And we moved into the house in like June, beginning of June. That's when we've been,
Beginning of June, yeah, this year.
last year.
So you moved back here, you went to Jefferson.
Correct. I just drove back to
So
Jefferson,
when did they come and,
Jefferson to here.
okay, because when I talked to you, we talked about you being in Jefferson for 7 to 8 months.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So they came to visit you in May at Jefferson. So maybe about a year in Jefferson.
Maybe.
Did you lease the house up there? You normally sign a year lease?
Year's lease, but I was a little short on that lease, but she was gracious.
Okay.
We were good.
Okay.
And then we came here.
Okay, and then Fitzgerald, so let's say roughly June of last year, so at least a year and a half. You kind of had y'all kind of had an idea that he was self-harming. That's why people do that. They don't usually depression.
Yeah, I think that this wasn't something, that happened and it wasn't like I had to worry about it happening if we had a disagreement. Like, it wasn't.
You were worried enough to take the knives.
Well, when I first did, it's like, you did what?
Mm-hmm.
And then as we kind of just went through, it's like, hey, we're good, we started back being normal,
Mm-hmm.
you know, day in, day out, doing our normal stuff, and it's like, you know, like, he only had a little pocket knife that I didn't say like, here's your knife.
Did Colt ever come to you and tell you that he was suffering from mania?
No, this is what just came up and with his mama. This is a hot one on the
Since
side.
roughly you.
So this just happened, like this just happened. She was up here last week, whatever, like here recently, last weekend. maybe.
But Colt never told you he was suffering from mania.
To me, never heard that.
Why do you think Colt was suffering from mania?
I don't know why he would say that, but I'm gonna tell you where I heard it. Marcy comes up, or she's going home, one of the two, we start having a conversation about Colt. I'm like, when I got that kind of said to me, we were talking about counselors in school, and she's like, well, this is what he asked me, and I'm like, okay, he said, she said, I was talking to him, he said, do you think I need to be, what is it? Do you think I need to be, or how do you get into an insane asylum?
When did he say that?
Here recently, to his mama, and she said that to me, and I'm like, what is that? So that's kind of like another thing where, like I'm telling you, I can feel something is off, like this is not getting better.
But for you, that all feeling's only been in the past month or so.
Like we need to do something immediately, like, yeah. You know? And when, like, hell, I can think the other day we were talking about that, I'm like, why would he say that? I've never even heard him talk like that.
So I'm just kind of going back to kind of refresh my memory, some of the notes and stuff that I took with Colt, and you know, he tells me that he told you that he was suffering from depression, and that he was suffering from mania, and that he was going to kill himself.
Yeah, no, that, seriously. No.
Yeah, I mean,
If that's the kind of stuff, we're in the truck and we're going to the hospital.
okay.
And he knows that. He can't say that to me and he just sit there.
Judge, just to be consistent, we would ask for to give another limiting instruction after that last statement.
So, again, ladies, in general, there are exceptions, but in general, things Colt has said to an investigator are hearsay. His statement that he's been considering killing himself or has mania is not offered to prove that that is in fact true Does that satisfy or do you?
Yes, sir, that's fine. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I think we approached.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna work through some things. Y'all are gonna go ahead and take a lunch break, so eat recess till 1:30. Don't. There's another 15, 20 minutes minutes in this review, is that right?
I would say 40.
I thought this one was 40 to begin.
Oh, this is 47 minutes long. Okay, sorry.
The whole thing was 47 minutes, this particular clip. It goes to 53:35. We are at
18 minutes.
6:47. He steps out at 39. Yeah, about 40. Sorry.
All right. Is what the state approached to show me, is that the last of the?
That's what I'm looking at, Your Honor. That's why I wanted to break for lunch. I didn't want to keep
Okay.
coming up there and see things. I think that's the last of it.
All right, we'll go ahead and break, then if that is beneficial. And then I know that we have some of the photos that we still need to, that we were going to talk about on the back end of lunch. I don't know.
And Your Honor, based on where we've gotten with Investigator Smith's testimony, I do anticipate there being another break between the next witness if you want to wait until that.
All right. We can do that. Do you want to resume at 1:15 or do you want to just take a couple, I mean, I don't know how y'all want to handle that.
Yeah, let's do that.
1:15 works for me.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, Judge, you snuck in on me.
I'm not gonna lie.
So currently, we're in this area. I'm gonna have her skip through all of this to this, where we start talking about the
Okay, so that skips over.
Yeah, they're all in. Okay. This is coming off this side. Oh, you're ahead of me. Okay. We're getting to that. So this just kind of finishes up what we were just talking about. Okay. So we'll start here. Okay. And then that kicks in here. Well, hold up, there's something here. What's this? Okay, so this is with Jenny.
Yes.
I would argue that since she testified to this.
We're okay with Jenny, because we're not trying to put her to that.
So the next part with Colt is when he goes through what Colt said happened. At
Yes.
School. And I don't think that's beneficial. Just describing what happened at school.
Well, we gotta be consistent.
Well, the reason we're asking for it is because then it leads into this conversation where he says, the only thing I know about it is blah, blah, blah. And it kind of just gets the context of it.
And then,
And after that, I believe it's just Jimmy Morrison.
well, there's this thing where Colt describes how he did it.
That's what I'm talking
Okay, so you're trying to get into that.
about. I mean, I think,
No, it's okay.
I don't think
Yes.
it's, I don't think it's prejudicial. Describing what happened at school. So no one's arguing what happened at school. But it leads into, I think the last thing he says is. Voices are more big. Yes. Oh, if you have mental disorders. That's kind of why.
When are you gonna stop? Right, just because he feels that's a little clear why he thinks he's doing
Well, then I'll.
There it is.
Where you want to stop?
I'm sure you want those. You take a good number of those right now. Right. You could try here.
You want to press the judge on the.
Yes.
Once they're done, this is a pre-trial motion. Hearing.
Sure what they were gonna do.
You guys want to interview.
So, we're. So we're kind of in this area right now.
Okay.
We're just going to fast forward. This starts at the top.
Okay.
So the only time Colt here, I'll let you read it down.
Is that where you're starting?
And 72. Sorry. So they said, they've got,
What's happening? Anybody know? I realized as soon as I left, I put the wrong time that I was going to be back. Oh, Lord. As soon as I got done PT, I saw we were on lunch, and I was like, all right, let me just stop real quick, get dinner, get the stuff that I forgot for dinner yesterday when I went to the market. Let's see. Oh, we do have blooping time. Oh, I realize there's me talking on my phone next to us. See if you guys tell me what was going on right here. You knew, or were we just waiting? Oh, just got back from lunch. All right, I didn't miss anything? Yes, found Bob's dad. Did we tell you that? Did Bob tell you that? Oh, my Lord. He's at the store he's at the restaurant that's up the street from us that he eats that often. Are they just waiting for the jury to come back, or are they doing something?
For the record, I'd like to say that I showed them how to use the technology.
Oh, okay. Tech wizardry.
For the record, I would like you to know that's why they need me.
Oh, for the record, I want you to know that's why they need me. You know, if I'm the defendant, I'm like, dude, my life on trial.
Everywhere.
all right, bring it in.
All right, bring him in. All right, I need you guys' help about what I missed, because pause it real quick. See if somebody wants to. Well, I'll just keep an eye, I guess, on the comments. Is there anything huge I missed? I think the last thing I was hearing was him try to say, I heard him deny that um, he knew who the shooter was. Did he ever admit it? Did he ever say, "Oh yeah, he did tell me that"? Or on this interview, he just kept denying it? Mhm. Y'all saying I didn't miss shit, and I think no to my new question as well. Nope and nope. All right, people. Thank you. Let's let her go. Let her run.
A year and a half, well, not even quite a year and a half, but a year and a few months ago, you got the FBI coming out there, or TFO agent with the FBI coming out to your house, and saying your son's going to shoot up school.
No, he said it was in that thing. And I'm telling you, we went round and round. I was like, I need to know what he was.
And I'll get I'll pull the report from him. But basically, he was in a chat room. Your son was in a chat room.
Correct.
Where they were talking about shooting up school.
Yep.
And then we have him cutting himself.
Yep.
And
Well,
we have.
so the chat room is something that he, to this day, swears up and down, he didn't even know that was said. He just said it was a bunch of.
Oh, he said the same thing.
Okay, good. So I'm not red flagging that. Like, okay, well, you learned your lesson, it's a hammer for me.
I just know, what I try to do to help me better understand cases is I try to put myself in someone else's shoes.
Sure, yeah.
I have kids.
Yeah.
And again, you can just say I didn't work in law enforcement. To me, as a regular dad, if the law enforcement comes from, no matter who they are, law enforcement comes to my house and tells me that my son was in a room where they were talking about committing a school shooting, that is going to be a giant red flag.
Oh, and it was.
No matter what my kid says, because kids can lie, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And it was.
That's a huge red flag.
Yep. It was. And I talked to that officer.
I'm probably going, you're not going to have a computer, you're not going to have a phone, you're not going to be on the internet. Is that what happened with you guys?
It was done. No, nothing.
You took his computer?
Yeah, we just, like.
Right, just like when you took your knives after you cut himself.
Everybody take a break.
Right.
When you feel like coming back and being normal, let me know, we'll talk about all this.
Right.
Along those lines.
And then you kind of sprinkle in there his interest with true crime.
Yeah.
That you guys talk about, he had this innate ability, like, as a 13, 14-year-old man or child, he is looking at these news cameras or what's being printed on news, and they have the blurred out images, but he is seeking to go find the graphic images.
I don't know about that, but.
Well, there's a blurred image, right, on Fox News, and then he went to go see the actual image.
Yeah, and it was more like fear, that I have to worry about this in school. Like, no, if they've got officers there, like, hell, like, no, you're not, this is just that was I thought at the time was the interest. Like, is it gonna happen to us? Like, no.
All right, I'm going to continue to take up for Dad on the red flag of the chat room. I am sorry. The police told him they'd get back to him if it was something. And I think what he was saying there is it was a red flag. And then I even talked to the officer and it didn't. And then he didn't finish because this cop started interrupting him. So I think what he was saying there is it would have been a red flag. It was until my kid said he didn't even hear it. And then the cops never called me back and told me if they don't call me back, I don't have to worry about it. It's nothing. So I do not think that he thought that his son either was aware of or messaged or read a message in a chat room about shooting up a school. And I think the cops left him with every reason to feel that way. Personally, that's my opinion on that issue. So
When did you give his computer back to him? Because he was able to go look up all this about the school shooters and stuff. When did you give his computer back to him?
In Jefferson?
Yeah.
I have no idea when it goes back in, because that was towards the end of school, and then we started moving.
When did you buy a computer?
I bought him a tower, I guess right before we left Jefferson, like just a gaming low.
He might have been talking about the shrine. And I wasn't trying to, sorry, lady, if I, sometimes I assume everybody knows that I'm not barking at them. So I didn't mean to bark at you. I was putting up your comment because it's a valid comment, but then I'm explaining like my position on that. And he might have been talking about the shrine. But wait, what? A creep stopped in front of Brian's house again and watching. Well, I hope you've called the police or gone out and waved them away. Like, I see you, see me. Be safe, Brian. What the heck's going on over there? Creep.
Legit gaming talent, like a GT40 or something, it was a good gaming computer. But never, let me be exceptionally clear, right now. If he ever said anything to me about killing himself, there's not hell or high water gonna keep me from taking him to the hospital, right then, like. That's
So let's kind of visit, let's unpack that. Did Miss Marcy and Miss Debbie come to you and talk about having him go to Athens Behavioral Health?
Yeah, that's what we're working on.
That's what we're working on.
That's stuff.
Where were you supposed to take him to Athens Behavioral Health?
Was I?
You or whoever, who was supposed to take him to Athens Behavioral Health?
I didn't have an appointment with him there.
Well, I know you didn't have an appointment, but I think the reason that there was no appointment made is because they said on Saturdays, you didn't need to make an appointment because it's not a busy day.
I didn't talk to anybody there. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying you did.
Oh, I don't know.
But did you talk to Marcy
About
and Debbie about taking him to Athens and having him,
No.
you never had a conversation with them
When I got Athens,
about where?
Damn, Brian, now I'm, double thinking my instruction there. I know you live alone on a mountain. Go out there and let him know you see him and wave him away. Yeah, car and plates, pick. Have your phone with you. My God, let us know when you're back.
not about going, the only person we talked about was school and getting that third party counselor in there for him. That was our conversation.
Because when, in their interview with Miss Debbie and Mr. Marcy, they both indicated that this past Saturday, that Colt was supposed to be taken.
That's the first time I've heard that.
No, you
Never heard that before.
never heard that before?
Nope, never.
Okay. Why do you
What?
think that would be said?
Because that's what I told you, we were trying to get help for him, like, so if I can find the home for the way I want to go to school, it's just been through a lot with it.
All right, so let's see if he fleshes this out. But for now, yes, we are all waiting with bated breath for Brian to return. For now, Colin is telling the officer, I never knew there was a plan to get him into therapy, into inpatient on Saturday, which we know is not true. So let's see if he explains, well, I knew there was a plan at some point, but then that plan changed when the teacher said, or so he thought, or was told that the teacher said, wait till he sees the state person at school first.
Mom, like he's voiced, like he's having
gonna blue
like, so if I can find the home for the way I want to go to school, it's just been through a lot with his mom. Like he's voiced, like he's having trouble. He's telling me he's having trouble. It's just a lot.
Do you think it would have been a bad idea to take him or a good idea to take him?
I didn't even know. It would be a great idea. That's what we're trying to do, is decide as a family if we want to check.
Okay, so Brian, you probably should call the police. If you do not know who this person is and he's outside of your house and he's taking pictures of you, you should telephone the police. Better safe than sorry. So, and don't go out there again and lock your door. Jesus. All right.
In somewhere and he like admit him or just get.
And that was, I remember you saying that Marcy first had the idea of checking in somewhere months ago. When you pushed her and you came home.
No, that was just like last week.
Okay. What was the incident you were telling me about? Was that?
That was, that's all I talked about. Was
Last week or?
Yeah, when Dad came up here and all that, it's that kind of stuff that he went through down there living with them that kind of.
Did Marcy ever ask you to take the guns out of the house? Or put them up or hide them somewhere?
No, yeah, we've always been like that, like our guns have always been.
But what did Marcy ask you about the guns? What did she say to you?
She just said after the confrontation she had with Colt was like, you need to put them up or get rid of them. And I said, okay.
Did you put them up or get rid of them?
They're up. And I didn't, my goal, my thought was I'm gonna have a conversation with Colt about all this. And
Did you have a conversation with Colt about it?
yeah, he told me exactly what happened.
They're up. They're up on top of my closet where, I mean, a 14-year-old absolutely can't reach or look. I mean, where are you going to look for something hidden? On top of a closet, under
His
the
mom
bed?
kind of bull, it was a different story than what she said.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of came charging in there, calling him MFer and got in his face and like, okay, that's what happened. I'm like, okay. But this happening thing, I was not swearing out of where he was supposed to go. I surprised they told him to take him there. That would have been great. But no, that was never, nobody ever said there is a set appointment for him anywhere. So we've all been
Right, yeah, I mean, there wasn't an appointment made, no.
I mean, like, it's all my insurance, I would have to know about it. Nobody ever said, hey, go. Like, we're set up to bring, like, I didn't know that they talked to Athens, like.
Okay. So tell me about Jenny. How is Jenny? Like, they're really close, right?
They're close, she's just super quiet.
She is?
Yeah, real reserved and,
Is she a pretty truthful kid?
yeah, she's good, she's a kid, she is. You know,
Have you ever taught her in a lie before?
Jenny, nothing major that I can think
What does she
of.
lie about?
What's this?
I can't think of anything like major.
Have you ever caught Colt in a lie?
I'm sure I have. I can't,
Can't think of anything off the top of your head.
no. Like, kind of a lot in my process here, and these questions are like, I don't know, like, I don't know.
No.
Like, I don't know when I bought that tower, it was like around Christmas or something.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not looking for an example.
Yeah,
I know you don't carry around receipts, but these are questions that we got to figure out, we got to find out.
Yeah, I get it.
Because a lot of people want answers to these questions.
Yeah, I do too.
Where's Brian?
Yeah, like, I do too.
So these are some things that you kind of need to be thinking about.
Brian, just chat to us that you're on the phone with the cops and you're all good.
We did talk with Jenny today,
Yeah.
and she did very well today. And we kind of, when we talked to her, and she's very close to the brother, she goes in this room and they play video games together, so on and so forth. One of the things that she stated was that was a Colt kept his firearm in his room.
It's not all the time, though.
Okay, so how often?
It was never, there was never an inkling or a thought of anything like this ever happening. That's not like,
Well, there was an inkling.
well, I mean,
There
not really for him. This was, just for him, this was our escape out into the wilderness kind of thing. That's all this was. Like, if we were getting guns down to clean them or stove or something like that, it was purely range or deer hunting. That's what this was. I thought, but apparently not, so.
She mentioned that over the past couple of days that he had been kind of cleaning, his gun a lot. Did you see him clean?
No.
But you don't know when he had it done, when he did that. You couldn't say on any given day.
He's never just had his gun, like in his room. That's not the rule. That's not it. They're in the bedroom. If he, like that little lady.
Whatever. You're better? You're better?
In my bedroom, when I told you, I heard saying that. Now, this is for a couple days ago. I was looking to see that little laser thing came down and he had it down. We were messing with the scope and all that. Just purely what we have been doing leading up to this. This was not in my train of thought, obviously.
Yeah.
So, as far as cleaning it, I never saw it. We don't really have a whole lot to clean the gun with.
Yeah.
So, he knows not to do that shit in front of me. It's not like, that's not a toy.
But, so I guess the reason I'm kind of drilling down on it is I'm trying to figure out how often he had the gun, how much access he had to the gun.
Yeah, I mean, there was.
And it sounds like, I mean, if you weren't home, because he doesn't not get everyone to school at 3 or 4 days, I think it was on the computer. He could have gone in there any one of those days and got it.
Well, it was a trust kind of thing. It's the reason we bought it, because you show them, like, trust.
You trust it.
Like, I mean, it's like, you checking the boxes, doing everything you need to do.
What boxes were you checking?
Just staying calm, getting back in school, like, being committed to getting back in school, like, just everything he said he was gonna do. And then when the mess shit happened,
I guess, Colin, I have a different understanding of checking the boxes. He made the commitment to go back to school.
yes.
But he didn't go to school, he went 4 days.
Well, this year, he went 4 days. The conversation that you don't and not know about is, could he go to school?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're kind of like at with this whole
I mean,
thing.
go to school.
Can he go to school and just say he's gonna go to school and do what he's supposed to do, and not worry about all the kids and the bullying and all the, like.
Who was bullying?
In Jefferson,
Okay, but not here.
not here.
Okay.
No, when he came back here, he was.
He did online school for a period of time too, right? How long did he?
I don't know, man, he went through all of online till, I don't know, towards the end of this year.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
What?
and then his grandmother said that we were gonna just try to get him enrolled back in
About
school.
time, Fran.
And
Don't go
if
far.
it
Lock
didn't
all your
work,
shit.
I was looking at sending him to different places for school, like not a military school, but, and there was just, this was his chance to get back into school and just have some normalcy, not worry about all of that. He got so far behind.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like he was like gonna be picked on and looked at because he was so far behind. And he never was just a go-getter out being life of the crowd. He just, he just would be by himself and
What did
not
you,
want any crap started.
what have you heard, as far as the actual case? Have you been, listening to the news, been told about how many people were injured, hurt?
So, I came home, the TV was on when I got home. And I saw the overhead of the football field. I shut the TV off. And then talking to my family. So the news was calling everybody in my family, and I'm talking to them, and they're telling me what all has happened and how many people.
What did the news say to you?
They just wanted the house,
They wanted what else?
my house. They they want to interview me and want to talk to me, and it's like, y'all need to be off the property. So that went on.
What did the news say about the injured and the deceased?
I never had that conversation, and not gonna have that conversation with the Indians needed, just please get off the property.
What about law enforcement?
I haven't talked to them since everybody left the house. You're it.
So I'm gonna.
Did you end for the day?
Yeah. You guys
Wow.
didn't tell Allie? Oh.
What happened?
You guys kept the secret? I didn't even ask for it to be a secret.
If they did, I didn't see it. We've been worrying about Brian, who's got a stalker and
What?
is now on the phone with the police. There's some guy outside her house. She went to go like watching. Apparently, she lives like up on a mountain, so
What?
there's no one else around. And
What?
she went out to take a picture of the car, and that the guy took a picture of her back.
What?
So now she's calling the police.
Oh my God. Is the person still there?
We don't know. Last message from Brian was, "I'm calling the police."
Oh my God. That's scary.
Yeah.
That's real scary. Yeah. So, I mean, well, I hope she checks back in with us.
Yeah, we're watching.
Okay. Just so at 9:30, without warning, the judge out of nowhere says, talking to the jury, says, I have an unavoidable conflict that I have to handle. It has nothing to do with this trial, has nothing to do with the parties, nothing. It's something different and I cannot avoid it. I'm sorry. And I'm going to take a break from 9:30 till 10:30 Mountain Time. He gets back late, like closer to 10:45 Mountain Time. He gets up on the bench. The sound wasn't on at first. And then he says, unfortunately, I'm very, very sorry, apologizing to the jury. He's like, I have to recess trial for the rest of the day. It's unavoidable. Again, it has nothing to do with the parties. It has nothing to do with our case. It's something else. So we don't even know. And yeah, you recessed it for the whole day at like early. And then I went and took the dog for a walk.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
all right.
Take
Well,
the guy for a nice walk.
good. I'm probably gonna go get something to drink, but if while I'm gone, Brian puts a new message, make sure you put it up.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna share with you the warrants.
I'm gonna bloop back.
So I'm gonna share with you the warrants that were taken.
Okay.
So right now, he has, I've taken 4 warrants for his arrest. Okay. And they are, and this is preliminarily because we're still processing evidence.
Oh, pause it.
There are.
I told the our fam here about my dad's misadventure last night that he ended up but 100 miles from home. I am happy to report he made his way back. He, was able to get a hotel last night. He crashed out way the hell wherever he drove. And he is safe and sound. He is now eating lunch at the place, the very restaurant that he was supposed to be eating at and leaving yesterday, where he ended up 3 hours later, 100 miles away from the house. So
I did, by the way, because I was worried, like, oh shit, we're like, Dad's not allowed out anymore. That's it. You're grounded. Can't be having him.
It's a legit
not
concern.
able to. But so I asked him, and I was like, Dad, like, do you think this is your mind and your age and your mind, or like what's going on? Because what I don't understand is why after like 15 minutes you weren't like, well, I recognize none
Half
of
hour,
this. Even a half hour,
45
right?
minutes, an hour. Like, why are you continuing to drive where you don't recognize anything? That's what I said.
Right.
I asked him the same thing. I'm like, did you
He
lose?
said it got cold, dark fast. So, and we're in the middle of nowhere. So I get the sense, and we'll have to pick at him a little to make sure, but this is where I'm leaning right now. Maybe I'm being optimistic that once he realizes it and it's dark, he's like, well, shit, I'll just keep going a little more and then I'll pull over. Waiting to see a town or like signs of life, but you could have to drive a while for that out here. And
Yeah,
so
Christine,
that's what happened.
that's exactly what we're gonna do because his phone is so outdated. He's got like an iPhone 3, and he would never use any kind of iPhone that doesn't have the home button. Like he's 80. There's no teaching that old dog any new tricks. So I think the answer, babe, is exactly that. We put we air tag his car keys.
Yeah. We
And
bought him a
maybe
GPS, like an actual old physical one, like years ago.
no, like 2 years ago. It was like
Okay, whatever.
awesome Garmin.
Yeah, Garmin, and he wouldn't use
Still
it.
sitting in the armrest of his car.
And we have shown him 100 times on his phone how to say
I have
just,
set it up.
"Hey
I set it
Siri,
up for him.
driving directions home."
I don't think
So,
does he have Siri? I don't
yeah.
think he has Siri, does he? He cannot, he has never updated his phone. How would he have Siri?
Well, he talks to the phone and says, "Call so and so."
In the car.
No, when we're sitting on the couch, and he's like, "Call Walmart." And I was like, "I can't do that on my
He
phone."
cannot have Siri. Like he's never
Maybe it's not
updated the
Siri,
phone.
maybe it's whatever it used to be back in the day, but we are going to get an AirTag.
I have an AirTag. I've got
Well, the
multiple extra
dog's
AirTags.
battery's going dead, so we should swap his
Yeah,
out.
why do they make AirTags where you can't recharge them? That's some bullshit. Like
You
what?
know, they
That's
like to keep
ridiculous.
making that money, 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 money. All right, now I haven't been paying attention. Anybody, has Brian checked back in?
No,
Okay.
people would have been throwing it up. I have been paying attention. I'm very good at watching the chat, almost to the detriment of paying attention to the trial
Yeah,
sometimes.
no, that's no
I
good.
get real torn.
Thanks, Iceman. Welcome, Miriam, Tracy, and we did these earlier. Christian,
Uh-huh.
Endo. Wait till
Family
I get
hugs.
through them all. Then
Oh,
you can give the family hugs.
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Emily,
Oh yeah.
and now I give everybody a family hug, babe.
Aw, family hugs. Welcome to the fam, y'all. We love you. We love you, love you, love you.
Thanks again, Iceman.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Wait.
right, so he's about to learn his son's. Oh yeah, sometimes
Oh,
I do
Megan,
when I'm.
there's some shit going on with Brian. She might have like a super stalker. Somebody was sitting
I
on
don't.
her
Don't
property.
call it a super stalker. That makes it even scarier than just a stalker.
Well, I
Which
mean, who the fuck would be sitting up there unless it's like a private investigator? That's the only thing I can think.
right?
Somebody to be that ballsy to sit there. She takes a picture of the vehicle. The person in the vehicle takes a picture of her.
Yeah.
But
Do
I
you
mean,
have a pending civil case? Are you on workers' comp? Are you on unemployment?
yeah,
Because if so, you got yourself a PI. Because that is
yeah,
pretty
you're
crazy.
lucky. Love always truth. I mean, my dad, I wasn't thinking there was anything overly wrong with his mind. Like, there's clearly been some
She's back.
loss. Like, he's just not.
Where?
Brian's back?
I don't know. I
What?
saw. Wait.
Wait, where is she? I don't see her
People are
back.
saying, "Oh, here. Oh, I have a guy that sits in front of my house and watches me."
How many days has this been going on? I mean, do I
Brian,
need to?
we're gonna have to get you on here. We need.
I'm gonna have
maybe-
to fly out to Colorado and beat some ass. It sounds like is what it like go
Send
old
her a
school.
link. Send her the
Old
call-in
school.
number.
Yeah.
Brian, what'd the cops say?
Inquiring minds want to know.
It's been happening for a while, Spit says. What in
What?
the hell? People, you're supposed to know better.
What? Some creep? Like
Since
Brian was in-
November?
What?
Okay. Now
Okay.
enough is enough.
Oh boy. I gotta
No.
fly out there,
No.
beat some ass. It's gotta go that way. Old school. Old school.
Today's the first day you took a picture? Did you get the license plate yet? Have you called? What did the cops say? My goodness.
That's a
Yeah.
little creepy.
Yeah, you need cameras outside.
Look.
She had a guy hiding in another building too, Bob.
And it sounds like Brian lives in a very remote area, which makes it all the more creepy. I mean, all the more creepy. Like what?
But all you
Sounds
people
like
have people that come outside.
Green
get-
says I have tons of
right,
pictures.
right,
This is the
Akasha.
first time that you called the rollers, the fuzz, the 5-0, the cops, the cherries, the pigs. What?
Show
I
me the
mean,
pictures and number.
sometimes you just got to get them involved. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding. Like, this is, don't even joke, Dawn.
right.
I mean, seriously,
No, we'll take that
this
off
is some scary shit.
since November.
I don't like this at all.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna call the cops, which she did,
Yeah.
and we're gonna put up some cameras outside, on a mountain.
That is not cool, man. Not cool.
Not cool.
Not cool.
All right.
All right. So wait, before you like, I've obviously missed all week. So give me the thumbnail. What like? Give me
I
the
told you
cliff
last night. The daughter put the nail right in his coffin.
Nail.
He admitted in his first interview that his son. He said 2 days ago there was pictures of like maybe musicians. All of a sudden, there's another picture of a guy, and he's like, "Oh, who's that?" And that his son eventually tells him that that was Cruz, a school shooter, something like that. And then daughter says, he told me to cover for him. He told me to lie. He told me specifically that I didn't know what those pictures and posters were, pictures and articles were, that that's what the daughter was supposed to say about the dad. Then in this interview, he denied knowing, and he thought it was someone
How
from
many days after is this interview?
one day.
Oh shit.
Okay. So he said he knew his son had depression, anxiety. He knew about the fight, the pushing thing with the gun with mom. He was told about that. He knew about a fascination, it sounds like, with school shooters. I'm a little unclear on that. I thought I heard that, but then I heard him sort of saying, well, it was like he saw it and he pointed out, like, gosh, they could have stopped this. This would have been easy to stop. And that he was looking at it from that angle. But the
All right.
pictures,
So it
and
sounds like he's in deep shit. Is there anything that you think that they can do during the defense's case in chief to mitigate the damage that's been done? Is there anything in your world that exists that can be presented to this jury that will flip them the other way? I mean, if you were defending him, because obviously defense counsel knows all this shit. They knew all this shit was
they
coming.
didn't know the daughter was going to say that.
Ooh.
They did not know the daughter was going to.
Surprise.
Right.
See, over
And
on
they-
my stream, I was talking about that inability to be able to depose people in criminal trials.
Well, and the state hiding the ball and the
Oh, yeah.
judge letting
Oh, yeah.
letting him do it.
Now, is that ball hiding
That's a
going
Brady
to be
violation.
enough to flip
Well,
this thing back on appeal?
it's possible, but I
Seems
think
like a big deal to me.
right. The question is, is there a harmless error analysis under
I mean, you
Brady?
said that she basically testified that her father
People,
asked
yeah.
her to lie. Is that?
Mhm.
Huh.
So right now they are telling him what his son's charges are, and I think immediately thereafter is going to be them telling him what his charges are. He still does not know they're about to arrest him.
PB says that the daughter was the most.
She
credible
was, and I think the defense did. I do think there is something to be said about the daughter wanting to appear outwardly as the one who helped put her father in prison. She wants her father to go to prison. She wants to stay with the family she's with. She wants to be seen as the person who spoke up and put her father in prison.
Is she in foster
Even with
care?
all that, even with me believing some of that, I do not believe that she is lying about the dad telling her to lie. I didn't get that sense, but
How old was she during when all this shit was happening?
I think 12.
Oh, come on. Yeah. Like, I don't think
12
she's
and
lying.
13.
So is she with family or is she in foster care?
Foster care. She does
Wow.
She does not keep this is why some of that argument is not too far fetched. She does not communicate with any of her family members. She didn't even remember her grandmother's name. Like, and what do you call her? And she does not say Mamu. She's like,
Wow.
what do you call grandma? Grandma, grandpa, what do you call? Something like that was her answer. Something like that.
No shit.
Yeah.
I mean, she's clearly over these fucks. The whole lot of them. The
Yeah.
whole crew. I mean, that's fair.
But I
I
still
I
think with all that, I still think she maintained a certain sense of credibility, even if I would believe as a juror that she was more inclined to, you know,
yeah, I mean, we've talked
implicate
about
her
this.
dad at any extent.
You don't get to pick your family, you know? You're born into who you're born into, and if
Oh,
it's
and
a
she does there's a younger brother I do think people said she was still talking to.
you know what I mean,
Yeah.
though?
Thanks, guys.
Can you not hear me?
Sorry, I was looking at what people said. No, I do know what you mean. I thought that was obvious. You cannot pick your family. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, well, that's what
Right.
I said, but
Right.
the
As I
bigger
meant, is that
point is
the
the bigger
comment?
point is that, I mean, at some point, if your family is a bunch of assholes, you know, and you have like kind of what I would see as an opportunity to dip, you know,
I'm
maybe
just
you
shocked
take
about
that.
Mamu.
Well, Mamu apparently sucked. I'm gonna trust the kid over anybody else. The kid knows. I mean, maybe the sister is, you know, you were so far up Colt's ass that I was just like pushed to the wayside. You know,
Right.
because Mamu was definitely spending a lot of time focusing on Colt.
Well, not according to the daughter. Mamu barely came up there, maybe twice.
Ever? So you're saying
That's what I'm
Mamu
saying.
lied on the stand?
No, I do think that the kid's memory might be a little, you know, I mean, the mom had notes, dude. She called DCFS. She was worried about that kid, those kids. I think Mamu was there more often, but it's just the way the kids formed her memories about it, you know?
Oh, Marjorie says I get zero bullshit. I'm the most loyal motherfucker on the planet. If you're a kid though, and you're born into a shit family, like what you're supposed to be loyal to the extent
Well, we
where
don't even
your
know if that's what
family's a
she means.
nightmare, huh?
We don't know if that's what she means.
Oh, I think that's what she means. I mean, I'm not taking it personal.
And,
I'm kidding around.
Tiff says Mamu was an enabler, and maybe that's
Yeah.
how, um,
Meep moop.
Mimu,
Meep
Mamu.
meep moop.
But then we had Muma, we were
What about
saying.
meep moop?
I
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
were calling her Muma.
Muma.
She'll always be Muma to me.
All right, let's go.
Let's
And
go. You can take that thing off there. I'm not live
Brian, do
streaming.
more. Do
Yeah,
more.
do more.
Make the cops do more, including drive around your house often.
Full warrants for his arrest for the offense of felony murder. As an adult. It has to be. It has to be. What do you say it has to be? There's a lot of damage done. What is the difference is what? So there were 4 people who lost their lives. And I'm gonna give you the picture, kind of in talking to everybody, kind of what happened that morning, to the best of my ability.
See, here's what I think's happening right now. Like he was like, there were 4 people who lost their lives. You haven't really been watching the news. They wanted it to seem like he wasn't reacting enough, but he said, "I know." He said, "I know, I know." And I think that's what this whole little ploy is to get him on camera in a way that makes people think this guy feels nothing, which I'm sure all of you in the chat are probably about to be saying. The guy feels nothing. I honestly can hear it in his voice when he's like man crying.
I think he feels something, and I don't know what it is. That's what the problem is.
It's probably
Like
guilt and all the things.
deep regret. Deep regret.
Well, I'm sure.
All right, from what was told to me, this is kind of what I've been able to develop so far. So Colt says that he makes this decision to bring this rifle to school. How did you get a long rifle?
on a bus and in school. Like, I don't understand that.
Well, he took some steps to do that, right? So he puts the rifle in his book bag. And not only does he put the rifle in his book bag, he goes and he takes poster board and he wraps the top of the rifle sticking out of the book bag in poster board. And then he takes on top of that and puts some kind of hat over the top of the top of the poster board. And he told everyone that it was a project.
And the poster was a Happy Mother's Day poster that I had that made.
How did you know that?
Because it was in his room, like it was our thing to try to help her.
So he wraps this up in poster board. And he gets on the bus. And he tells everybody, it's a project. He goes to class. He tells them it's a project. And then he goes to his second period class where he makes the decision to go into the bathroom and, in his words, to get ready. And asked him what that meant. And he stated that he had formulated this plan.
Dad was not home.
And then his initial plan was to bring a hat. And the initial plan was he has a airsoft vest. Is that correct? He was going to wear his airsoft vest, but he opted not to. And he forgot his hat, but he brought with him some gloves. He said the reason that he brought the gloves was to distance himself from the rifle.
So what?
Distance himself from the rifle. Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know what that means.
That's not me, guys. That's the courtroom.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any kind of mental disorders whatsoever?
No.
Never have?
No, sir.
Never gave you any inkling that you had a mental disorder?
No, sir, I'm telling you, the only time I heard those words about what he told.
Right.
What was it? Mania,
Yeah.
whatever, was a insane asylum. And that's where I'm like, he's gotta go. Like, we have to make this happen right now. Something's wrong.
When was that?
That was just the other day, his mama told me that. Like, okay, we've gotta make this happen.
When she came over and pushed it? Okay. And when you guys talked about making it happen, it was nothing about this past Saturday?
No,
Okay.
no.
So he goes down, he opens up fire, and he strikes four individuals, and four of the individuals that he shoots and hits, they pass from the injuries that they sustained. Two of them, Colin, were children.
About time.
Jeez.
Phew.
Why in the hell would he do this?
Because he's damaged, bro.
Or staff. There are other people that are injured. At least one of the injured was listed at one time in critical condition. I don't know the extent of their injuries. I've not spoken to them yet. Like I said, there's a large number of investigators and law enforcement that's involved in this investigation. So it takes time for us to get some, I don't have all the answers for it right now.
Truth.
So there was a number of other people that were hit.
Like the worst. You have to believe me when I tell you I never, ever, in 1,000 years, would ever think this would happen with him. Ever.
Well, that's what he's under arrest for.
And here's what you're under
We
arrest
talked
for.
to Jenny today, and Jenny
George
saw
Smalls.
him before he left for work. Or left for school, got on the bus. She gets on the bus after him, correct? This is the picture Jenny drew for us of his backpack. His backpack, open, poster board, rolled up paper. She even put the J on here for Jenny's for.
I just bought him that book.
Jenny is very talented. She's a very talented artist, and she's a very smart young lady.
She's the whole reason
She's the whole reason you're what?
that I am committed to do whatever I have to get my kids a good life. They do not deserve to go through all that shit with their mama and all the shit they saw and had to deal with.
Right. So when they went through all that stuff with their mom and all that stuff they had to deal with, did you ever think about getting them counseling or anything? You did? Who did they go to?
We didn't formally send them to a counselor. They talked with defect counselors multiple times. And to the point where I was talking to Jenny like, hey,
Defects counselors or defects workers?
both, they were both involved. And Fitzgerald. And she, that everything that I do are, Colt, your brother and your sister are watching, you're the role model.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was any constant frustration, it was like that, like blame everything on his mama for what she put us through and just kind of, like, I know it's tough, but we've got to push forward. We have to keep doing the right thing. And Jenny and little Cole, man, I'm telling you, they were those two kids. I know for me, it's like, okay, I know I'm a good dad. I'm doing the right thing. I'm trying to get Colt into the right people. I've only got so much money, so much time, like, but you're right. She's guilty, and Will Cole is too. And they don't deserve any of this. Like, we were sitting there on the floor last night, like I'm scared. I'm like, I'm scared too. And she's like, is my life ruined? I'm like, no, your life is not ruined. I said, oh, we will get through this. I will be here for you.
What do you feel Jenny about this?
The only thing I said to her was, don't get on social media, which I know she has. And I asked her, I said, did you look at any of this?
What social media accounts does she have?
I don't know. I don't think she has any. I don't think she does. She doesn't like no Facebook, nothing like that. But I told her today, I said, she started texting, oh, y'all got my phone. When he said that last thing to me the other day, I left work and was texting him repeatedly, like, call me, like, something's wrong. I knew something wrong. And when I got to her,
Did you call 911 and figure out something was wrong?
it all happened like bang, bang, bang. Talked to Jenny and she said, we're in lockdown. As soon as she said we're in lockdown, I started getting off the roof of the building I was on.
I'll
Like,
star this
I
and
gotta
talk
go.
about it later.
And then it was just trying to contact him, her, him, his mama, grandmother, we gotta go get the kids. Like, I gotta get home, something's wrong, I don't know. And, Marcy's like, I got a bad feeling about this. And I'm like, I do too. I'm like, I pray to God, and I even know.
Well, one of the things that Jenny said in her interview, and I want to bring up some notes that I took. That she indicates that there's a lot more arguing going on than kind of what you have shared with us. The arguments are pretty frequent.
Arguing, yeah.
And,
Right.
And yelling at you. And she told us about the incident where he chased her into his room and she said it scared her.
It scared me.
Yeah. And you and her have talked multiple times about getting him help.
Yeah.
Going back for a while.
I don't know for a while. You're asking time frames. I'm sorry, I can just snap off of what these time frames are, but yes, they're like, there was no like blind eye here. We're trying, like, once I got this new job, what I was waiting on was my insurance to kick in. And that finally just kicked in. We've been talking like as soon as
When did their insurance just kick in?
a week and a half ago.
I thought it was August
2
1st.
weeks, maybe, I don't know. I don't know the exact date, because it all happened. I was waiting to get him into like, if it had to be clinical, I started going down the list. I even reached out to, a psychologist in Bethlehem, like, do you take my insurance? Yes. Here's kind of the backstory I got with Colt, was talking about that, and then school.
Has Colt kind to understand on track with the argument, has he ever told you that he hated you during the argument?
Yeah.
Has he ever told you that he wanted to hurt you?
He's always
Threatened to hurt you?
not like, more like, what are you gonna do about it kind of stuff. And what I chose to do is just to leave him alone. And
And Jenny described seeing him kick you, punch you, hit you,
that was the second time,
and that was how long ago?
probably a month and a half ago, before he started back to school.
Yeah.
And that's when I pulled in
Did you ever throw anything?
Dad doesn't know he's about to be arrested.
What did he say to you before he did that?
I didn't hear him say anything to me at all, but, when I picked up the screwdriver, I probably should have said, you're going, I said, I need to call the law.
So Jenny knew that he had a lot of social media accounts. He actually had a lot of them. And he would create them, delete them, and create them, and delete them. So in your talks with Jenny, did she ever share that with you?
She never told me, and like, I'm all about, social media, so
Help me understand how the conversations with Jenny would go. When,
we wouldn't sit down and just sit there and have a long conversation about Colt.
I don't think this cop was looking at his notes. I think he's looking at messages of somebody telling him shit to ask, by the way. No, as far as we know, he has not been Mirandized. He still is speaking to them voluntarily, probably believes he's free to go, hasn't asked to leave, and has no clue that they've got arrest warrants for him. And this interview is the day after the shooting, one day later. It's his second interview.
That's not, it was more about just, hey, we're getting him help, insurance kicks in, he's going, like, I'm trying to just see it coming and be neutral, and, I feel like he's gonna get that way, then we'll go to the park, and he'll calm down, and he'll give me a call and say, hey, I'm sorry, I just lost my temper, blah, blah, blah. That's typically how it would go. But it was a lot of back and forth about his mom, and, what really started the whole thing of her coming back, he asked, he said, do you ever think that we'll be back together as a family and we can get mama some help? And I'm like, yeah. I said, I'm not doing that or bringing her back into our lives until everybody is ready to do that. He actually was the one that was like, yeah, let's try to get her some help. And, I don't want her to end up alone. And we had that conversation, just stand up in the backyard, and I'm like, okay.
You didn't want to do it as long.
He didn't want his mom to end up alone. And I said, well, I respect that. I said, so let's work on what it takes to get her back here, and
I assume so, Jay.
The mission was to keep our family together, all of us, and just turn the page and try to start over normal.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, we'll talk about something. One second.
I'm not going to bloop through this because it's important to see how someone behaves when they're left
For the record, Your
alone.
Honor, keep the investigator stepped out of the room or fast forwarding until when he comes back.
Okay. That's all we get then. I'm taking issue about whether this is detained or not. There's no windows, no door is locked. He's in the police station, but it's been the things that go against it being custodial is it's not been a very aggressive interview. The tone has been very kind of even. He hasn't asked to leave. He hasn't expressed any desire to leave, not even like, I got to go soon or, anything like that. If he drove himself there, which I'm sure he did, you know, and it sounds like there was emotion on this, but there definitely should have been emotion. And thank you, Kathleen.
I'm sorry, man, I had to go to like 4 different people's offices, and none of my keys are in anybody's office. Yeah, we're almost done. One of the other things that, kind of, we talked to, the other investigator. I mentioned that Marcy, reported that she had conversations about him being obsessed with school shooters. And even that was a focus on admission, whether he was obsessed with it.
I don't know about obsessed. He shared with her that one that I was telling you about, that felony case that we really talked about that day.
Yeah.
So, it's like in my mind, like, no, like I'm literally like having normal conversations with him. And even in my notes I got right here, I'm like, this Athens behavioral thing, like, nobody ever said that to me. Like, that is false, that's wrong. Nobody, or we would have been there, like, for real. But as far as that,
What's he talking about? This behavioral thing? Is that what he said? We would have been there. Nobody told me about that. Do you guys, is that something he's referring to, something that was said earlier that I'm not aware of? Sorry for my yawn. I'm not sure what he's talking about. I'm gonna bloop it back and listen to it again. I'm in my notes I got out here. I'm like, this Athen.
false, that's wrong. And even in my notes I got right here, I'm like, this Athens behavioral thing, like, nobody ever said that to me. Like, that is false, that's wrong. Nobody, or we would have been there, like, for real. But as far as that.
Okay, wait a second. Maybe, because is Athens where the mom lived or Athens where they live now? Because wait, I don't want to go saying shit that's wrong. But he said this Athens behavioral thing, we would have been there. And if Athens is where the mom and the grandmom were staying, maybe he's talking about what he was doing there, destroying furniture, all of that. And that's what I thought maybe too, Paige, that he's still talking about not knowing that they were going to put him into the inpatient that Saturday. But I thought he said in his interview that they told him to wait, and that's what he was doing. I don't know. That was in the house treatment place. Okay, so that's what you guys are all saying, that the behavioral inpatient at Athens. Okay. Hi, babe.
Hey, honey.
Her, ever since all that went down with all that damn meth and her getting locked up here and threatening did she bring up that she threatened to kill Colt?
Lady?
So that's where, when that happened, and her mother told him that, she should have never done that, like she agrees, but looking back, hindsight, right? Once that statement was made, that's where the relationship between him and his mother was broken right there. So I don't, what was said back and forth, I don't know how much to take in stock into that, because he just is like washing hands with his mama, like there's no, like he wouldn't care if she locked up and throw away the key, basically. He couldn't get over that she had made that statement. Like that was a big, well, the way I understand it, she said the same thing about me too. But,
So he knew that she was talking about putting him in a.
no, this was her, he said that about, she said that about killing her son and me. That's what I'm talking about. And when her mom told him that was like, that just broke it with him. So it was just trying to give everybody space at first, her just take care of all of her issues, let everybody calm down, to us doing the right thing, and then me telling him, like, she's not gonna kill
So
you.
you mentioned your own notes or anything. I've asked you questions for a couple hours now. Is there something you want to ask me?
I just only thing I wanna ask you is what I'm taking back here, I'm listening, and it's like, you're doing your job, I get it. The way I feel like I'm being portrayed is like just hey, who gives a shit kind of dad, that's not.
Why do you feel like you're being portrayed like that?
Just because I know, like, it looks with what had happened, for me to tell you, it was an agreement by God, we've never had those weapons in our house. Like, we had one conversation with Colt, but it would have never been there, ever. And it was just, like, a story on blood, like, this is our escape. How we go to work and we just get through all this. I was just sitting here thinking, me sitting here telling you I was doing work in my closet, and they were up and out of reach and out of sight, like, that, it just comes across in this camera film, I guess, like, I should have done more, yeah, and I'm like.
Do you feel like you should have done more?
Well, as soon as I felt like something was different, like with him, that's immediate when I was like, I need to buy this gun case, and if he continues to kind of not be who he said he was.
Why did you buy the gun case?
I could sit in my car and I couldn't afford it.
Well, what was the catalyst that led you? I remember you telling me about that.
I was just saying that I could just, him going back to school.
Was that after Marcy told you to put the guns up?
No, this was after him and her had that big old thing.
There was a red flag going off for you, like, hey, I need to lock these guns up.
Well, there was okay, until we can get him some help and everybody calm, I just need to do the right thing and just get him put up or out of the house, like either way. Like, and that was known, that was coming. I had to pay $74 this week to buy it. So it's still sitting on Amazon cart for $134.
And that was after the incident last week
With
with him.
Marcy, with him and his mom. So
And she
really,
came up last week.
yeah, and really I was debating like this week, like, well, if he goes to school, then I may just come home and take everything up to Mike and just tell him to hold on to it for a while, just until I can make sure everybody's like,
Why didn't you do that last week?
God, this is not on the radar. Him and his mother have gone.
Again, was the school shooting itself on your radar?
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, you're saying it's not on your radar. But something was on your radar because you put a gun safe in your Amazon account.
That was after Marcy and him had that argument.
And you even said, I should go and put these guns up. I had the thoughts to take them to Mike's gun room.
Yeah.
Why did you not?
I didn't take them to Mike because I didn't know if he would take them. And so I
Why
thought,
did you not take them to, lock them up in the car?
she said the same thing, but I work out of my truck. It's completely full of tools. And I can't, I'm in charge of the job. I can't roll up there and have guns in my vehicle.
Do you have any family around?
No, I've got a sister that lives in Woodstock.
Okay. who you're talking, did you call her and ask her if she'd be willing to,
We don't really talk.
you know, talk?
But I was just like, you know, I don't, you know, I mean, literally, if
Let me ask you a question, and this may be a hard pill to swallow. Do you think if you had to get rid of those guns, it would be here right now?
I don't know that because I'm finding out things about him I didn't even know what were happening.
Right.
Like, so I can't answer that. Like, I'm just taken back by a lot of things on here.
Okay. I think that's about all the questions I have for you.
I'm so sorry. I don't even.
Yeah, I think you are. Go ahead and set that stuff down for me. You turn around, put your hands on your back.
Is that the point where you placed him under arrest?
Yes, sir.
I don't think I asked you before, what time of day did you start this interview?
I believe it was later in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, give or take.
Okay, there was a timestamp on there. Do you think
The
that's
timestamp
accurate?
will be more accurate than my memory, yes, sir.
Okay, that's all.
Wait a minute. How did was he surprised when he said, put your hands behind your back? I missed it. Bay,
What?
was he surprised?
I mean,
I don't think Bob even saw. We're going
no,
back.
I was filling out a form somewhere. So like always check with me. Like, hey, are you paying attention or are you doing some other work? I was doing other work. Sorry.
Go ahead and set that stuff down for me. You turn around, put your hands on your back.
No, yeah, he had no idea.
Is that the
No
point where you
idea.
placed him under arrest?
Yes, sir.
I don't think I asked you before, what time of day did you start this interview?
I believe it was later in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, give or take.
Okay, there was a timestamp on there. Do you think
The
that's accurate?
timestamp will be more accurate than my memory, yes, sir.
Okay, that's all.
Nothing further.
Yep, thank. Oh, it's time for cross already.
Yes, Judge.
Oh, no. No.
Good afternoon, Investigator Smith.
No, come on. We just listened to 2 hours of an interview. I don't want this boring lawyer. The old man's at least kind of interesting when he says words. Oh. Bob, if you could take this guy and just merge him with your overacting other guy. Oh, no. Tired, guys. This is let's see. I'm going to answer Pseudo Snark's question because he asked, he sent a nice sticker earlier. So, did Bob and Allie decide if the Brady issue was pushed enough to preserve it? Harmless error doctrine sucks for appellate. Hope they did. I think they preserved it, but did they then turn around and waive it? I don't know. I think it's been preserved. I wish they would have walked in this morning. I mean, the judge said, if you can come with more, give me more, I'm going to reconsider it. Left her open. Her didn't close her subpoena. Left the subpoena open and her subject to recall, even for outside of the jury to address some issues or to do whatever they need to do. So I don't know the ramifications of that right now. But thanks for the question, Pseudo. Oh boy. Don't even need your seatbelts for this guy.
I have a few questions, not a ton. If I ask a question that is ambiguous, just let me know and I'll try and clarify, okay?
Yeah,
Yes,
he
sir.
knows.
All right.
This isn't a deposition, buddy.
This interview with Colin Gray was done is the same day that the interview with Jenny Gray was done at the treehouse. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just for timing purposes, it sounds like interview at the treehouse was done first.
Correct.
And then you would have attended that interview?
I did.
Okay. Mr. Gray was at that interview?
Yes, sir.
Now, he wasn't in the interview, was he?
No, sir.
Couldn't
And
hear it.
subsequent to that interview, did you request Mr. Gray to meet you at the police station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which he did, obviously, and you ended up having a statement with him.
That's correct.
All right. And are you, just from my understanding,
Mhm.
are you the lead investigator on the case, or where do you kind of slot in the hierarchy?
So I was assigned the lead investigator for the Barrow County Sheriff's Office portion of this investigation, but this was a multi-jurisdictional investigation.
Yes.
I believe for the GBI, it was Special Agent Nick Johnson that was the
Okay.
lead agent.
And did you,
Oh, was that
so I'm going to ask you some questions about some different parts of the case.
Mhm.
And if it is not something that you were a part of, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
So I'm not exactly sure what your responsibilities would have carried over into. Typically, if you're a lead investigator, you would be familiar with all the cases, the aspects of the case, but with a multi-jurisdictional, that's probably not true, is it?
Some, it just depends on what you're going to ask me.
Okay, perfect. Well, let me just get started.
You know, does this
All right,
guy
so a search
not,
was done.
this guy sucks because there's something called the collective knowledge doctrine, which even applies if you're a multi-jurisdictional investigation, assuming you guys are all communicating, working together, blah, 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 blah. He's giving this officer the ability to be like, oh, that's outside of my purview, and to just kind of ooze his way out of whatever question he wants to. Look, Bob's
I'm still working, Bay. I'm
Okay.
here, but I'm working.
I love you.
On Mr. Gray's home. Is that
That's
correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that search at all?
I was told that his residence was searched, and I was told about some things that were located in that search.
Okay, gotcha. So you mentioned in your interview with Colin Gray that a computer was at the home in Colt's room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said that the computer was or had been taken apart.
Correct.
Was the hard drive intact?
That would be a better question for the GBI.
Okay, gotcha. So as far as you know, the computer was taken apart, but you're not sure what the condition of the hard drive was.
Correct. I just knew that it was taken apart.
Okay. And there were some, let's see, there was a green box, which was described as where some ammunition was kept.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that green box?
I'm familiar with what Colin told me about that green box.
Okay. So you don't know from your investigation what type of ammunition would have been, what type of caliber ammunition would have been found
No,
in the box?
That-
Okay.
Again, that would be a better question for the GBI.
Yes, sir. And I believe there was a trash can located at the residence where there were some empty boxes that cartridges had been in. Are you familiar with that part of it at all?
No, sir. I did not attend
Okay.
the search warrant at Colin Gray's residence.
No problem. Just wanted to check. Thank you. You got into a lot during that interview, and a lot of it was some historical information about the family and where they had lived and things like that.
Yes, sir.
One of the issues you talked about, and we saw a photograph, is of some cutting incidents regarding Colt Gray.
Correct.
And those would have happened in Fitzgerald, Georgia. Is that your understanding?
According to what Colin Gray said, yes.
Okay. And do you have any information that would contradict that they happened in Fitzgerald?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you have information?
Remind me. So okay, so I guess that means that it happened a long time ago, so that these weren't red flags that were all happening simultaneous. It's a lot easier to present a picture now, like, well, the law enforcement came and at least warned you of the possibility that your son was in a chat room talking about shooting up a school, or in a chat room where other people were talking about shooting up the school, and you knew he was cutting, and you knew, but when you space them all out over 2 years, but I'm not sure when Fitzgerald was, or Fitzpatrick or whatever, but I think it might have been before 7th grade.
Information in terms of what year that would have occurred in?
I don't.
That's okay.
Again, Colin Gray, I believe he said it was a previous year.
Okay. And the previous year, so Colt had just started ninth grade in September of 2024,
That's correct.
roughly within a month or so.
Correct.
Okay. And then eighth grade, we skip past eighth grade, we go to seventh grade. That would have been at, was it Jefferson Middle School, do you recall?
Again, that would be a better question for those that investigated his actual.
That's okay. And I appreciate, just let me know if I'm covering stuff that wouldn't have been part of your
Yes.
responsibilities. Okay. And during your interview, Colin indicated that he found out about these cutting episodes.
He did.
And he replied that in response to them, he removed the knives from
Correct.
Colt's ability to use them. You also brought up, or he brought
Oh, I missed that part. So he put the knives up. No knives in the house. All right.
up the allegations from May, I believe it was May of 2023, regarding an FBI tip
Yes, sir.
about some statements made on Discord regarding the school shooting.
Correct.
Those statements, it seems like we're in a chat room. Is that correct? Well,
Correct.
to your knowledge,
Yes, sir. It was in a Discord chat room.
in a Discord chat room.
Yes, sir.
And it's possible that that chat room was accessed by use of a computer.
Correct.
And there would have been an IP address, most likely, that put it back to a certain address, which is how the FBI investigates those types of tips.
Yes, sir.
And you asked Colin Gray what happened to the computer after he found out about these allegations.
Yes, sir.
And he said when he found out, he removed the computers or he took the computers. Is that correct?
Kind of. So
Yeah, I agree with kind of. And to tell you the truth, defense, I don't think you should be touching that with a 10-foot pole, because to me, and you guys have all heard me ranting about this, I don't think that father was left with any reason to believe that allegation. So when you tie that to the taking of the computer, I think it's a problem. And I do think that dad was wishy-washy about why the computer was taken. I thought it was like he didn't want him on social media, or so I don't know.
Okay.
Colin, he said two things in the interview. If you kind of listen to it, the first thing that he says is that he took the computer and they were gone.
Right.
And then he also states during that interview that he shut it down and made sure that Colt wasn't accessing any type of online chat rooms anymore.
Okay.
So he says both. So I'm not sure
Right.
which one he actually meant.
Okay. All right. Now, there were some conversations about Marcy and her role in the family and some of the consequences that some of the allegations regarding her drug use took on the family.
Correct.
And that wouldn't have been a part of the case that you would have investigated, obviously,
As far as
whether or not she had addiction issues or what the effect on the family was, or was it?
I was told about the substance abuse issues within the family, both Marcy's and Colin's. Yes.
Okay. And from the interview, it sounds like, well, Colin told you that Marcy's addiction had taken a toll on Colt,
Correct.
and that there had been what sounds like trauma involved when Marcy was around Colt. Trauma to Colt.
Trauma in the form of.
Let me ask that question
Yeah.
better. Okay.
Don't
It
I-
sounds like Marcy's addiction had a negative impact on Colt.
Yes.
Okay. And Marcy had come up to stay with Colt and Colin and Winder in approximately mid-August,
No, Jaden.
late July. What's your understanding of
My
when she
understanding,
came
it
up
was
here?
about a month prior to this incident, and
Okay.
she stayed for a couple of weeks. So
Right.
she would have left
How do you
2 or
know?
3 weeks before this incident.
Okay.
Was my understanding from that interview.
Just
I mean, he said he doesn't really drink. He never used drugs, and there's been no allegation of abuse. I don't know if they're talking about Marcy and little Colin, like went somewhere, did something. I don't think, obviously, they're saying little Colin has any substance abuse, but that's not an allegation.
About Big Colin?
Not that I've ever heard. I don't know. Let's see what cigarette.
I mean,
Hush
he was
says
sitting
she
there
heard.
pounding
Both
Red
Marcy-
Bull. I don't know that that's indicative of anything, but when
Wow, you're making him a drug addict because he drinks Red Bull?
no, I just
Wow.
think that like sometimes when people are giving up booze or
All right,
dumping
I'm gonna go
booze,
back. I'm gonna go back. Everyone's saying I didn't hear it right. Okay.
Marcy's addiction had a negative impact on Colt.
Yes.
Okay. And Marcy had come up to stay with Colt and Colin and Winder in approximately mid-August, late July. What's your understanding? Of
My
when she
understanding,
came
it
up
was
here?
about a month prior to this incident, and
Okay.
she stayed for a couple of weeks. So
Right.
she would have left, 2 or 3 weeks before this incident.
Okay.
Was my understanding from that interview.
Just right, and that's all I'm asking for is
Right.
exactly what. So
Dad would be so frustrated or
What
so
just happened?
angry or whatever that he would start
Looped.
stuff with
Oh, it
Colt.
just went live.
And so would it have been
Hate when it does
September?
that.
Wait, what?
Your family
They
or
started a
anything
whole
like
new
that.
stream.
Stream?
All right, hold
What?
on. Hold up.
What the what?
Wait, huh?
What the what? That is like a whole new stream.
I'm totally confused.
Super weird.
Wait, wait. That's the other lawyer up there now. But now it
Mm.
just popped all the way back to oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm looking on another stream.
Judge, at this time, we would like to play that interview.
Wait,
I can
is this
either.
the defense?
So, as far as you know, the computer was taken apart, but you're not sure what
Hold
the
on,
condition of the
guys.
hard drive was.
Correct.
There was that.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that green box? Would have been found
No,
in
sir.
the box and empty. Thank you. You got into a lot during that interview, and a lot of it was some historical information about the family and where they
Put
had
us
lived.
back where we were here.
I don't.
That's okay.
Again, Colin.
So Colt, roughly within a month or so, we go to. That's okay.
He did.
Yeah, regarding to your knowledge, possible that that chat room was accessed by use of a computer,
Correct.
and there would have been an IP address most
Okay, we
likely.
got through this.
Right.
Let's
Now, whether or not she had addiction issues,
Okay, here we're gonna go back
regarding
to
her
this.
drug use, consequences that some of the allegations regarding her drug use. Now,
Here
there
we
were
go.
some conversations about Marcy and her role in the family and some of the consequences that some of the allegations regarding her drug use took on the family.
Correct.
And that wouldn't have been a part of the case that you would have investigated, obviously,
As far as
whether or not she had addiction issues or what the effect on the family was, or was it?
I was told about the substance abuse issues within the family, both Marcy's and Colin's. Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
And
There you go.
it sounds
fucking
like
sneaky motherfucker.
There you go.
What a sneaky little play the fucking thing, babe.
I remember you just firing on me, like saying I was like, whatever.
Well, this has never been. Just worry about getting that
What
little
a
thingy.
fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What
Well,
a fucking
forget the liar
Weasley
part,
little
but what a
liar,
little
dude.
weasel. Just sneaking that in. He wasn't asked. He fucking knows damn well he should not be saying that.
I mean, defense counsel didn't make the non-responsive objection, though.
Well, he
Like-
might either he's sleeping at the wheel, which I never know.
Or
with
was
this
hoping
guy.
the jury didn't hear it.
Hoping it slipped through, didn't want to draw attention to it, and now is trying to figure out how to answer that. I might have said, Your Honor, can we strike that last answer as non-responsive? Was saying nothing more, and then sidebarring it if it came up. But I mean, you can't draw attention to that, you know. Gosh, well, way to go, y'all. And there goes. That shows you what little I know and paid attention.
well,
right
Colin
past
told you that Marcy's addiction had taken a toll on Colt.
Correct.
And that there had been what sounds like trauma involved when Marcy was around Colt. Trauma to Colt.
Trauma in the form of,
Let me ask that question
Yeah.
better. Okay. It sounds like Marcy's addiction had a negative impact on Colt.
yes,
Dave,
Okay.
move the captioning.
And Marcy had come up to stay with Colt and Colin and Winder in approximately mid-August, late July. What's your understanding of
my
when she
understanding,
came
it
up
was
here?
about a month prior to this incident, and
Okay.
she stayed for a couple of weeks. So
Right.
she would have left, 2 or 3 weeks before this incident.
Okay.
Was my understanding from that interview.
Just right. And that's all I'm asking for is
Right.
exactly what. So we're talking about.
I was at first thinking maybe he's saying, I heard about the substance abuse issue from both Marcy and Colin, but there was an S at the end. He was saying of Marcy's and Colin's. So
Yeah, that was
Mm.
implying that they both had issues.
Oh yeah, he said it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The same thing. So in that time period, Marcy is staying at Colin's house with the kids. They're all
Correct.
staying at the same residence.
Yeah,
right?
Marcy, Colin, they're all together.
Okay. And we heard that there was this altercation or argument between Colt and Marcy.
Correct.
And it sounds like Colin was not home when this altercation occurred.
Correct.
And Colin said he heard different stories about what actually had happened. Is that correct?
He had.
He had heard one version from Marcy and he had heard another version from Colt.
That is correct.
Okay. And he talked a lot about trying to instill.
Both versions included mom somehow ending up on the ground after trying to take his guns away or suggesting to take his guns away. I mean, both versions involved that. So
A relationship of trust between he and his son, Colt.
Yes.
And as part of the trust, as part of the trust building, it sounds like his explanation for not removing the guns, as Marcy had asked, was because he was in fact listening to both sides, figuring out what exactly had happened.
That would not be my interpretation of it.
Okay. Now, after this altercation with Marcy, Marcy left the home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the home went back to what it had been in terms of the residents being Colin, Colt, Jenny, and Coley.
Correct.
Little Coley.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you just a couple quick questions about Jenny's interview.
Okay.
So you were at Treehouse when the interview happened.
Yes, sir.
all right, so there's his way of saying that things calmed down after mom left and dad felt less of a sense of urgency. But I get the sense that he put that gun safe in his cart after mom was gone. But I'm not 100%, and maybe we'll have to look to that when they get all these records in. Didn't they get all the records in? Or are they doing that with somebody else? And babe, can you check to see if there's a court TV stream that didn't stop in about
Oh, let's see.
10 minutes from now? No, maybe 36 minutes from now.
Yeah, I can check.
It looks like it stopped abruptly, but I don't know. Maybe it's not going to matter.
You were able to observe the interview in its entirety.
Yes, sir.
Was the interview videotaped?
It was.
And did you have a chance to review the videotape?
Oh,
I have.
see?
Was it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
All right.
Yes, sir.
We
Okay.
talked about this yesterday. Was the defense going to put on this video as impeachment evidence? And it looks like they're letting it on. So if you're gone, turn around, come back, wake up. We're about to get Jenny's interview.
Judge, at this time, we would like to play that interview. I don't know how cooperative y'all want to be. I can either hook it up to my computer or.
First, how's it, are you marking it?
It's defense exhibit 1, Judge.
There you go.
My understanding
Defense
from the court
exhibit
reporter, I
one.
put it on a hard drive, so I'll do that and mark it as defense exhibit 1.
What's the state of an objection? Hang on. All right, defendant's one is admitted. And if you need access on your side, I need to switch to computer. Yes. You need me to switch it to you?
It sounds like I do, Judge.
All right, here we go. Remember, we're not going to see this.
And Judge, we do want to point out, obviously.
I can tell you that
this interview is
Court
going
TV
to
does have it. Their captions are not working, and this recording is hard as hell to hear. I could just tell
Alright.
you that right now. So
Well,
I would, why are you wanting to dip?
No. I'm just wondering when this runs out, when it's the new stream starts. If I missed anything,
Yeah,
but let's let it.
I don't
play,
know
see what
why
happens.
Court TV doesn't have captions. Like, you need the captions for that. You'll see. You'll see.
And just remember, people, because she's a juvenile, we're not going to see the video unless they blurt out her face. Maybe we will, but
Judge's face in it.
we'll see. There you go.
So I think the media would need to proceed.
So you're not with TV, WSB, right? You're A&F. So WSB said they had basically a kill switch to not record what's on the TV. Are you familiar with that? Because the interview has the face of minor here, we will make sure the kill switch is activated so that you're not recording the images that will be on the screen.
We're about to take a
Audio,
break, by the way.
No video, same for any other media.
Oh,
All right.
Yeah, Richards has been over since 9:30 this morning, if you're just tuning in. Something went down. Not related to the trial, though.
Ready?
okay. So yeah, you're right. There's this issue.
You plugged into a computer over there.
I
is
think
that
that's
right?
all right. So they're going to go to a break because of this issue.
Computer or something.
Yes, sir.
All right, babe. Did you want to say something else? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, I was letting the people know that Richards was stopped in its tracks at 9:30 Mountain Time today. Judge swore up and down it had nothing to do with the case itself or the parties, something
right.
non-related to that. So
All right, here we go with Jenny's interview. The defense is offering as a prior inconsistent statement.
Publishing it now?
Yes, Judge, please.
Can you tell me your name is Jenny, is that right? Do you remember what my name is? No, that's okay. My name's Alicia. When you were talking today, if you don't know something, if you don't remember, I would want you to guess. It's just like you just told me you didn't know, that's perfectly fine, okay? When I talk, I like to kind of doodle with drawing stuff sometimes and take notes. You don't have to, but if you want to, you're absolutely welcome to, okay? And then I will write stuff down, so if you see me writing things down, it's just because I want to make sure I remember it the right way, okay? So it's not like, oh, she said something right or something wrong or something crazy. I just don't trust my brain to remember things all the time. The other thing I wanted to let you know is this room looks obviously a little different. When you see these things right here, these are cameras and microphones. And that's just because, like we were talking about a second ago, it's important to me that I remember things the right way, the way they happen. And so when I record them, nobody can say that you said something that you didn't say, or that I said something I didn't say, and I can remember it just like it happened, okay? Does that make sense? So Jenny, can you spell your name for me? How old are you? 13. And did anybody tell you kind of about coming here today or what my job is? Yes. Who talked to you about that? Your dad? What's dad's name? Colby. And what did dad explain to you about coming here or about my job? He basically just said that it was so interview can sound kind of like a scary word. I want you to know my job is really just to listen, okay? So I might ask you some questions today, but you can ask me any questions that you have promise to be honest with you. Can you promise to be honest with me when we're talking today? And if I ask you a question, Jenny, and you don't think you can be honest with me, I understand that. All I ask is that you tell me that that's not a question you can be honest with me about, okay? And that's okay with me, okay? And so Dad said that my job was to interview kids. That can be, like I said, kind of true, but I will ask some questions that my biggest job is just to listen, okay? So, and because we talked about how the room looks different, but also sometimes how we talk in here is different than just a normal conversation too. And so that's because I like to understand lots of details. And so I might ask you to tell me all about something from like the very beginning to the very end. You know what I mean? So tell me, like, what's one of your favorite things to do? What's something that you really enjoy? You like listening to music. So if I were to say, like, Jenny, when you listen to music, what's the very first thing you do? And tell me all about how you listen to music.
Well, the first thing I do is just pull up a song that I like, and then I just either do something while I'm listening to it, or just listen to it.
And when you say that you pull up a song, how do you do that?
I just go on like YouTube or Spotify or something.
And what do you use to pull up the song? Okay. And what do you search on?
YouTube and Spotify.
Okay. See, and so I'm going to do, that was a silly question. I can do a better job. Do you look up Spotify and stuff? Do you look up on a phone, on a tablet, on a computer, or something? On a phone. And tell me about the phone that you use to look at one. Okay. And whose phone is that? Your phone. And so I might ask questions like that. So like, it might sound like I'm asking all sorts of stuff that maybe I should know or things like that. But it's important to me that you know that I'm gonna get little bits of information before I meet with people, because it's important to me that I get the information from the actual person, okay? So sometimes I'll ask questions and people will think I'm really dumb, and I should probably already know the answer to that. But I'm not asking because I'm trying to get like in your business or because I'm gonna think anything bad or different. I just like to get the information from the person who has seen or heard or experienced something. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, Jenny, tell me a little bit about like who do you live with?
My dad and my two brothers.
Okay. So you told me dad's name is Coley. Is that right? And like I said, if I did something wrong today, please tell me that I got it wrong. Okay. You know, it's not a problem. You can correct me for anything that I get wrong. Okay. And so dad is Coley, and you said your two brothers. What are their names?
My older brother's name is Colt, and my younger brother's name is Colt.
Okay. And so you said your older brother is Colt. How old is Colt? 14. And then your younger brother is Colby. How old is he? Okay. And so, and where do you guys live at?
We live, we don't like live in a neighborhood.
Okay. Do you know like what the name of that road is?
Yeah.
Harrison Mill Road. And so you guys live there. And tell me some stuff about Dad. Like, tell me about that. What's he like? What are things you like about Dad? Things like that.
He's really like happy and energetic and like confident and stuff.
Okay. And are there things about Dad that like you don't like or you wish were a little bit different?
No,
Not really. And then tell me about Colt. What's he like?
he's like kind of like squishy sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes he can be annoying and then he can chill. And then sometimes he can just be like really closed off.
Okay. And so when he's happy and chill, what does that look like?
He usually just playing games with me and like, not being bored and stuff.
When you guys play games, what kind of games do you play?
Just like Minecraft and stuff.
Okay, so like video game type stuff, okay. And when you play Minecraft, is that on like how do y'all play Minecraft?
He uses his phone. I use my PlayStation and I use it. He uses his phone.
Okay. And so like do y'all play like sometimes when you play Minecraft, like you only talk to people like you know on there, and then other times when you play Minecraft, you can play with people from all over the world. How do you guys do it?
We like, he
he made like a server for us. Okay. Like, we can like play together, and go over on different electronics. Okay. Well, that sounds smart. Do you know how to make servers and stuff? No, how did you learn how to do that?
So I just want to pause here. And Bob, you don't know this. Now, yesterday, the sister testified that she didn't say this stuff. She didn't remember this stuff. I don't think she's lying. Oh, look at that.
What?
You don't see me frozen like that?
You frozen, girl.
That was disgusting.
You were like this.
Oh my God.
Oh.
All right. We all saw it. Stop.
Okay. All right.
My gosh. So anyway, I don't think that she was intentionally lying at that time, you know? She might very well have just blocked it out. It just might be like that's not memories she wants to recall because she thinks loving her brother, having loved her brother, like things like that, she might now associate with I should have never felt that way or I shouldn't feel this way. I don't know. So, this is obviously going to show like clearly she wasn't lying about these things during this interview. She wasn't lying about playing Minecraft. She wasn't lying about he set up servers so that we could play, that there were times when he was chill and happy, but that doesn't mean she wasn't lying about dad not knowing what those things were. But it also doesn't mean she was lying. So I don't know. You have to think if you're a juror, do you now have to question her testimony overall? Hiccup.
Probably somewhere in my settings. Okay. Yeah, I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. So he made a server on his PC, did you say? And then you guys can play together through that. Is there other stuff that you guys can do, like with the servers and stuff like that? Okay. And when you say build stuff, tell me what that means. Like structures, like in Minecraft, you build stuff. Got it. Thank you for helping me understand that. And so, but then you said sometimes he can be switchy. And so sometimes he's happy and chill, and other times he's closed off. Help me understand what that looks like. Like, when he's like closed off, he's usually like always in his room and not really talking much. Okay. And then sometimes he can be like really like okay. When you guys play like Minecraft together, where do you play that at? Okay, so you guys aren't even in the same room. Where do you play from? You play from your room, and where does he play from? His room. And then you said, but when he's like closed off, he stays in his room. Tell me what that's like. Well, like we can still like go in and like talk to him and stuff. We just like usually like stays in and like talk so much. Okay. You can still go in there. He just sounds like maybe he doesn't respond like he normally would. Does that sound right? Well, he responds like listening, but it's just like kind of like brief. Okay, thank you. And Jenny, I might ask you some more about that in a little bit, but I want to learn more about the rest of your family too, okay? And so, like, he's kind of the same as my dad. He's both like energetic and happy all the time. Okay. But sometimes he doesn't really understand what's really like going on around him and stuff. Help me, can you give me some examples of that? Like, he's like yellow, obviously, and so like with like major stuff that kind of happens, he just like doesn't really pay attention to it. Okay. Are there some examples of stuff that has happened that have been like major things that he
Damn it. Did anybody make out any of that? I can turn the sound up on my ears and fill in the gaps, but I don't know that that's helpful. Let's try to hear it one more time.
okay. But sometimes he doesn't really understand what's really like going on around him and stuff. Help me, can you give me some examples of that? Like, he's like yellow, obviously, and so like with like major stuff that kind of happens, he just like are there some examples of stuff that has happened that have been like major things that he doesn't like kind of get what's going on? Kind of like moving houses. Okay, tell me about moving houses. We've been to like a lot of houses with like switching back and forth, and like now we're kind of like settled into a place. Okay, tell me, help me understand how come you switched back, you said, between a lot of houses. Can you help me, tell me about that? Sometimes it's like with financial struggles, yeah, it's just like with community and stuff. Okay. So when you switch back and forth between houses, is it always the same people that live in the houses? Sometimes my mom comes and lives with us, but most of the time, like now she can. Okay, what is mom's name? Marcy. But you said right now mom doesn't live with you guys? Okay. Do you still talk to mom and see mom? Mm-hmm. Okay. Where does mom live at? She kind of like is between my house and my grandma's house. Okay. And when you say your house, so you just want to write stuff down. I already forgot what road you said you lived on. Can you tell me that again? Harrison Mill. When you say that mom lives between your house and grandma's house, no, she's like switches back and forth. Okay. Like she lives in one house and she lives in the other. Okay, so does she ever live in the Harrison Mill house? Okay. And when was the last time that mom lived with you? Like, previously or just like both? Both. Okay, understand both. Well, she was out here like a month or two ago. Okay. And when she was up here like a month or two ago, did she stay like in the house with you guys? Mm-hmm. And where does she stay in the house when she's there? Usually in my room. Okay. And then when she doesn't stay there, where does she go? She usually goes like at the house or like in a different part of the house. Like when she's not living at the house where you're at, where will she live? She usually lives at my grandma's house. Okay. And where's grandma's house at? In Fitzgerald. Okay. And so, when mom was here a month or two ago, how long did she live with you then? Like a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks. And how would you describe, like, how was it like when mom and dad and all of you guys lived together? Was it like in the house? It was pretty like frustrating because it was like a really big house. But it was pretty like a fun time. Okay. And I know sometimes when I talk to boys and girls and they talk about like different people moving in and out of the house, that sometimes it can be good and then sometimes it makes people not get along or have troubles and stuff like that. Does that ever happen in your house? So sometimes, can you tell me about that? Like if my mom, she's kind of cold, but like not like that big. She
Oh, no.
So I took the boost off, but so now it's really turned up in my ears right now. Let me turn it down.
Well, it's frozen for us.
I paused it. I mean, turn myself down. That's how loud I have it.
Oh, I see.
So when I turned like the system up before, because of the boost, I still couldn't hear anything. So I'm wondering if the boost off, if somehow people are actually able to hear.
She's way harder to hear than the person interviewing her. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
It reminds me of the original version of the Gacy tapes, trying to hear, I could hear my dad fine, but he had the mic turned the wrong way. Yeah. I wanted to address, I think that in terms of whether or not she's lying, I mean, this is a young girl who has gone through an incredible amount of trauma, incredible amount, and our minds try to do the very best it can to protect us in terms of blocking things out, in terms of just how we're going to function on a daily basis. And I mean, the mind is a miraculous thing, and we don't know much about it, but I mean, you can know for certain. I mean, if I look at our kids, I mean, our kids have a very long memory. If there was a perceived slight by any of our children, that they were feeling in terms of Allie and I, like not doing something like, oh, you missed my birthday, or I didn't get it. Like, obviously we never missed a
I was
birthday,
gonna
but,
say,
you know,
Mr.
but like,
Bird.
there's been, there's been times where the kids remember shit from years ago. And I'm like, what? No, so, but
Sometimes their memories are also questionable.
they
Like, they're
are. I
firm,
mean, but our
firm, but
kids have
possibly
had
wrong.
a pretty well-adjusted life. You know what I mean? They haven't had to deal with a bunch of crazy shit. I mean, these two parents were obviously at war, probably a majority of the time, the constant moving, I mean, it's just, it's hard to really kind of figure out whether or not she had a motive to lie beyond just wanting to be extracted from that family, her family.
So I don't think anyone thinks she's lying in the interview, except when she says dad, when she's covering for dad. The question was she lying on the stand?
I mean, what do you think?
Well, that's what I said before. I think some of this is exactly what you said, what you're saying. It's not like she's lying, but she may have recreated her memories to best protect herself.
Well, I mean, so you're saying on the stand, that's when she fesses up that she was lying for dad initially?
As to right, like when they start questioning her about what dad knew, that she was lying, she was covering for dad, and he asked her to cover for her specifically as it relates to the to the pictures and the
I can
article.
completely see that happening.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. I
Completely.
absolutely, think that. But what I'm saying is, she didn't remember playing Minecraft. She didn't remember playing, and
I
that's what I'm
mean,
saying.
who
I
gives
don't
a
think that
shit
those
about
are.
that?
It doesn't matter, but the jury's gauging someone's credibility based on these 2 things. So,
Yeah, but,
what
like, you're not gonna like, when you've got that much shit going on in your life as a child, like, I don't know if the minutia is gonna be the stuff that you recollect. Word
right,
out.
and that's what I'm saying. I don't think it was a lie as
I
much
mean, like,
as
I've told you, me personally, why do you keep turning off your camera? What is happening?
I'm having my snack down here,
Oh my god, what are you
fre
eating?
fresh mozzarella cheese.
Oh, you brought me up the crunchiest, loudest snack in the world.
Oh, I'm still muting myself and covering my microphone.
My snack would just, like, horrify people if I were to eat it in the mic. But, um, I forget what I was saying. Oh, in terms of, like, my personal memory, in terms of my childhood is vacant. Now, my parents divorced when I was 5. The only things I can remember from, like, maybe 10 years old and before are, like, really, really bad things. I do not have any positive memories from 10 forward, and I wasn't, like, abused in any way, shape, or form by either of my parents. I mean, I had a lot of fucked up shit going on because of the divorce and the moving and all that shit,
I've decided
but
all my memories, babe, are from photographs, things that I've seen over and over again in photographs, like, that I feel like those memories I've kept, but
like,
I
I mean,
really
I have friends that can remember every teacher's name from kindergarten through, and I'm like, dude, I have no fucking idea. I
right.
have no idea. But I moved, let me see. So, I mean, we moved a lot. Like, even when my folks were married, it was like Washington Boulevard was the main apartment, and that was the apartment my parents lived in when they got divorced. And then they separated. My mom got a place in Forest Park. It was me and her. And then my mom met John.
Alright, it's getting
And
too detailed.
no, it's like I
You
mean,
want people to be able to, like, get they ask
I
your
don't give
mom's
a
maiden
fuck.
name, what address you lived.
Okay, if people are that weirdly obsessed with me, then that's fucking on them. But at any rate, I probably moved, like, when she married, my stepfather, and he decided to go into the Air Force late into officer candidate school. So we moved to Colorado, did years in Colorado, moved out to Montana, did that. So I mean, I moved, like, over the course between kindergarten and fourth grade, or no, I'd say seventh grade when I moved back with my dad, probably 6 times, so there was a lot of moving. I'm just trying to figure out
Oh,
why I can't remember anything. Like
and
I don't have
trauma
any-
memories are a thing, Spitfire. You're gonna remember you're abusive. Unfortunately, it's just the fucked up way the brain is. All the
Yeah,
bad
I
shit,
mean,
you
like
can't
that's what I'm
escape
saying.
it.
Like all the shit that I remember is bad shit, not necessarily like abusive to me. I mean, but I was exposed to horrific arguments between my parents. I mean, that was like one of the most vivid memories I have. But like I think in seventh grade when I had stability, because I kind of went through seventh grade through high school, all in Oak Park. That's where I ended up. Are you saying that you're my stepdad? Hi, Dad. I hope not. I didn't have the greatest relationship with my stepdad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. So, at any rate, I mean, in relation to Jenny here, I don't, what she remembers. And plus, we have no idea who was coming at her after the fact or what her thought process was. If she's in foster care, she loves the family. She's like, all right, well, I'm not doing anything that is going to jeopardize the fact that I'm with a family that loves me and is like on top of their shit, well adjusted. Like I'm living a normal life now. I'm not doing anything to mess with that, including am I going to submarine my dad? Because you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that is a motive for her, but I don't know.
All right, so everybody pay attention. We've got the booster off now. I'll wait about 10 seconds and I'll like make a hand movement, like it's back on. Wait another 10, turn it off. So damn it. And this thing's about to end. We're gonna have to start the new stream.
Like sometimes could you draw for me, like yesterday, the stuff that Colt left with? Like I know you described for me his book bag and the paper. Did he have anything else with him?
What?
into that?
How'd it go from that to that? Oh wait, it jumped. It jumped to the new stream again, I think. Yes, it did. Okay, so maybe they cut it there. Just happened to be exactly where I paused it. All right. Well, here's the new one, and it starts where it starts. What are we gonna do? Boost is off. I'll wait 10 seconds.
Wait 10 seconds for what?
To put it back on.
Why?
Babe, what you fucking up here? Oh, what are you guys even? You're not even looking at. No wonder you're saying why.
I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
I didn't realize it was on the wrong tab. All right.
Oh,
Now that makes sense. I was like, babe, you're interrupting the test. All right. So we have lost a lot of this. That's why I was wondering if Court TV went all the way through.
I
But
mean,
there's no.
I think they did, but the problem is they have no captions.
Well, I think we're gonna have to listen for the gap that's missing here. Otherwise, we're starting right here with, are there other examples that Colt has given about hating your dad?
The mineshaft gap.
And she shifted him to say his dad, which was weird.
Mm.
Wonder if she said something before, because they weren't calling him his dad. When she was on the stand, they were calling him Colin.
Mm.
But she did respond, my dad.
Sea Dog.
All right, well, I think I got to go to Court TV for the middle. We don't want to miss the middle, do we?
I mean, we're not going to be able to hear it.
Well, if it's that bad, then
It's that fucking bad. Like I had it on over here, and it's like unintelligible. I mean, it's terrible.
it's the same.
Yeah, but there's no captions. That's the difference.
Well,
like that. Does that ever happen in your house?
I mean, for me, I can kind of hear it a little better.
My mom, she's kind of the same as Colt, but like not like that big. But, she, like sometimes she can be kind of like annoying or pestering. Okay. And when you say like annoying and pestering, that can mean a lot of different things. Can you tell me about what that looks like when they're being annoying or pestering? Usually just like being like overbearing and not like listening. Okay. What you tell them to. Okay. Jenny, did people ever, in your house, do they ever like get in fights? And sometimes when you talk to boys and girls about fights, it can be fights with their words, it can be fights with like hands where they get hit or kicked or punches or choked. It can be where people fight, but like they don't talk at all, like they just stay silent. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of different ways that can look. Do people in your house ever fight? Like most of the time it's just like arguments and stuff. Okay. Sometimes it can get physical. Okay. And when people have arguments, who has the arguments in your house? So it's like with my dad, my brother, and my mom, and my brother. Okay. And which brother? Is it different brothers or a Colt? It's always Colt. Can you give me some examples of fights or arguments that have happened between dad and Colt? It's usually when he's like in one of those moods and he like tries to instigate stuff. And who tries to instigate Colt? And what are some things that Colt will do to instigate that thing? Like he like doesn't please my dad, always like his room and like being like and stuff. And can you help me understand like maybe some examples of times that you've seen Colt be mean, like what he's saying or doing, things that you may have seen or heard? He's usually just saying how you know, his side is a bit short of himself and how he like hates his dad and stuff. Okay. And what kind of things does Colt mean when he says like his life is a struggle? In the past he says like for multiple schools that he's mentioned he's in trouble with bullying and stuff. Okay. And have you ever seen people bullying Colt? Okay. And what are the things that you've heard? He had to be transferred out of the school because he was like being bullied from this group of like people. Like I tried to talk to the school that they were allowed to do anything. Okay. Do you know what the school number? It's the one I'm going to. Okay. And so he had been bullied there, and Dad tried to talk to them, but it didn't feel like anybody did anything. Did I get that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Are there other examples that Colt has given of his life being a struggle? Like sometimes when he's like really frustrated about stuff, he usually just like gets like angry and stuff, and like does kind of stuff. He said that he yelled out that and please correct me if I get this wrong, he yelled out that he hates your dad or his dad. Did I get that right? Has he ever yelled at how any other things to them? No, because that's when they are, I usually just go kind of
All right, so here's the question, because I think we're back at what is on Law and Crime. Which is better? I
No,
think
plus it has captions.
But the sound,
To me, they sound the exact same. I mean, you're hearing it better than we are backstage. That's just how this shit works.
so people, what do you keep going on this? Or
I think
go
we
back?
need the captions, even though the problem is the captions are not catching a lot of what she says, she being Jenny.
Right. I think the sound is better here on Court TV.
Oh, you do?
I do, but the caption issue. So
Right. I mean, it's
waiting for the
pick your
chat to catch
poison.
up with us.
Pick your poison.
Barley Hops says
Sound is better here.
yeah. And then Karen's like, well, I agree with Bob. The sound's a little better here, but I can't understand everything. Let me just look and see. Coley is a nickname for Colin, and Coley is a nickname for little Coley. When she's saying Coley, she being Jenny, she's talking about her brother. Otherwise, she says dad. At least in this interview. I'm just listening to this real quick. See the. All right. So, yeah, here's the thing. The captions don't capture what she's saying, and they're pretty much off. So, I'm just going to keep going with this unless somebody says otherwise.
So you guys yell other things, you just remove yourself from the situation so you don't know what those things were. Has Colt, when he's upset, has he ever threatened to like hurt Dad or do anything like that? No. Can you tell me about that? Like, I don't really know what I say. And I'm not trying to, it's important to me, Jenny, that you understand, I know I'm asking a lot of really hard questions, okay? And it's important to me that you know that I know that I'm asking questions about your family, okay? And I am not here to place judgment on you or your brothers, either one of them, or your mom or your dad, okay? I just want to understand. And I have to ask a lot.
Jesus, is this woman getting text messages that's
What is
making
that horrible noise? Find the man with the horrible smell.
It's the cops texting, being like, say this, say this, say this, say this, say this.
Zong.
Oh.
Zong.
All right.
All right.
Let's keep going.
Questions so that it helps me understand. And because you live there, I can understand it better when I talk to you, okay? But I want you to know it's not because I'm trying to judge them or make me think different about you or your family or anything like that, okay? But I do know that I'm asking some really hard questions, okay? And I do have Kleenex, okay? And it is absolutely okay in this room if you can say any words that you want to say. There's no words that are not allowed or anything in here. If you get frustrated.
P.S. We're 45 minutes buffer time, and it's still going.
Blooping?
Blooping time, yeah, sorry. And it's still going. So this is quite a long interview.
Bloopers.
Yeah. All right.
Or sad or anything like that, that's okay, okay? It won't make me think different, and I promise I can handle it, okay? So I just want you to know I understand that I'm asking tough questions, okay? But you were saying that there are times that Colt has threatened Dad. Can you tell me about some of those times? Well, it's mostly times where stuff is like not like a normal argument, like a really big one that like escalates and stuff. Okay. So it's not one of the just kind of like yelling arguments, but it's the ones that are more serious than that. Can you tell me about some of those? They usually like start because he's like very like fascinated with like computer stuff. Okay. And it's usually like always asking for something with his computer and you know like that just says like no, we have to watch my email. He usually gets like frustrated. Okay, and then when he gets frustrated, what happens next? He usually just does that, and then he like goes to his. Okay. And the times that it's been where he's threatened Dad, what are some of the things that he's threatened Dad, like he's threatened to do to Dad? He just says like bring stuff up, like detail things, so like he ever like hurt him or like he wants to fight him. Okay. And so he said hurt. He said fight. Has he ever said like kill or I don't want you to be my dad or something like that? No, it usually gets to that. I usually get not around. Okay. Have there been times? Well, I understand because you said that there has, but I understand there are times where it has become physical. Can you tell me about the last time that it was physical? It started when like Colt was doing something with like same thing, and he was like hitting him, and like he kept on like kicking like that and stuff. And he said like, "Come on, fight me." And when he did like start like punching and stuff, and then I was like trying to like warn him not to do and stuff. Okay. When, and I know time is tricky, so like I don't expect you to be like, oh, it was this specific day, but when was the last time that you saw them get physical? Like a month ago. Maybe like a couple of weeks. Okay, so today is not a great example because like maybe it's September, the beginning of September. Would it have been, September's been a couple of days. Would it have been September, or do you think it would have been August? Like, is it been since school has been in? No. So it was like before school started? Yeah, it was before August. Okay. And so they were kicking and stuff like that. And you said Dad would like hold them. Help me understand what like their bodies would look like when Dad would hold them. Like he would like put Brad and arms around him and make sure like they would stop. Or like if they were to like fall down or something, he would like try to like stand off the floor and try to get like contact. Okay. And again, Jenny, I understand like you're in a tough spot. Okay. But were there ever times that Dad would be so frustrated or so angry or whatever that he would start the stuff with Colt? No? Okay. Were there ever times that Dad had to like hit or kick or choke Colt during one of those physical things? No, not that I see. Okay. Were there ever times that Colt, you told me about the time that he kicked, was there ever a time that Colt would like hit or choke or use something besides his hands with that? Yeah, he like usually just like punches and stuff, and then when he like finally gets in the calm down, he tries to like throw something at him. Okay. What can you describe for me what you think the worst fight that you've seen between your dad and Colt would be? I can't really recall. It's like there's like stages between like each fight. Okay. So it's still like happen and then there'll be some time and something else will happen. Is that sound right? Okay. And so they had a fight maybe a month ago, like before school started. And how did that end? What made that stop? Like it like branched out and stuff, like it grew, and like, well not like grew and came back, but like my dad was like probably just like able to calm down and stuff. Confrontation. And usually when he calms down, he just goes into his room, and when he comes back out, he usually apologizes. Okay. Have there been times that Dad and Coley have ever like fought? What about, have there been times that you've seen like Dad and Mom fight? They never get physical, they just have arguments. Okay, but they'll argue. I understand you said that Colt was really obsessed with computers, or that's over thing. And I know that he can build them, and that he would ask Dad for stuff, that Dad would say like, we'll have to watch money for some things.
All right, so we're about to get into another area where the daughter said, no, I don't remember that. No, about he used different screen names. He wasn't, he deleted things. He did this, he did that. So we're going to listen for this now.
Were there things that Colt would do with his computer or on his computer that Dad was okay with? He usually never tells my dad anything that he does with his computer. But he does very good, like, washy about, like, his privacy and stuff. Help me understand what that looks like. So he usually just uses, like, burner accounts and stuff, and he usually just, like, delete accounts after, like, a week or two. Okay. And was that...
All right, so what she just said, in case no one heard it, was he was very private. He was like really on top of his privacy. She said, what does that look like? She said he used burner accounts and he would delete a bunch of accounts and stuff. That's what she said so far.
Stuff that like Colt would talk to you about that he would do. Tell me about like some of those conversations. Well, sometimes he like makes an account on like some Gmail, and like a week later he says, "Oh, I've deleted my account." Okay. And I would say just pretend like I'm all done with this.
So I don't know. It seemed like she said, so he would Colt would tell you these things. Tell me some about that. And she said, I think that he'd set up social media and then he'd tell her how he deleted his account, but I'm not 100% sure.
Stuff, but also I know some of this stuff. And you may have to like really walk me through some of it, okay? And so the games, I know you guys would play Minecraft. Where else, like, did he have, I know he can make servers, and there's a lot of different, like, platforms and stuff that people would use those servers on. What were some of the platforms that Colt would use his accounts on?
He is like all over the place, like most, like the things that I see are usually just like websites like Tumblr and YouTube and Twitch and stuff.
Okay, so Tumblr, YouTube, Twitch,
And like Pinterest.
Pinterest. What would he do, like, so most people use Pinterest, like, for, like, I'm gonna decorate, or I'm gonna have a recipe. What would Colt use it for?
He's never really shown me like things on his Pinterest, but I've seen like stuff on it. Like he didn't have any intention to like show me, but I like saw.
Right. That's what little sisters do, right?
And he just makes boards of inspiration and like vibes.
What were some things that would be like inspirational Colt?
People that he looks up to and like those things.
Okay. Who are some of the people?
You got the death hack and cough. Like, who's coughing like that?
Sorry, sir, you've interrupted.
Who is the death hacker in the courtroom?
I don't know.
I don't like it.
Okay. Who are some of the people that would be like on the Pinterest board?
Like past school shooters.
Okay.
School shooters.
And how would you know that they were past school shooters? Okay. Can you help me understand how, so, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, okay, so please stop me if I say something wrong. But you said that those were people that he looked up to.
Yeah, like interested in stuff.
How did he become interested in them?
I think it's like something with like mental issues, because like while we moving around all the time and all the bullying and stuff, it kind of like hurt him.
Okay. Did he talk to you about that?
No, she just like talks to me about, other stuff.
Tell me what he would talk to you, when he would talk to you about the school shooters. Tell me like what those conversations would look like.
He would honestly just talk to me about like this, and like he would act as if I like knew who they were and stuff. I mean, he told me like who they were and stuff, so I know, but he like acts as if I'm like interested in them.
And like other people would just, like it was, did he act like it was just like common knowledge that everybody, like, okay. And then was that stuff that you talked to like your dad about? I understand, well, tell me about.
I've got to go back.
I know you said you could go. I understand. Was that stuff that you talked to like your dad about?
I think she said no, but that would be one of the things that she could have been lying about, which the defense never clarified. Which parts did you lie about? Which parts didn't you lie about?
I understand. Well, tell me about. I know you said you could go in Colt's room, like even when he was feeling shut down, you could still go in there. He just might not like talk the same way and stuff. And he made the Pinterest board about the people that he looked up to and stuff. Were there things in his room that were similar to that?
Yeah, he prints out like photos of them and like articles and stuff and then puts it on.
Okay. And I know you would go in there. Would Coley go in there sometimes?
He usually never goes in there.
Okay. And what about Dad?
Dad goes in there, but he like doesn't really that nice, so he doesn't know what
Man, I wish we could make out what she said right there, because I guarantee it sounds like a lie. Because she said She told him about the picture. He prints pictures and articles and like puts them up on your wall. She's asked, does Coley go in there? No, he doesn't really go in there. Does your dad go in there? Yes, he goes in there, but, and this would be where she's covering for him. And I wish we could hear it. I can try to go back one more time, but I don't think it's going to get any better.
He usually never goes. And what about Dad? Dad goes in there, but he like doesn't want that night because he doesn't know what he's. And so you talked to me about Pinterest. Tell me about his YouTube stuff. He doesn't really post anything, he just watches. Okay. Do you know what, and when you say that he would change accounts, would he change his account names on those things regularly too, or just like in Minecraft and stuff like that? I assume like controlling. Okay. I think I know why he would change his stuff a lot, but why do you think it is? Because I don't know how to assume. Because he was like very like scared. I wouldn't say like scared, but like kind of like nervous with like police and the FBI and stuff. He's really like kind of like eerie about it. And when you say that, help me understand what that meant to him when he would be like eerie about it. He would be like trying to avoid anything that is like connected to them, and he was trying to try his best to hide himself. Okay. Did he think that people from like Afghanistan were like looking for him, or he just wanted to make sure that they didn't know? I don't really know, but I would assume that he just didn't want to. Okay. Do you know what some of the account names that like he would use were? It's just usually a bunch of clusters and numbers and words and stuff. Okay, so nothing like any.
All right. So, in case you didn't hear, she said he changed his username a lot, and she just said names were clusters of numbers and letters. But she was asking her why she thought Colt might do that. I couldn't hear it all. There was something about he was definitely hiding things. He was scared of something. That's the best I can do.
Words or versions of words. Sometimes he does, but most of the time it's just like when he would use words, what kind of words would he use? And what kind of stuff would he watch on YouTube? He usually watches YouTubers, but he also watches court videos and stuff like footage of like other people. And what kind of other people and court stuff?
All right.
And then
I'm trying to go back and listen to that.
What kind of other people and court stuff? Like footage of like other people. And what kind of other people and court stuff? And then tell me a little bit about Twitch. He just watches live streams. Okay. And again, I'm sorry, some of these questions I know are kind of repetitive, but would it be like live streams of like people they look up to or different stuff? Just different stuff. Okay. What about, did he ever use like Discord or what would he do on Discord? He usually just talks to me on Discord. Okay. But Discord is one of those things where he like changes his username and stuff like crazy. Okay. Do you know what his most recent Discord name is that he would talk to you with? Do you have could you look it up? Like, do you have a way that you could from where like the last time you guys talked on it? I either think he got shut down or it's just like close to you. Okay. You mentioned that he used like a PC. What else did he use? Like, did he have a cell phone or other devices? Yeah, he had a cell phone, he had an Xbox, other versions. Okay, and he would communicate on all of those things with stuff? He would usually communicate on his computer and his phone. Okay. Do you know, I know some people would use the Xbox to communicate
communicate, did he ever do that or just use it not as much?
Yeah, we don't communicate on it because we have different consoles.
Okay. Would he use the Xbox to talk to other people just sometimes?
I don't think so.
Okay. Are there any other platforms besides the Discord or anything else that you would use?
Not that I know.
So we talked a good bit about how he looked up to some of these people and they were inspirational and he thought that it was normal, to have all of this information. Did he ever talk to other people in person besides you about those things?
He just talked to me about it.
What about online? Were there other people that were friends with him online that he would,
I think so.
tell me about that.
He usually goes he looks at stuff about, the people on Reddit and stuff.
Okay.
And sometimes he finds people and he friends them on Discord and stuff.
And then they would talk about that same stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've talked a good bit about knowing that those were some people that he looked up to. Did he ever talk to you? Let me back up real quick. How much do you understand about how come we're here today?
I know it's crazy.
Can you help me understand what you know before we kind of talk about the other stuff?
I knew that he was the morning before it happened. I knew he was acting kind of different.
So I know a lot happens, but sometimes when a lot of things happen, days, time feel even more tricky than normal. So today is Thursday. Yesterday was Wednesday. When you say the morning before, do you mean Wednesday morning or a different morning?
Yesterday.
Okay, so yesterday's morning, he was acting different. Can you tell me, what made you feel like he was acting different?
He was acting his bus comes before mine.
Okay.
So I was up, on my console and stuff, and he was talking to me, and he said stuff about how I should make a video for you, in memory or something. He never told me about what he was in memory about. He said you should make a video of memories and stuff.
Okay. And how come that seemed weird or different?
Because he usually never about that kind of stuff.
Okay. And so was there anything else that seemed...
Did you guys hear that? Did you hear it, Bob?
Hear what?
I mean, she said on the morning before the shooting, he asked her to make a memory of something I couldn't hear. I'm going to go back. I don't know if you guys heard this or what.
He was in memory or something. He never told me stuff, and he was talking to me, and he said stuff about how I should make a video for you, in memory or something. He never told me about what he was in memory about.
So she said that he said we should make a video. I should make a video in memory, but he never told me what he was going to do and stuff. I think it was in memory, but so, I'm not going to say anything.
He said you should make a video of memories and stuff.
Okay. And how come that seemed weird or different?
Because he usually never about that kind of stuff.
Okay. And so was there anything else that seemed...
So, I mean, it could just be saying she should take a video for memories and stuff, but that's not exactly what she said. And she said he never talks to me. He never talks about that kind of stuff. So taking memories, recording memories.
Different or off?
When he was walking out the door and like going to the left, his book bag was like open and he had this like piece of paper like this big one. He said he had a project that he was turning in, it was like wrapped in a circle.
Okay. And so tell me about, like, what kind of book bag does he have?
He has a change for it.
Okay. And do you know what, like, color or whatever it was? It was black. And so you said that the top of the gym sport was open?
Yeah, it was like.
And that there was, what was sticking out of it?
A big piece of paper that they use for projects and stuff.
Okay. Do you know what color the paper was? It was white. And tell me about it, there was a circle?
Yeah, it was like wrapped in a circle.
Okay. And was it like, so sometimes, you know, when we see like paper that's wrapped in a circle, it can be wrapped like this, and it's still open at the top. Was it like that, or was it like closed up or something? So,
Well, that's definitely the other meaning that this could be. If he said for memories, it could be I'm going to jail, I'm going to die, you know, but the wording was a little weird. Wording was a little weird.
was it like this? Mm-hmm. Was there anything sticking out of the top?
Not that I could see.
Okay.
Was it
Okay.
anything black?
And that was normal or not normal for him?
I think that.
Okay. But he said that it was a project. Did he tell you anything?
Babe, we can hear what you're playing. Thanks. It's like in the background. Okay. Let's just loop back 1, 2.
Okay. And that was normal or not normal for him?
That wasn't normal.
Okay. But he said that it was a project. Did he tell you anything else about the project?
No, but I went out of my room and when I saw him, I walked out the door and like asked him about it, so I could not wait to
Here we go.
Okay. And then did you talk to him or see him or text him or anything else after he walked out the door?
No.
Have you heard anything from him since he walked out that door? Talk to him or
Asked him about it, so I could not wait to see it, but I was already out the door.
okay. And
So she said she had went in her room, but she had wanted to see it. But when she came back out, he was already gone. It being the project.
then did you talk to him or see him or text him or anything else after he walked out the door?
No.
Have you heard anything from him since he walked out that door yesterday? And then I know you said that he would talk to you sometimes about stuff. And I know sometimes when we talk to people and we don't know things that may happen later. But then when we look back on stuff, we can be like, well, now I can see maybe what they were talking about or what, does that make sense? Now that it's today, we know kind of everything that happened. Can you look back? Are there ever times that he talked about doing what happened yesterday or wrote about yesterday or planned about yesterday that you can think back on and see now?
Like before, he just talked normally. I mean, I don't like go through my kids' like books or anything, so I don't know if he like planned it or just talked about it.
Okay. But there was nothing else that, like, kind of looking back now where you're like, I wonder if that's what he was talking about, or I saw something, a picture or a text or a notebook or something, and I wonder if that's what that was about or anything like that.
When we would text with each other, he usually like send like images of the people he looked up to and stuff, and like make like games about it.
Okay. And were there memes where it was like, they shouldn't have done that, or memes where like, he thinks they should have done it or something different?
I don't really know how to template like everything. I mean, it's not really specific.
Okay. And I understand that you say like dad would go in the room and dad would see all of the same pictures that you saw, but that you don't know, like Colt and dad, like talked about those things.
Oh, I know they did.
Okay. But is there any time that dad?
She said, "Oh, no, I know they didn't." And we might need to go back. If we don't hear where she says she went back in his room and looked for it, we need to go back and listen to that section that I just played, because if that's what he's talking about, that's not what I heard, and we're gonna have to listen to it again. But right now, she was very quick to say, "Oh, no, I know they didn't." And I think if she wasn't covering for dad, she would have said, I doubt it. I don't think so. Not that I know of." But she was real quick to say, "Oh, no, no, I know they didn't." Talk about the pictures and the school shootings and that kind of thing. But remind me at the end, you too, babe, if we don't hear her say she went back in his room and looked for his gun and it wasn't there, then either that's not what she said or it's what I just went over and missed. And we'll go back to it.
Dad has ever been worried about Colt's behaviors or about him liking those people?
He doesn't know who the people were until the police officer told him.
Okay.
But like my brother, he wouldn't necessarily have talked about that stuff around him.
Were there ever times that
My dad, he didn't know until it might have been y'all told him, because my brother didn't talk to my dad about that. And again, that does sound like she's covering for dad. But if I'm the juror, I'm going to question. I've got questions. I've got doubts about the veracity of her statements now versus then.
like
I don't know that they rise the level of doubts on this issue, but
were there ever times that like Colt was around guns or was not allowed to be around guns or something like that?
He wasn't allowed to be around guns because my dad and him, they usually went to like the shooting range or something.
Okay.
But, like recently, my dad's been trying to like get like a gun safe in the house.
Okay, so is there a gun safe in the house?
all right, hold on.
But, like recently, my dad's been trying to like range or something.
Okay.
But, like recently, my dad's been trying to like get like a gun safe.
I can't tell who she said recently. My blank has been trying to get a gun safe, so I'm not sure if she said dad, mom, mamu, mimo, mima. But see, there's going to be some questions to follow up, might help us.
Okay, so is there a gun safe in the house? When was the last, like how often was shooting something that dad and Colt like to do together?
Well, like it's like every weekend or anything. It was like every now and then.
Okay, but was that like, you know, like sometimes with our parents, like we have certain things that are like our thing, you know what I mean? Like this is
Kind of like their thing.
that was their thing they like to do together. And when they would go shoot, like I heard you say the range, like where would they go shoot at?
I don't really know the location, but I'm sure my dad does.
Okay. Did you ever go when they would do that?
I would.
You went once. And then they went more than, like they went sometimes, but you didn't go, is that right? Okay. Do you know when the last time they went was?
It definitely wasn't this month or in August.
Okay, so it was, I don't want you to guess, so if you don't know, it's okay to say I don't know. But to your knowledge, did they go like during the summer then, some?
Yeah, I think so. And like, if it were like during like the school month or something, they would just go on the weekend.
Okay. What kind of guns did Colt like and your dad like to shoot together?
I don't really know like the specific names of the guns.
Okay.
I know they're like big.
Like they're the long guns or like the handguns?
No long.
Okay. And did Colt like have guns that like, so sometimes, and like I said, you said he's 14, so it's not like he's a little kid, you know. Would he be allowed to keep guns in his room and stuff like that?
Yeah, he usually keeps them in his closet or they clean
Okay. And that was okay with that, like Dad knew that he had them there and that was okay? Yeah. Okay. And was there ever a time that Dad was like, no, Colt, you can't have the guns? Most of the time when he gets like mad and stuff, he never usually like grabs the guns or anything. Okay. Like he'll just keep them like up, like even if he's like really mad and wants to start a fight. Okay. And has there ever been a time that Dad, like, would have conversations with, like, you or Coley about Colt? Like, privately, like, down. Okay, tell me about some of those conversations. We, like, talked about how we were concerned with his, like, behavior and stuff. Okay. When was the last time that you and Dad had, like, a private conversation about being worried about him? Like, probably, like 4 hours. Okay. And where were you at when you had that conversation? We usually just go to the phone or like either in my room or outside. Okay. And help me understand what you guys talked about the last time before this happened. So we talked about how he has probably anger issues and how we were going to help him get a therapist or counseling. Did anybody ever get him a therapist or counseling? They were close, but they were like, you told me about how Colt would be like, sometimes would fight with Dad. Did Colt ever, like fight with you or Coley? No? Were there ever times where like he would be rougher with you guys though than like you wish he would have been? Yeah, like sometimes. Well, he's not really rough with my little brother, he was like touching stuff. But with me, when he gets like mad and stuff, I usually just lock my door. Okay. And he usually just like thanks on me for stuff. Okay. And so sometimes like,
If I get mad at him, I'll usually slam the door and he'll like bang on it and stuff.
people are talking about like, it started off okay, but then like it got taken too far. Yeah. Were there times where like that would happen with how he would treat you? Well, like maybe when it like gets too far, it usually ends with like him breaking something or like putting a hole in my door or something. Okay. How many times do you think he put a hole in? Like, I heard you through the door, you ever put a hole in a wall? Yeah. How many times do you think he put holes in something when he's really upset? He only put like 1 hole in the wall, I think, and he put like 3 holes. And were those all 3 happened at one time or different times? Different times. How come he would, so it seems like you said that you would lock the door?
Okay, so there was 1 hole in the wall and then 3 holes in the door, but they did not happen at the same time.
And then all 3 times were those times he was trying to get into your room that he put the holes in it? What would he be so upset about? Like sometimes we just have like big arguments about like games and stuff, and it just like gets bigger than it should be. Right. And then like, that's basically it. So like sometimes we have like actual arguments about stuff, and it basically okay. Was there ever a time that like he was like putting a hole in the door or whatever that you were afraid and it made you feel uncomfortable or afraid? Can you tell me about that? Well, I usually just like, when he's like banging on the door or something, just like climbing on the edge or something. And I usually just put my earbuds in so I can tune it out. Okay. And then has there ever been a time that you shut and locked the door that he was able to get in? Mm-hmm. Not that I know of. I mean, he tries to pick the lock with like a little knife that he has. Okay. Has there ever been a time?
He tries to pick the door with a little knife that he has.
Because I know we talked about
The lock.
I know he has the guns, the deputies will have to have those. Did anyone know he had like the knife? Oh, yeah. Everyone usually knows he has a pocket knife. Okay. And we talked about like him and Dad would get into a fight, and sometimes he would try to fights with you. Did he ever try to fight mom? Usually when stuff like that happens, it's like both of them like. And you said that, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, that Dad has talked to you about being like nervous or whatever it was, and that maybe he needed a counselor. Yeah. How many times do you think you guys had conversations where Dad said that he was either worried about Colt or that he, like, let me ask that in two parts. How many times do you think you and Dad talked about being nervous about Colt?
It's usually like most of the time like after arguments and stuff.
Okay. And so it sounds like when you say it's usually that it was multiple times that happened. How many times did Dad talk about that Colt needed a counselor?
At first, like when they first started to like arguments like that, he didn't really talk about it, but then he like.
And I know you, okay, I don't want to assume. You said the last time you and Dad talked about him being worried was right before this happened.
Yeah.
What had happened then that made you guys talk about it?
It wasn't like the day like right before it was like a couple like weeks back.
Okay. Was there something that happened that made you and Dad talk about it?
It was just like a word argument.
Okay. Who had the word argument?
Like that.
And has Dad talked about like trying to get a counselor for him? One time or more than one time? More than one time.
Damn it. I didn't realize that I was muted. So I don't know if if it was only the one time I spoke, but I think she said my dad and my brother, that's who the word argument was with, that it was a couple weeks back after a word argument, I think with my dad and my brother.
I know you said that Colt used to go to the school you're at now. When he was going to that school, did Dad ever talk about him needing a counselor?
No, because I like came up to live with him like the day after he like left the school.
Okay.
But like when he's at school, he's usually just like quiet.
Okay. Was there anything else when you and Dad talked that Dad talked about that he thought like maybe getting a counselor would help or things like that? Were there other like kind of steps or ideas that Dad had that might be able to help Colt?
He definitely wanted to try to get him on some medication.
Okay. Was he able to get a doctor appointment for him? How many times did Dad talk about the medication? One time or more than one time?
More than one time.
When Colt would talk to you about looking up to the people that he looked up to, was there ever a time where like you or anyone else would tell him like not to look up to them or something like that?
I tried to be like discreet about it and like saying like, oh hey, those are kind of people I wouldn't really like invest in that kind of stuff. But I usually like keep my distance because I don't want to like anger.
And then how would you respond if you would try to say those things?
He would just laugh at them. Kind of like keep ignoring.
Did Dad ever tell him like not to do those things?
He never did.
And then, can you help me understand like what yesterday was like for you up until like today? Because I imagine that there's been a lot of talks and a lot of stuff like that.
Hey, pause it for
Can you
one
help
second.
me understand what's been talked about?
Are you guys, chat is super, super slow, like the slowest I've ever seen it.
We are all rapt attention is what's happening.
I think everybody's getting blocked.
No,
some
people are.
Mine are getting rejected repeatedly. And it's our channel.
Oh yeah, I just tried test and I got blocked.
It's crazy. Like, I don't know what's happening. It's been like I've been getting blocked for various reasons,
Oh,
but
Bob's correct. Well, Paige, I didn't know Paige was the only one that was happening to.
I don't know. It's
Oh, she did.
crazy.
I
It
think
doesn't
she
matter what.
and Brian said, I think everyone's concentrating. Yeah, I guess it's blocking people's messages.
Okay, I was just curious. All right, carry on.
I think people are also concentrating.
And like kind of what all you've been a part of. My dad, when he was talking about it, he said that he was shocked. And like kind of like angry that he did this. But honestly, in like my perspective, I kind of saw it coming. Okay. Help me understand the things that you saw that made you say like I could have seen it coming.
So my dad said he was shocked and angered, but from my perspective, I could kind of see it coming.
When he left, he on the left, opened the bag, like weird attitude he was acting like, and like when he went to get on the bus and like left the house, I went into his room and I didn't see his ghost anymore. Okay. Did Dad see?
There it was. There she said it. That when he left, she went in the room to see if the gun was there. It wasn't there.
Him take his book bag and stuff to school? No, he leaves before though. Okay. And so, are there things like, in hindsight, right, like when we look back, are there ways that you think like Dad or any of the teachers or anybody could have also seen this coming? I felt like not like immediately, but like I felt the school could notice something about, something like this something. Okay. What kinds of things do you think they could have done? Like, I was surprised when like he was able to get on the bus because I would have thought that like bus driver would have like seen, his cousin because he looked back or something. What about Dad? What do you think Dad could have seen? He is kind of like oblivious to every idolizing people and like thinking about his coming up, but they never talked about it.
I don't know what's true and what's not,
Really
guys.
hard question, okay? And I know like nothing that happened yesterday is something that
Is your fault, but I'm about to ask you. It's clear you could have done something. Sounds like this woman's about to say. So here's all I'm saying. I believe Dad told her to lie about not knowing about those what the posters on the pictures were. But what I don't know is now, is she lying when she says my dad was oblivious? They never talked about this. I can't tell. I can't tell.
Well, I mean, saying those words and her being privy to every conversation between her brother and her father isn't a thing either. I'm
Well,
sure that
true.
they had plenty of
Correct.
conversations outside of her presence, but yeah.
Yeah. All right.
you did, okay? And so I want you to know that. But did you know that that was a gun in his book bag when he left yesterday? I felt like it was here, but I didn't see it. And
That's rough.
how did he get that? Was that a gun that, like, how did he get the gun that he had yesterday? My dad bought it for him. Okay. When did Dad buy that gun for him? I don't know. Has it been since you've lived there that Dad, was it like a gift for him? Yeah, I think so. Okay, and has it been since you've lived there that Dad gave it to him as a gift? Mm-hmm. How has Dad and Lee been since this all happened? He's still kind of confused about what's all happening. Okay. My dad, he's been kind of struggling and he's been really strong about it, but he said that he couldn't believe he did this kind of thing. Okay. And that he didn't see it And what about, have you talked to mom any since all this happened?
Yeah, my grandma too.
Okay, tell me about what are they saying, or how are they feeling?
They didn't really talk to me about it, they were thinking like all over the place and stuff.
Okay.
But I can tell that they were sad.
Okay. And so a lot of times when I talk to people about stuff that happens in their house, we talk about like fights, like you and I have talked about. But then we also, you mentioned that Dad had talked about getting some medication for cold. So one of the other things that I talk to people about is like drugs, alcohol, and like medication stuff. Do you know when I say those things, what those things mean to you? Did anyone in your house ever drink alcohol? Mom would. And what kind of alcohol does mom drink?
My dad usually doesn't like alcohol in the house, but like she would usually drink like whiskey and like beers and stuff.
Okay. And then when I say drugs, what do drugs mean to you?
Like,
Okay. And so did anyone in your house ever use drugs or take drugs?
my mom did.
Your mom did? Okay. What would mom do?
She usually, as far as I know about it, she would usually just be like that.
Okay. And
Did anyone use drugs in your house? My mom did.
is that a thing that you ever saw mom do, or you just knew that that was the thing that was happening?
I knew it was happening, and like, I knew like 100%, I didn't see her ever like actually do it.
And what would be the things that would make you know 100%?
She would have like small ass scabs on her arms and legs and her face and stuff.
Okay. And so you told me that drugs are illegal substances, but sometimes people take medicine too, like from a doctor. But it can also, sometimes people take drugs that they're supposed to take, other times people can take too much.
Yeah, I'm blocked too. I can't tell you like everything that if I do test, everything's blocked for me.
Me too. Well,
It's crazy. Did any of the mods put PB in timeout, which would be crazy?
it says Megastar and Kai are blocked.
Well, no, Brian said that PB and Shelly just messaged her that she was blocked.
Oh,
I don't know what the hell is going on. I do not know.
I think that it is because like Bob said, our comments are blocked.
Well, is PB saying she can't get in here? Or she just can't type a comment? Because I can't type a comment either. Hi.
I just tried
Blocked.
again. Test.
Everything that I put in is blocked. What the hell's going on?
Should I refresh the feed?
I don't know. I don't know.
But it's YouTube, not StreamYard, right?
Yeah, like if it's not making it through YouTube, I don't see it. We don't see it in StreamYard. So meaning if like a mod were to block a comment or remove a comment, we wouldn't even see it as being a thing in StreamYard.
Same thing when I'm getting rejected comments from
Well, I can see those in StreamYard.
Tracy's asking if we can see her comments. No, Trace, I haven't seen any from you.
Wait, are they appearing to come
Here, Kai
through?
says testing. Oops, sorry, Kai. I saw that one.
Kai worked. I'm not seeing anything from Trace.
No.
Like I'm not seeing anything from Tracy. And I'm in StreamYard. So I don't know. Let me see what the deal is. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. It's weird. PB's in here. So I think, yeah, Tracy, I'm not seeing you at all.
But that was old with Kai. I don't know if it stopped working and then started again.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was
I mean, I saw
344.
PB in here. PB said she was blocked. And then, oh, maybe I haven't. Maybe I didn't see her again. I don't know what.
All right. Well, we can't
None of
figure
our
it out.
comments are making through. So
No.
I don't know what the
Keep
hell's
going.
going on. It's annoying.
Yes.
Chat is important. It's
All
very
right. So what
important.
should I do? I agree.
I don't know. I don't know
Well,
what
let
we
me try
can.
reloading. Switching over to could it be because we're streaming Court TV and something about Court TV's chats?
No,
I mean,
I don't think so.
All right, I'm gonna try this.
What, refresh?
Yeah, but it's saying you want to leave.
That's fine. It'll be fine. I'm in here. Hi. Hello. Let's see if it works. When Allie comes back, I'll refresh too. It's weird. Aw. Look at that cute little cupcake. Welcome. Welcome, Cupcake Juror. Welcome to the channel that you cannot chat in. Yeah, I see your comments. I see it, Blessed. She's here. I can't post either. I don't know what the hell is going on.
All right, try now.
Okay, this is so exciting. I'm so excited.
Before we share a screen or we do anything.
Still blocked. My thing says YouTube rejected your comment. This usually means they think it's spam. Try changing it a bit. The word hi, like hello, that can't be construed as spam, can it? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Can we communicate only in emojis? Is that what's happening here? Put this little hand guy on. Do this guy. Let's see if that works. Oh yeah, the hand works. So just no words for me. It doesn't want to hear me. Like it's like, Bob, shut it. I don't know. Weird. Very, very weird. Very, very strange.
Somebody just texted me that they love me as they're wishing me a peaceful week leading up to my momentous day. They love me. I'm such a wonderful niece. I'm like, oh, sorry, wrong number.
Oh, well, your birthday is coming up. Is
No,
that your
we're all
momentous?
here. No, it's somebody celebrates somebody's becoming a wedding, getting married.
Oh.
We're all here and can't post. So,
Weird. I mean,
sorry, guys.
I'm going to refresh too while you're here. So see ya. Boop.
I'm going to try to find where we were on the stream.
I don't know.
Tracy said commands aren't working either.
What? This is madness. It's madness. All right, well, let's keep powering through.
I think I can hear better without the double on. I got to figure out exactly where we were. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Sports place or like but normally adults have to buy those. So would that be?
Oh, wait. Sorry.
Do you know what that is? It was something random, but it's still on my phone.
Oh, she's asking about the text.
Did Dad see
Okay, so that was just where she said I went into the house and I didn't see his gun anywhere.
him take his book bag and stuff to school? No, he leaves before though. Okay.
And so are there things like, in hindsight, right, like when we look back, are there ways that you think like dad or any of the teachers or anybody could have also seen this coming?
I felt like not like immediately, but like I felt the school could notice something about, something like this.
Okay. What kinds of things do you think they could have done?
Like, I was surprised when he was able to get on the bus, because I would have thought when my bus driver would have seen, his cousin, because that was.
Hey, babe, your kerfuckle showed up.
What about
Yep.
dad? What do you think dad could
We're
have
back on.
Well, the emojis are working. The words aren't. If I type hi, blocked.
Sam, that's a really hard question, okay? And I know, like, nothing that happened yesterday is something that you did, okay? And I want you to know that. But did you know that that was a gun in his book bag that he left yesterday?
I felt like it was here, but I didn't see it.
And how did he get that? Was that a gun that, like, how did he get the gun that he had yesterday?
My dad bought it for him.
Okay. When did dad buy that gun for him? Has it been since you've lived there that dad, was it like a gift for him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and has it been since you've lived there that dad gave it to him as a gift?
Supers work.
How does
Hey, there's new
dad
cupcakes.
and pleaded?
If we got cupcakes,
He's still kind of confused.
if we've got cupcakes, just know, for whatever reason, you cannot post right now. Except an emoji. You cannot chat except an emoji. And apparently supers, because Megastar sent that.
Yeah.
But welcome, cupcake juror. We love cupcakes, assuming you're a Melanie cupcake. And Steph from Oregon, new member. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. What do they get, babe?
I already gave Cupcake a family hug, but
I missed it.
family hug, another one. I think I did that when you dipped out.
Oh, well, and Steph. So that one was for Steph.
Aw. For both. Family hugs.
Okay, here we go.
Big family hugs.
About what's all happening. Okay. My dad, he's been kind of struggling and he's been really strong about it, but he said that he couldn't believe he did this kind of thing. Okay. And that he went to
Okay. And what about, have you talked to mom any since all this happened?
Yeah, my grandma too.
Okay, tell me about what are they saying, or how are they feeling?
They didn't really talk to me about it, because they were figuring all over the place and stuff.
Okay.
But I could tell that they were sad.
Okay. And so a lot of times when I talk to people about stuff that happens in their house, we talk about like fights, like you and I have talked about. But then we also, you mentioned that dad had talked about getting medication for cold. So one of the other things that I talk to people about is like drugs, alcohol, and like medication stuff. Do you know when I say those things, what those things mean to you? Did anyone in your house ever drink alcohol? Mom would. And what kind of alcohol stuff does mom drink?
My dad usually doesn't like alcohol in the house, but she would usually drink whiskey and beers and stuff.
Okay. And then when I say drugs, what do drugs mean to you? Okay. And so did anyone in your house ever use drugs or take drugs?
My mom did.
Your mom did? Okay. What would mom do?
She usually, as far as I know about it, she would usually just,
Okay. And is that a thing that you ever saw mom do, or you just knew that that was the thing that was happening?
I know what's happening, and like, I like to do like 100%, kind of what these regulars actually do.
And what would be the things that would make you do 100%?
She would have like spotlight scabs on her arms and legs and her face and stuff.
Okay. And so you told me with the drugs are illegal substances, but sometimes people take medicine too, like from a doctor. But it can also, sometimes people take just what they're supposed to take, but other times people can take too much. Does that make sense? Is there anyone in your house that ever takes medicine?
Yeah, my mom does.
Mom does? What kind of medicine does mom take? Do you know?
She, well, lately she's been using sleep medicine.
Okay.
But she was like taking too much of it. She was actually like drowning and stuff.
Okay, so it would change how mom acted. Did dad ever take anything, that would change how he acted?
Not recently.
Tell me about, like, the time before.
When I was like still like a kid, like my little brother days, he would usually just drink.
Okay. When's the last time that you seen that drink?
Like ever since I was like
When you were younger?
Okay, so here's what she said about dad, that, that officer, one on the stand, was referring to. Have you ever seen dad do anything? I've seen him drink a long time ago when I was little, like my brother's age, and I haven't seen him since then. So,
And then did dad ever take any medicine or anything that would make him act different?
the medicine that he would take because it was prescribed things for him.
Okay, did something happen with dad's back?
Yeah.
Okay. When did, do you know?
dad took medicine that was prescribed pain for his back.
And I'm sure you know exactly, but did you know about when or how old you were when dad broke his back?
I was like 4 or 5.
So you were young. Does dad still take the medicine for his back?
I think she said, I don't think so, but I don't know.
And you asked a lot of questions. Is there anything that I haven't asked you yet that you think I need to know about that I'll understand what happened and understand your family and things like that? Okay. Do you have any questions for me? Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to step out of the room and kind of give you a minute to see if there's anything that you do want to ask me, and I'm going to take a minute. And so I'm just going to step out. Could you draw, and I'm not an artist, so I don't expect you could be a beautiful artist of it. Could you draw for me, like yesterday, the stuff that Colt left with? Like I know you described for me his book bag and the paper. Did he have anything else with him when he left? Okay. Can you draw for me the book bag and what all of that looked like when he left the house yesterday?
All right, she's going to step out now. If they asked me to draw that, it would look like
Yes, please.
they're fast forwarding, and we are too. Sounds like she's back in the room.
Tell me what you're doing. Okay. Okay. And so, sorry, is it okay if I'm, what is this part?
This is the transport.
The J for the transport. And did I get this right? You said that the front pocket part?
Wait, the what?
And this part.
This is the transport.
The J for the transport. And did I get this right? You said that
The what? I couldn't make out a word. So I just boosted it again. I thought it sounded more like I could hear her better, even though it was softer with the boost off, but I'll leave it on.
front pocket part, like the big one, so the big part was open, and this was it flashed forward. And then what's this? The rolled up paper. And then what is this? Okay, so like the little loop part that's on it. Thank you so much. Is this on the back? Oh, that's just where you started. Did you think of any other questions for me?
Well, when it like first started, I was in gym.
Okay.
I often walked away there. I had like 10 or
so you and Colt don't go to the same school anymore, is that correct?
We are supposed to have beside each other.
Okay. And so you got a text from mom when you were in gym. Do you remember what the text said?
It said how she was like concerned that he was going to do something like that.
Okay.
I still have it.
Okay. I don't need to see that, but maybe some other people might, okay? And so did it say something bad or did it say what the bad thing was?
Just,
Okay. Did you text her back or?
I told her, and I asked her if she had told my dad this, and I didn't get a text back.
Okay. Did you ever find out if she did tell dad about it?
During like the lockdown, they don't do very good on calls, and she said that she did.
She did tell dad? Okay. And so mom wasn't here, was she?
She was down in the show.
She was in Fitzgerald, because she stayed here for a few weeks, but it's been a little bit since that happened, is that right? Okay. And so, is there any other, thank you for sharing that with me. Is there anything else that you've thought of, that you think I should know about? Are there any questions that you have so far? I have a couple more questions, but I want to make sure I got a few things right, okay? You told me that you and Colt would talk on Discord. You guys would chat there, but that he changed his username a good amount, and you might be able to see what his last one is, but also you might have shut it down. What was your username on Discord?
It was something random, but it's all I call it.
Can you just write it down for me? Like if that's your username, even if it's not spelled exactly the same or whatever, can you just write that down for me? Thank you. I want to make sure I got it right. Is it Micah_Belly? Yes. Thank you. And then I know you said you and Dad had talked about Colt maybe needing some medicine and stuff to help him. Did Colt ever talk about, or did you ever see Colt have, like besides being angry, was there any other stuff, like was he ever diagnosed with anything, or was there any like stuff that he thought was wrong with him, or something like that?
I don't think she was diagnosed with anything.
Okay.
Wait a minute. So, where are you guys getting these weird fonts that are working? Where it looks like that? Like, are you on a computer? Because I can't do that. I don't even understand that. You access some weird font thing. Are supers not working either? I thought maybe you guys could. Huh. It's like YouTube banned English. But how are you guys? You got to tell the rest of the class how you get this weird font that lets you circumvent what YouTube has done. Somebody put it up there so I can let the people know. Wait. You tried sending a super, that didn't work, but this did. Hibiscus lime. I've heard that name. Welcome. Bob, hold button down. Hold the key on and what? Hold the button down. Oh, okay. All right, people, if you press the button, then a little pop-up comes up. You can change it to a weird font. We're almost done. Let's get through this. get through this. I'm going to loop back 10 seconds.
With anything, or was there any like stuff that he thought was wrong with him, or something like that?
I don't think he was diagnosed with anything.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about like feeling like something was wrong with him or anything like that? Okay. And then I understand that last night, that there were some cops at your house, is that right? And that while they were there, that you and Dad and Coley stayed in the truck together, is that right? Can you tell me what you guys talked about while you were in the truck?
He was just explaining to me about, the situation and stuff, and how long it would take and stuff.
Okay. And when you say how long it would take?
Or the cops were searching.
Okay. And I know that you said he was explaining it to you, but was Coley also there when that was happening?
He wasn't in the truck when we were talking about it, he was sitting on the tailgate.
Okay, thank you for helping me. So I imagine there was a lot going on, just like a lot of feelings, a lot of, trying to understand, a lot of explaining. Can you kind of walk me through what was the first thing Dad told you? And then kind of walk me through the process of the stuff that we talked about.
When I got home, he basically told me how we couldn't go in the house. And he was talking about how, what Colt did and stuff. And how I was going to take it out and talk to him.
Who did you have to talk to? Dad had to talk to other people? Okay. What words did Dad use to explain to you what Colt did yesterday? And again, I know Jimmy, I know this is hard, okay? I'm so sorry to have to ask hard questions, okay? How did he describe what happened yesterday? I know you would have used kind of normal day-to-day words, but can you help me understand how he described what happened?
He didn't really talk about the shooting at the school. He talked about how Colt was really uptight with him, and how he didn't know where he was at the moment.
Okay. And I understand, how did you first find out about the actual shooting?
We went in lockdown.
Okay. And what did you find out? Because what school are you at now? And so that's right there. Is that right behind?
It's on a hill.
Right. And so when the school went on lockdown, what did the school say?
It just.
That is wild, because I used the regular hola, just like Alexander did and some other people did, but I thought, well, some people have been able to text and chat, and I haven't. But I just text hola, and that worked with regular letters. Right. Julie Jensen, too. All of you. Wow. Some kind of anti-America thing is happening. Oh, but Megastar can type hey, so ciao. Hola. Abras. Español. Las. Ja, ja, ja. Wow, it's crazy. That's wild. We're going to have to see what this is all about. Brian's working now. Or has Brian always worked? It's so weird how some people's work. Are you guys in other countries? Maybe can all of the people from the other side of the pond text in English? If you can text in English, text your location. This is a mystery I want to solve. Solo español, por favor. Oh. And Hebrew? All right, Julie Jensen's in New York. Yeah, but it's Canada. But Julie, you couldn't text regular. NY might mean something in Michigan. Damn it. That's so weird. Oklahoma. All right, we got to get through this.
That's what they usually do, they didn't want to say anything specific, and like, I was like a hard stuff. Okay. And then how did you know it was a shooting? Because, I just had that feeling, and like, I texted my mom, and like, dad and stuff, and I heard my other sister, and I was like, talking about it. How did other students know? I think they were on the students. Did you go on the news too? I tried, but like, tell you every day I wasn't that strong. Okay. And so what did mom and dad tell you when you were texting during lockdown? I was explaining to them basically what was happening, and my dad said he was like coming up to the school. And he works where did that work at? You told me that dad got, or that Colt got that gun as a gift, right? When he got it as a gift, did he get any other parts with it? I think he got like the gun itself as a gift, and like over time he like he got parts for it. What, and again, like I know you said like you don't know all the names and kinds of stuff, and that's okay. But when we talk about like that he got other parts for it, do you know what he got for it? Like some like groups or like figures and stuff. Okay. And was that a thing that like that he would buy for himself, or dad would buy, or mom would buy, or he was usually just asking for money on my dad. Okay. And so like when he would ask grandma, would he ask her for money to get those things, or would he ask her to like buy the specific thing? I think he like actually like ordered. Okay. What kind of stuff did grandma order for him? She mostly ordered electronic stuff for him, but she did touch something. Okay. And when you say grandma, what is grandma's name? Is it mom? Debbie, is that mom's mom or dad's mom? Okay. And then what kind of stuff did dad buy? Like, would he give them money, or would dad buy the parts stuff? He would buy the parts. Do you know what kind of parts stuff dad bought? Like things that you know, like clip onto the gun. Okay. Like upgrade and stuff. Okay. You talked about lasers, did I get that right? Who bought the lasers? I think my dad did. Okay. And you talked about stuff that clips on the side. What would that be for? I don't know, I'm not an expert, but I would think for like better like grip and like aim. Okay. And I talked about like a magazine, do you know what that is for a gun? Do you know where Cole got the magazines for his gun? Your dad got them. Do you know how many he had? No, he usually, if he ever showed me one, he would just have one. Okay. And what about, and again, you don't know your because, but like bullets and stuff for it, do you know where he would get those? I think he would like get it from like a sports place or like Amazon. But, normally adults have to buy those. So would that be dad would buy the bullets, or grandma, or someone else? My grandma, like all the things that she ever like when the kids were girls, ammunition. Okay. But my dad also likes ammunition. Okay. And again, there's a lot that has happened in the last few days. I understand that. You told me about that morning that Colt acted different. What about like the night before? Has anything happened like the day before or the night before that seemed different or off or bad or anything? No, not really. Okay. I know you talked about like bullying and that was the thing that, you know, Colt had struggled with. Has anything like that happened recently, like at his new school? Not that he told me, I asked him about it, but like from like past school that or like recently past school
Okay. I asked him if he made any friends and stuff, but he usually just says no, and the lunch he goes to the library.
Okay. And you said that he rides the bus to school. Which bus did he ride? And does he like talk to anybody on the bus or anything like that? They know. And so the bus picks you guys up like near your house.
Yeah.
And he leaves. How like what order does everybody leave your house?
My little brother leaves first, and my dad goes to work after he drops him off. Then, Colt leaves.
Okay, so your little brother doesn't ride a bus, he rides with dad, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so was Colt like awake and getting ready and stuff when they left, or they left before he ever woke up?
I think he was awake when they left.
Okay. And then like on a normal morning, does dad like come and check on everybody, make sure everybody's up and moving and all that stuff before he leaves, or is that like y'all's job to no matter what, get yourself up, get ready and all that?
Usually, if I'm still asleep, he usually wakes me up and he like checks on it.
Okay. And so did you see dad check on, like did dad come check on you before you left yesterday, or before he left yesterday?
Yeah, he woke me up the night before, but he left, I just said, I can't sleep.
Okay. And then did he talk to Colt before he left yesterday?
I think he just woke him up.
Okay. And then when you first got up, like got out of bed yesterday, where was Colt at? Honestly, he just wasn't getting up. Okay, so you had got up and started getting ready before he did, but he leaves before you did, is that right?
I woke up early.
Okay. And when he talked to you about making the memory video, where were you at when he talked about that?
I was in the morning.
Okay, so he had come in your room, is that right? Was he already like dressed and ready to go, or like?
Yeah, I think he was very dressed.
Okay. And was that like right before he left to go get on the bus, or that was like he still did some other stuff before he left?
It was right before he got on the bus.
Did he already have like his book bag and everything when he came in and told you about the video?
No, I think it was in his room.
Okay.
Did you make it?
Is there anything else from yesterday morning that seemed different or whatever that we haven't talked about?
Mm-hmm.
And then the one last thing I want to ask you about is a lot of times when big things happen with people's families, sometimes there's rules about things that they want to like stay in the family and things that like we just talk about in the family. And then there's stuff that we can like talk about to anybody. With your family, are there any rules about what you can only talk about with the family?
We just try our best, like, express our, like, truthfulness to each other. And we like support each other with things and stuff. And, we try to, like, keep our private information with us and not spreading around.
Okay. And when it comes to the stuff with Colt, like the worries about Colt, and then what happened yesterday, is there anything that you guys are not supposed to talk about, like to other people?
Like, just like a normal, like, person or like
Either one.
if like just a random person, we probably won't talk about it.
Okay, and are there any things that are like private that you're not supposed to talk to like police or anything about when it comes to this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
When you guys talked yesterday, like in the truck, were there any rules about like what you can talk about and you can't talk about?
No, he was just explaining to me, like, briefly about what was happening and how long it was going to take and stuff.
Okay. And then a lot of times when things happen, people can be worried about other people being in trouble. Are you worried about anyone being in trouble?
I'm kind of worried about, like, my family, like, being in trouble somehow.
Okay, help me understand that.
Like, people thinking we're, like, bad people.
Okay. Do you think people think you're a bad person?
Sometimes, like, with, like, it being everywhere on my internet and stuff, I would be surprised.
Has anybody, like,
said anything to you personally, like a text message or like online or anything like that?
No, but they like texted my mom.
How do you know about that?
Because my mom told.
What did mom say people had texted?
Yeah, but she was just saying like how they were texting other people and stuff.
Who was sending those things to her?
Just random people on Instagram and Facebook and stuff.
Are you worried about, you talk about they're not mom, some of them about you. Are you worried about that being in any trouble?
Not really.
Okay. And are you worried about Chloe being in any trouble? Is there anything else that you are worried about or have questions about or anything? Do you know what, like, kind of next for you guys, like what your plans are for the rest of the day or anything?
We're gonna try to, like, get through this like normally, like one day at a time.
Well, Jenny, like I said, it is not lost on me that I asked you a lot of really hard questions. And so I want to thank you for being willing to talk to me today. And I'm grateful that I got a chance to meet you. And if you don't have any other questions for me, I can walk you back out to the front. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm going to keep these two things so I can remember. I'll show you where. And by show you where I mean, I might also open wrong doors, but we'll figure it out together. How's that sound?
Good.
Thank you, Judge.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
I would have asked him, I didn't hear her tell you anything about Colin abusing drugs, sir. Kate has two
The
witnesses.
next day, you just go into your office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Maybe disappointed, you said go home.
I see that they come back, so let's just see what happens. But I do see they come back, so stand by.
Know about
To his sister.
Hold on. Damn it.
Shouldn't take too long, dude.
Do you want me to pull up that text message, the one you're talking about?
Yeah, maybe go to them.
I think it's on page 93, maybe.
Another text message they have an issue with.
Mr. Barry has indicated he rejected this text message, Your Honor.
Judge, this text message is to his sister concerning borrowing some money. I don't think it has any relevance to any of the issues of the case. I just feel it has no property value.
Ms. Brooks?
This particular text message is extremely relevant for a couple of reasons. One, he is asking his sister for money because he's claiming that he has paid for doctors for Colt. He has not sent Colt to the doctor, so that is a lie. The second reason it is extremely relevant is that he claims he did not know about sending Colt to Advantage for inpatient treatment. And he specifically tells her he had a full-on attack at school, so I'm trying to get him into a psychologist in Athens. And he also says, I'm going to have to check him into a place so they can try to help him. So very relevant. Also, the fact that he's asking for money. She did send him, I think, $444, which goes into the fact that
he's a liar, ma'am, is not relevant. It's prejudicial, and it has no place here. But the fact that he asked for money might.
he got $9,000 that month, and then he claimed that he needed $78 more to buy a gun safe. So I believe that entire text message is not only relevant, very relevant, and certainly more, the prejudicial value of asking for money is not outweighed.
Motion granted.
Next.
Did she loan him money? Why is that relevant,
Other than
Your Honor?
the pictures of guns, that was it, right, Jimmy?
I'm sorry?
Is that the only other one do you want me to go through all the gun pictures, or?
We just got the gun issues, Judge. That's the only
I think he was
text message. Other than that colloquy, which is on page 40, that's the text messages that Colt had sent to his grandmother about, going off because she hadn't bought him the chip for his computer. I think all of those are already in. I just don't want to duplicate if they're going to do it twice. They've already gone into that and gone through it. So
Those are not a part of our presentation.
You're not re-presenting those, is that what you're saying?
I am 99.9% sure we are not.
it was in the packet, so I just wanted to be sure.
Okay.
The only other ones, Judge, are the photos of the guns, which are page 30, page 83, 84, and 90. 93, I believe. Those are not photos that were.
The numbers that are referenced now are different. She'll pull it up, it's fine. I think.
Yes, I can pull up I believe the last firearm picture we went through was the one in the house, so I'll do the.
Relevance because of the fact that they're not sent to the dad. It's not something he knew anything about.
And counsel's absolutely right, defense. The judge is about to rule against him as he did before, I assume, but it's not the right ruling. Except the access to guns argument, so maybe.
I think it would prejudice the jury, and the prejudicial effect would certainly outweigh the reason for putting it in.
I'm gonna wait for her. She's gonna pull it up. I still haven't
Yeah, I'm
seen
sorry.
it.
He flaws it with the fire. Stand on our previous, reason for why we believe this is relevant. It shows that he has access to the gun. I now heard the defendant's statement claiming that he put the gun up in his closet. So we believe this is directly contrary to that and evidence of his unfettered access to the firearm.
I don't know that there's been testimony that it's completely unfettered. People aren't there most of the time, so the testimony was that it came in and out of there when he cleaned it and did other things with it, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think Colt's access to the gun and how available it was to them is an issue in the case. So if there are photographs that show him with the gun, I can't find that they're irrelevant and deny the motion.
And what's this defense attorney talking out of his ass right now? I don't think there's evidence that it's unfettered, sir. Then we do not have the same definition of unfettered. On top of the closet, even if it was on top of the closet, although at least one gun, it seemed, always remained in that room, that is still unfettered. The closet's not locked. The bedroom's not locked. It's unfettered. He's not a midget. And even if he was, there's always a stool. No evidence of being unfettered. Come on.
I'm calling the motion and eliminate on that. And then, of course, Mr. Gray can point out that those photographs were never sent to her, except Mr. Gray.
All right, that's it.
Did you mean little people?
I'm sorry, did you have any question?
I did not.
Okay.
The other,
I was just looking to see if there were other.
Get on here then.
the other photos, Judge, I think you've looked at a couple of them, but I think with 84 and 93.
I thought you let Target.
I did. I brought her and I'm back.
Are you referencing?
Only to hear you screaming midget.
Yes, we're only gonna display that one time. And that's one we talked about beforehand. It was the one with the half nose. So we removed it from one of the pages and we're only displaying it one time.
That's it, Judge. I think that's all of the, we of course objected any of the gun photos.
Did you learn that we can speak in every language but English?
I gathered.
Regular word, letters.
So we will be starting off with
Gathered and
Hillary tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor. We anticipate her being a lengthy witness and probably into the afternoon, and then we'll have our final witness from the GBI, Lucas Fires. And that is when we will play the surveillance video. We'll remind the audience about that tomorrow.
Of course, and with a disgusting,
All right, do you have the defense request?
you know,
She does not. They are 99% done. I need to speak to Mr. Berry about some lesser included
Okay.
that we'll be putting in, but everything else is finished. I'm going to have those tomorrow morning so I can get those to both of you at the state. Most of them are patterned. I will let the court know.
Okay. Thank you.
If you can't, I would prefer you to email them to me too.
I will definitely do that, yes.
Thank you.
In word form, I would.
Yes, please.
You're-
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other issues?
wow. Chad.
No.
Workaround.
well,
There you go.
there you go.
There you go. There
Well,
you have it.
I guess what I have not heard, I'm so confused. I thought it was an opening. Remember the blood is on your hands. This is all your fault.
Yeah.
Those texts have never resurfaced.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're the state, maybe you're saving that kind of shit for the very
Well,
last.
that's what we're thinking, but you know,
I mean, that's
maybe
what
it's
I
the
would
next
end
guy.
with. It's like in Crumbly, they ended with the math test.
Well, they're ending with that and then the video of the school.
Mm.
So that's kind of horrible. Like, I don't know. I think it's way, way, way unnecessarily prejudicial. They've seen, photos, they've heard descriptions, they've listened to every person, to the doctors, to the sketches, to
Yeah.
the measurements. Now they need to see it happen.
To the parents, videos of the parents,
Right.
a whole nightmare of that scene.
All right, people, we're wrapping this up.
We
love you.
wrapping.
We love you. Hopefully
Hey.
tomorrow you can chat in English.
I am so proud of you guys for finding the workaround in chat. It's awesome.
It is
People that
awesome.
have never been to the channel that are coming in, they're like, what in
This is a
hell going
Spanish
on
speaking
over
channel.
here? I have to say, are you guys are you cutting and pasting Spanish, or do we just have a shit ton of
So many
fluent
Spanish, right?
Spanish speaking people? That's impressive either way. And we are extremely impressed about your workaround on the entire chat kerfuffle. So, all right, mods, we love you. We thank you so much to everybody that donated today, whether it be through money donos or becoming a member of the channel or gifting memberships, whatever the case may be. We are always incredibly appreciative of you and your generosity. It means the world to Allie and I. And just remember this, my beautiful humans, without y'all, I'm just an old man.
Sitting around talking to his wife.
Boo!